Chapter 540. Within the Seven Kills Palace, the two of them didn't walk far before a stone door blocked their path. Without any hesitation, Ning Chen smashed the door with the green cauldron. After 2 smashes, the stone door shattered, revealing a stone room filled with flowing light. Seeing the random piles of treasures and strange stones, Ning Chen didn't know where to put his eyes. He was like a poor boy who had entered a palace, dazzled. "You're so useless," Luqingyi mocked softly when she saw this. She walked around the pile of rare treasures and headed towards a table in the stone room. There were 2 divine weapons on the table. One was a cold saber and the other was a rusty spear. "Do you want the saber?" "Yes." "And the spear?" "Yes." No matter what Luqingyi said, Ning Chen just nodded. He didn't refuse anything. Luqingyi took the 2 divine weapons and tossed them over. She didn't seem to care at all. Ning Chen took the divine weapons and put them away without looking at them. There was no time to rush. He would take them with him first. "Let's go look elsewhere." Luqingyi looked around and didn't find anything else worth taking. She walked out of the room. Ning Chen followed. When he passed by the piles of treasures and strange stones, he couldn't help but take them all. When Luqingyi saw this, she didn't hide the disdain in her eyes. A Grand Peak expert of the sword realm actually cared about these worldly things. How embarrassing! Ning Chen ignored her disdain. He wasn't the successor of some great sect. He didn't have any treasures left behind by his ancestors. Everything had to be done by himself. What was wrong with taking some of his spoils? It was better to give the worldly things to that brat Xiaoqi than to give them to Yan Yuntian. The 2 of them walked out of the room and continued forward. However, when they reached the end, they didn't find any more stone doors or secret rooms. "That's it?" Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. "It's definitely more than that. There should be some formation or restriction protecting it. We can't enter." Luqingyi turned back and frowned. Ning Chen casually replied. He took 2 steps back and called out, "Miss Lu, please make way." "What are you doing?" Luqingyi stepped aside and asked suspiciously. "Destroy this palace." As soon as he finished speaking, the green cauldron smashed into the stone wall with a loud boom. The entire 7 Murders Palace began to shake, creating a terrifying commotion. Seeing this hooligan act, even Luqingyi, who had always been calm, couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. Boom! Ning Chen was a smart person. However, when he didn't have to use his brain, he didn't hesitate to use his strength. As the 7 Kills Palace shook, the stone walls were smashed through one after another. Ning Chen no longer chose a path, and smashed through wherever he went. Luqingyi was speechless as she followed behind. This time, Yan Yuntian would definitely go crazy. She could not understand why such a noble and holy existence like the Phoenix would choose this guy. Boom. After smashing open another wall with the cauldron, Ning Chen looked at the 2 pearls that appeared in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. He turned to look at the woman behind him. It seemed that he had found her. Luqingyi's figure flashed as she grabbed the 2 pearls. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. She had finally found them. "Here's the parting flame pearl." After leaving behind the hidden fog bead, Luqingyi threw the other bead over and said casually. Ning Chen was not picky and put away the pearl. Inside the room, other than the 2 pearls, there were also over 100 immortal sources. Without a doubt, they were all in someone's pocket. "Let's go." Looking at the time, Yan Yuntian should be back soon, said Luqingyi. Immediately, Ning Chen looked around and saw that there were still a few intact walls. His hands itched and he smashed another brick. Rumble! 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 In the blink of an eye, the last few walls were smashed through amidst the dust that filled the air. What entered their eyes was a completely blood-red divine material that was dazzling and intoxicating. Star Soul Iron Essence. Luqingyi's eyes widened and she took a step forward. But at this moment a red light flashed past. It was so fast that it was frightening. It grabbed the divine material and cautiously looked at the woman in front of it. It warned, "It's mine." Luchengyi was already considering whether or not she should summon Heavenslash and fight for this Star Soul Iron Essence. But thinking that this was the Seven Kills Palace and that Yen Yuntian was about to return, Luchengyi suppressed her impulse and unhappily said, "Hurry up, we're leaving." Ning Chen put away the Star Soul Iron Essence and followed her with satisfaction. Although he didn't know what this piece of scrap metal was used for, if this woman couldn't resist snatching it, it must be very precious. After leaving the Seven Kills Palace, they continued north for over 300 miles before stopping to rest. "All right, our cooperation is over. The next time we meet, whether we're friends or foes will depend on my mood," said Luchengyi. "Miss Lu, wait." Ning Chen walked forward and tried his best to put on his friendliest smile. "Can you tell me what that piece of scrap metal is?" "You want to know?" Luchengyi smiled. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "Give me half." Luchengyi continued to smile. Ning Chen immediately took half a step back. The word "no" was written all over his face. Seeing this, the smile on Luchengyi's face disappeared. She turned and left after saying that. "Go figure it out yourself. Stingy," Ning Chen softly muttered. But thinking of his gains this time, he couldn't help grinning. This trip had been worth it. Next, he would see if he could go to the Pill Tower and trick them into giving him another sword. He had to at least give him a decent reward. The previous sword's quality was too low. Even an idiot could see what that black-robed old man's goal was. He wanted him to completely break off his relationship with the Purple Star Battle. That way, he would have no choice but to rely on the Pill Tower. To tell the truth, he and the Seven Kills Palace's master were mortal enemies. His relationship with the Heavenly Palace's Saintess wasn't that good either. Luchengyi's personality was strange, and he couldn't be sure that greed had already been killed by him. As for Tianxiang, he wouldn't consider that two-faced fellow for now. Thinking about it this way, his relationship with the Purple Star Battle's 5 powers really wasn't that good. At the Pill Tower, after the Danwu Grand Meeting, peace had temporarily returned to the past. This power that seemed to stand aloof from worldly affairs actually had a terrifying foundation that was second only to the Heavenly Palace Holy Land. With 3 human paragons in charge, no major sect dared to provoke them. At dusk, outside the Pill Tower, a red-robed man walked in casually, not hiding his whereabouts at all. Walking to the front of the tower, Ning Chen looked at the blue-robed disciple in front of him and said calmly, "I am Bai Yujing. I would like to see the 3rd Tower Master." "Sir Bai, please wait a moment." The blue-robed disciple replied politely and quickly walked into the tower. Not long after, the blue-robed disciple returned and bowed respectfully. "The Tower Master invites you. Please follow me." On the 32nd floor of the Pill Tower, 2 people walked into a pill room. After the blue-robed disciple brought them in, he bowed and left. "Greetings, Senior." Ning Chen bowed politely. "Sit," Honorable Zhen Yang said. "Thank you." Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and sat at the table. "Sir Bai, why have you come to the Pill Tower?" Honorable Zhen Yang asked. "I am here to thank the Pill Tower for giving me the elixir. The elder in my family has taken the elixir, and his injuries have improved a lot," Ning Chen said with a smile. "You are welcome. I have heard Elder Ji mention this before. With the cultivation of your elder, the life recovery elixir can only extend his life by 10 years at most. I hope that he can enter the Great Fulfillment Realm during this period," Honorable Zhen Yang said calmly. "Thank you for your kind words, Senior." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Try the elixir tea from my Pill Tower. This is a treasure. It is grown in the Luoxia mountain behind the Pill Tower and has been nourished by the ley lines under the Pill Tower. It is very beneficial to cultivators. However, the production is very low. Less than half a kilogram of it can be harvested every year." Honorable Zhen Yang poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Ning Chen. "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chen thanked him again. He picked up the tea and tasted it. He felt that it was not bad. Ever since he drank a cup of tea brewed by Fan Lingyue in the pavilion where the two armies confronted each other, he felt that all other teas were ordinary. It was hard to find a confidant in one's life. Although they had become enemies, this did not change his admiration for her. The divine prefecture was the world of men. However, those few short years had been Fan Lingyue's era. Tea was only delicious when drunk with a confidant. Unfortunately, he would not have the chance to do so in this lifetime. "How is the taste?" Honorable Zhen Yang asked. "Excellent tea. Endless aftertaste." Ning Chen smiled and said. He knew when to speak and when to speak. "Ha, Mr. Bai is indeed an interesting person. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship, your tea ceremony is not inferior at all." Honorable Zhen Yang smiled for the first time. "Senior, you flatter me. In front of Honorable Zhen Yang, whose name shakes the world, I dare not claim to be the pinnacle," Ning Chen said respectfully. Honorable Zhen Yang smiled, and did not continue on this topic. He put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Mr. Bai, you must have come here for that sword." Hearing this, Ning Chen's hand trembled. He immediately steadied himself. "Senior, you are so perceptive," Ning Chen said softly. Honorable Zhen Yang waved his hand. A black sword flew over and floated in front of the two. The Oblivion Divine Halberd of Palace Lord Qi Sha is indestructible. Without a corresponding divine weapon, it is difficult to resist. This sword, Mo Kuang, is a divine weapon that can resist the Oblivion Divine Halberd. However, it will not be so easy for Mr. Bai to take it away, Honorable Zhen Yang said lightly. "Senior, please enlighten me," Ning Chen said seriously. "Kill the Heavenly Palace Saint within 10 days, and this sword will be yours. After 10 days, if the Heavenly Palace Saint is still alive, I will personally take back this sword," Honorable Zhen Yang said coldly. Hearing this condition, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that in the few days he had been in Jiaxing Mountain, the conflict between the Holy Land and the Pill Pagoda had escalated. This old man was obviously trying to divert most of the Holy Land's attention to him. After 10 days, there will be no more saints on the Tianfu planet. As he spoke, Ning Chen stood up and reached out to grab Mo Kuang, who was floating in front of him. In an instant, his aura completely changed. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, sharp and dazzling. Chapter 541. On the 32nd floor of the Pill Pagoda, Hong Yi left with her sword. Honorable Zhen Yang pondered for a while and said, "Come in, Pagoda Master." A disciple in green walked in and bowed respectfully. "Announce that Mo Kuang has been stolen from the Pill Pagoda. Put out a warrant for the thief," Honorable Zhen Yang said slowly. "Yes." The disciple in green bowed again and left. "Bai Yujing, don't disappoint me," Honorable Zhen Yang said softly as he stood up and looked down at Hong Yi's disappearing figure. 300 miles away, Hong Yi appeared. Looking at Mo Kuang in her hand, she felt an unwillingness to part with her sword. From today onwards, this sword was hers. In just a few days, the Pill Pagoda's attitude had changed so quickly. Obviously, the sacred land was a threat to the Pill Pagoda. Something must have happened recently that he did not know about. It seemed that he had to figure out the whole story. As for the Heavenly Saintess, although she had tricked him once, it was not a life-and-death feud. Killing her was indeed too much, but trapping her in the prison of the underworld for a year and a half was a good choice. The old man had already told him the whereabouts of the Heavenly Saintess, but he did not expect her to go to such a place. The Wildlands, the Eastern Wilderness. He had heard of this wasteland before. It was cold all year round and uninhabited. It had always been a place where the empires exiled their prisoners. He did not understand why the Heavenly Saintess wanted to go there. The old man from the Pill Pagoda did not explain either. It seemed that he was deliberately hiding something. The purpose of the Heavenly Saintess's trip was likely related to the Pill Pagoda's unusual attitude. He had just destroyed Yen Yuntian's 7 Kills Palace. He could take the opportunity to stay in the eastern wilderness for a few days and let Yen Yuntian search everywhere. Thinking of this, Ning Chen no longer hesitated and immediately headed east. At the same time, in the Seven Kills Palace, an angry roar resounded. Yen Yuntian, who had just returned, saw the destroyed palace. His murderous intent surged like an abyss and a raging sea. He could not wait to tear that despicable phoenix into pieces. In the Pejuan palace, Luchengyi looked at the hidden fog pearl in her hand. A faint smile flashed across her beautiful face. Yen Yuntian, although you are a supreme genius, if you are not careful, you will really die in the hands of this person. One day later, in the eastern wasteland, a phoenix took human form. Hong Yi walked out and looked at the endless desolate land. She couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. Ning Chen continued to travel east for 100 miles, but he still didn't see anyone. Only the cries of the vermilion bird echoed in the sky. Ning Chen raised his head and glanced at the vermilion bird that had been following him all this time, then ignored it. Before he figured out a way to break the vermilion bird's secret technique, there was no need for him to waste any more energy. "Let's go!" At this moment, a loud shout came from the northwest. Looking in the direction of the voice, more than 10 soldiers were escorting more than 100 prisoners to the east. The clattering sound of iron chains reverberated in the wind, very ear-piercing. Ning Chen walked at the back of the group, about 5 miles away. He followed them at a leisurely pace. He wanted to see where these prisoners would be escorted to. Half a day later, when the sun was about to set, the group stopped in front of a medium-sized mine and temporarily settled down. Just these few people? In front of the mine, a bearded man looked at the prisoners who were being escorted and threw a jar of wine at them with a dissatisfied expression. "These are all the recent prisoners. The Holy Land's order is too urgent. How can we find so many prisoners in such a short time?" The leader of the group received the jug of wine and took a big gulp. "Ah, that's true. Let's rest for tonight and hurry on tomorrow," sighed the man. Not far away, under the dusky sky, Ning Chen couldn't help frowning. What did the Holy Land need so many prisoners for? Mining? That seemed to be the only explanation. But what kind of ore could make the Holy Land place such importance on it? They had even sent the Heavenly Palace's Holy Maiden over. Thinking of that, Ning Chen no longer waited for this group of people. He left on his own, rushing east. The cold moon rose, and the temperature of the wasteland suddenly dropped. A red light flashed in the night and then vanished without a trace. In the eastern wasteland's largest black iron mine, an exceptionally beautiful woman stood under the moonlight. Looking at the mine that operated day and night, she was still a bit worried. At some unknown time, a red-robed figure had appeared in the distance. After observing for a long time, she disappeared once more. In the bottomless mine, a ragged youth with disheveled hair and a dirty face appeared. He followed the prisoners into the mine. "What the hell is this place?" Ning Chen muttered softly as he looked around cautiously. The bottom of the mine was filled with logs used for support. However, from time to time, gravel would fall down, making people tremble with fear. Black iron ore! Ning Chen looked at the carts of ores being transported out and frowned slightly. The Holy Land wanted dark steel ores? What use did that have? Black iron was a pretty good thing for a mortal dynasty. But for a colossus like the Heavenly Palace Holy Land, it wasn't as useful as one would imagine. At the very least, it wasn't worth a half-step Holy Maiden personally coming to guard it. In the depths of the mine, 3 middle-aged overseers were looking at the black iron ore being transported out. Their dissatisfaction was clearly visible. No, this still wasn't right. Bang! The sound of iron and stone shattering rang out. Suddenly, the iron pick in one of the miners' hands was sent flying. Among the black iron ores, a black ore with a hint of brilliance appeared. It was so different from the rest that it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 3 overseers immediately walked over. When they saw the ore, they said, "Continue digging." In the next moment, the clanging sounds rang out once more. The bright black ore was dug out. After the first piece, a second piece appeared, a third piece. Every time a piece was found, the 3 overseers would personally bring it to the surface. Ning Chen looked at the ore that was taken away and narrowed his eyes. There was no mistake. The thing that the Holy Land wanted should be this. The difference between ordinary iron and divine materials could be seen with the naked eye. These black iron ores were definitely not ordinary. The Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden's goal this time should also be this. Speaking of which, the feeling these ores gave him was a bit similar to the scrap metal he had looted from the 7 Kills Palace. But they weren't exactly the same. Holy Maiden. Just as Ning Chen was thinking, the prisoners beside him stepped aside and bowed their heads. Under the lead of a supervisor, the Heavenly Sanctum's Holy Maiden walked through the crowd. Looking at the place where the Star Soul iron ore was dug out, she waved her hand and a jade-green sword appeared. With a slash of the sword, a loud boom rang out. The sword light penetrated several zhang deep into the ground, creating a huge hole. "Continue," said Shimujin. Shimujin spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, the entire mine suddenly shook violently. Rocks fell like rain, and it was extremely shocking. This idiot! Ning Chen cursed inwardly. Digging underground was originally a high-risk activity. With such a huge commotion, it would be strange if the mine didn't collapse. Saintus, quickly leave. The 3 overseers saw this and pushed aside the falling boulders with their palms. They took a step forward and hurriedly said, "Leave my ass." Ning Chen was infuriated. He no longer cared about hiding his identity and cursed. There were still so many people underground. The people from the martial arts competition had already left. Were these people going to be buried alive? The 3 overseers' expressions sank. However, in this dangerous moment, they didn't have the time to bother with him. They brought the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden out of the mine. Emo Kuang. After the 4 of them left, Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned Emo Kuang's sword edge. He took a step forward, and his sword intent soared to the extreme. Emo Kuang vibrated and hummed, and rays of sword light flashed out. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. Endless streams of sword light appeared and circled above the mine, blocking the falling boulders. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave!" Ning Chen roared. Hearing his roar, the people who hadn't had time to react immediately rushed out of the mine. In the rumbling and shaking mine, more and more boulders fell. When the last few prisoners ran to the surface, the entire mine collapsed with a loud bang. Outside the mine, the prisoners who had escaped death sat on the ground, their legs weak. Looking at the collapsed mine, they were stunned for a moment before looking left and right. Has our benefactor come out? 1 question, 2 questions, 1 question after another. The prisoners who had made mistakes or were exiled to this place were all anxious at this moment. They asked one another, and one asked another. In the human heart, good and evil were never absolute. Perhaps, at some point, good would suppress evil. No matter who it was, there was no difference. Boom! Below the mine, a ray of sword light cut open the ground. A red light shot out, his black hair dancing. Looking at the 4 people who had escaped first, his eyes were filled with anger. He was already covered in blood, and had no right to criticize anyone. However, he didn't bear his own mistakes and instead brought disaster to these innocent people. The word Holy Maiden was really disgusting. In the distance, Shimujin looked at the figure in the air. Her guilty gaze immediately turned cold. It's him. Sword style, heavenly fall. Emo Kuang let out a cry. Rays of sword light shot into the sky, and then fell down with a force that could break the heavens. The shocking sword slashed towards the Heavenly Palace Holy Maiden. As the sword light attacked, a zither appeared in Shimujin's hand. With a clang, a mysterious sound rang out. A sword box appeared out of thin air, and 2 green swords flew out to meet Emo Kuang's sword light. Shimujin took 3 steps forward, and her zither pulsed. The two green swords broke through the air and slashed towards the figure in the sky. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Mo Kuang waved his hand and deflected Yi Chen's sword. Immediately after, Ning Chen changed the direction of his sword and the two swords collided. Mo Kuang's sword? Did the pill tower send you? After 2 moves, Shi Mujin recognized the sword in Ning Chen's hand. No matter who sent me, you will pay for your foolish actions today. As the sound of his voice faded, Ning Chen's left hand congealed yuan energy as he slashed his fingers across Mo Kuang's sword. In an instant, a torrent of undercurrents surged. After Yama's sword was broken, Ning Chen's sword was at its peak. Instantly, a boundless sword pressure descended from the heavens. Wherever the sword intent passed, the earth crumbled. Life burial. An instant later, the life burial sword descended while carrying boundless destructive force. All along the way, expanse after expanse of space collapsed swiftly, and this world-shocking scene caused the numerous prisoners in the distance to tremble unconsciously. Chapter 542. The sword of burial descended upon the mortal world, destroying everything in its path. With Mo Kuang's knowing destiny state cultivation, his strength returned to its peak. With one strike, heaven and earth mourned. Shi Mujin turned her palms and condensed her essence. She strummed her guqin, and the green glazed swords turned around and clashed with the destructive sword radiance. With a clear sound, Shi Mujin's body split open, revealing a silver soft armor that blocked Mo Kuang's sword aura. Bloody path. With the phoenix body and the devil technique, Mo Kuang's sword radiated a bloody light. The sword was as heavy as a mountain, increasing its strength by several times. The sudden change in strength sent the green glazed swords flying. Mo Kuang broke through the obstruction and stabbed the heavenly saintess's chest. However, the soft armor was indestructible, and Mo Kuang's sword could not penetrate it. Flying frost. Shi Mujin strummed her guqin and wielded her swords again. She turned her swords around and slashed back. Frost fell, and the green glaze light came for her life. Ning Chen waved his hand and a cold blade appeared. With a swing of the blade, the two swords stopped. As the blade and the sword met, the battle intent surged. Rays of killing light clashed with each other. Shi Mujin was furious and shocked. It turned out that Ning Chen had been hiding his strength all along. Why have I never heard of such a person on planet Tianfu? Shi Mujin suppressed the shock in her heart. She flipped her guqin, and the two swords revolved around her. Endless cold air rose, and Xian Qi condensed into two swords that broke through the air. Breaking space. Xian Qi swept over, and Mo Kuang's sword intent gathered in Ning Chen's hand. The sword broke through the air and swallowed the two swords. With a boom, the aftershock spread in all directions. Hong Yi did not stop and quickly swept over. The phoenix fire on her sword rose and resonated with the sword, trying to break through the protective armor. Cold moon illuminates the 9 prefectures. Shi Mujin strummed her guqin with both hands, and the two swords spun. Rays of cold sword intent spiraled up and turned into a cold moon. Wherever the moonlight shone, heaven and earth froze. Unexpectedly, Hong Yi did not dodge. Mo Kuang slashed through the frozen heaven and earth and crashed into Shi Mujin's guqin. With a clang, 3 strings of the guqin broke, and the aftershock rushed towards Hong Yi. Shi Mujin retreated a few steps as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Although he had the soft armor to protect him, he was still injured by the sword. Can Hong? Seeing that his opponent's soft armor was hard to break, Ning Chen stepped on the ground at an extremely fast speed. The sword intent around him gathered at the tip of his sword. In a flash, his sword broke the silver soft armor. As danger approached, Shi Mujin's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, he kept the damaged guqin and called back his twin swords. Cold snow drifted as the twin swords shook Missouri Kuang. With a bang, the sword intent of the 3 swords scattered in all directions. The saber light in Ning Chen's left hand arrived again, mercilessly chopping down at the same spot. Blood splattered everywhere. The silver soft armor that had been severely damaged finally couldn't take it anymore. A clear cut appeared on it. The divine armor was about to be destroyed. Ning Chen leaped up and condensed another sword. Thousands of sword streams gathered from all directions. The powerful sword power shone brightly for 100 miles. Nirvana! As soon as the Nirvana sword appeared, numerous blood-colored sword streams tore through the sky, and they were gorgeous and enchanting. Shi Mujin's pupils constricted. At the moment of life and death, he hurriedly used his life-saving technique. White cloth fluttered around his body as his true essence condensed. Frost filled the sky as the hibiscus flowers bloomed to protect his body. With a violent tremor, the Nirvana sword cut through the frozen white cloth. The divine armor shattered, and the woman flew more than 100 feet away. Ning Chen's figure landed. He stepped forward with his sword, and the coldness in his eyes was undisguised. Originally, he only wanted to trap her for a year and a half to avoid the Pill Pagoda's third tower master's sight. However, it wasn't so simple now. In front of him, the Heavenly Palace's saintess protective soft armor was shattered. Her skin was exposed, and her body was faintly discernible. However, within a few thousand feet, only the two of them were left. The two of them were facing off against each other. Knowing Destiny, whose heart was as calm as water, didn't change his expression at all. It was no different from looking at a piece of wood. There were people who could make Knowing Destiny change his expression, but it was definitely not the Heavenly Palace's saintess. Step by step, Ning Chen walked closer like the bell of the Grim Reaper. Shi Mujin, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body surged with coldness, and the world around her turned into a world of frost. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly and stopped walking. Although the woman in front of him still looked the same, her aura was completely different. It vaguely felt that she had surpassed the pressure of a sovereign. Heavenly Palace's star venerate. Ning Chen's heart sank as he slowly uttered the words. In the entire Heavenly Palace planet, only the legendary star venerate could have such a horrifying pressure. However, Knowing Destiny didn't have to fear her. Destruction of the void. Shi Mujin raised her hand, and the space within 1,000 feet collapsed. Her horrifying might could frighten even gods and ghosts. Ning Chen retreated, and a flash of light disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away. Mo Kuang waved his hand, and 1,000-foot-long gust of wind roared out and swept toward the Heavenly Palace's saintess in the distance. Shi Mujin waved her hand, and the space in front of her twisted violently, blocking the 1,000-foot-long sword light with a bang. Drawing a prison. Shi Mujin raised her hand again, and the world around her instantly turned into a prison 1,000 feet away, trapping the phoenix. Is it that easy? Ning Chen snorted coldly, and the phoenix fire around him soared. It burned the sky and boiled the sea, burning the world and shattering the prison. Sword technique, bury the heavens. Book of Sun, rising sun shines in the east. Facing a strong enemy, Ning Chen didn't hold back anymore. He used both his sword and his saber. Endless sword chi gathered in the divine sun, illuminating the world. Not bad. Shi Mujin, who was leading the Heavenly Palace's star venerate, said indifferently. Then, she flipped her hand, and frost rushed into the sky, forming a huge curtain of wind and snow that blocked the falling sword light. Just as Ning Chen and the Heavenly Palace's star venerate were fighting, countless guards surrounded the Xia dynasty's Imperial Edict Palace to protect the Xia dynasty's emperor. Within the palace, a beautiful figure wielding a sword entered the palace. She didn't hurt anyone. Instead, she used the sheath of her sword to send everyone in her way flying. More than 10 years had passed, and the palace's guards had changed many times. For a moment, no one recognized who it was. Your Majesty, this person's strength is shocking. We can't block her, said a shadow guard anxiously. Who is it? Asked Xiaoqi, his expression dark. She looks like a little girl, but her cultivation is at least at the 3 disaster level, reported the shadow guard. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the guards were sent flying. The palace doors opened, and a beautiful figure walked out. Looking at Xiaoqi, she said angrily, "Xiaoqi, call back Yangui City's soldiers. Don't fight." Hearing this, Xiaoqi's expression froze. Who was this girl? "Miss, calm down first." Xiaoqi was preparing to calm her down. At the same time, he signaled the shadow guard to prepare to activate the hidden power in the depths of the palace. The shadow guard received the order and rushed to the back of the Imperial Edict Palace. "Miss, trespassing into the palace is a serious crime. However, since you didn't hurt anyone, you shouldn't have any enmity with the Xia dynasty. If you want to enter the palace, why do you have to use such a violent method?" Xiaoqi was full of nonsense, trying his best to stall for time. "They won't let me in," said the girl honestly. Boom! At the same time, a boundless power exploded from the depths of the palace. The treasure that suppressed the dynasty's fate was awakened, and its power shook the entire palace. Above the palace, Purple Qi was vast and mighty. After more than 10 years of recovery, although it was far from the time when knowing Destiny State could fight deities, it still made all the Xiantian experts tremble. "Stop!" At this moment, a beautiful figure in a blue dress rushed into the palace. Seeing the terrifying fate descending from the sky, her expression changed. Seeing the girl in front of the fate, Xiaoqi's expression also changed. "And this is bad." The fate had already descended, and it was too late to take it back. The girl moved, unsheathing the initial heart sword, and a blue sword light slashed out, smashing into the fate in the sky. In the next moment, a violent collision sounded out, and everyone present was forced back several steps. Xiaoqi stabilized himself and hurried forward. "Aunt Shi, are you okay?" Ningxi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and glared at the former. She walked over to the girl and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No." Seeing Ningxi, a beautiful smile appeared on the young girl's delicate face as she replied. "And you know her? Who is she?" Xiaoqi was shocked and asked. "She is Man, the sister of the current barbarian king. If you hurt her today, your master will skin you alive when he comes back," Ningxi scolded. When Xiaoqi heard that, cold sweat ran down his back. He quickly went up and respectfully said, "Little master's wife, I didn't do it on purpose." He knew about this princess of the barbarian dynasty. She was the only person his master had let down in his life. In his master's heart, this princess of the barbarian dynasty had a unique position. If his master knew that he had used the Grand Xia's fate to deal with her today, he would probably skin him alive when he came back. Reason? His master had always been very reasonable, but when it came to this princess of Man, all reason was nonsense. "You've grown up. Good boy." Man didn't have any intention of blaming him. She reached out and pinched his face, a gratified look in her eyes. The last time she had seen him, this little fellow had still been wetting his pants. Now, he was taller than her. Xiaoqi didn't dare resist. He glared at all the guards in the hall and then smiled. Man, why have you come?" Ningxi didn't understand. Her brother had left over 10 years ago, and Man should have known. "He doesn't like fighting. Qi wasn't obedient, so I came," Man replied. "Xiaoqi, what are you fighting for?" Ningxi looked at the great Xia emperor who had grown up and asked seriously. "To expand Great Xia's territory." Xiaoqi's eyes burned. When Ningxi heard that, she didn't retort and continued to ask, "How many martial marquises does Great Xia have now?" Xiaoqi was startled as he replied. "Compared to your master Zera, how is it?" Ningxi asked once more. "It can't be compared," Xiaoqi said honestly. When Great Xia was at its peak, the 10 martial marquises shocked the world. Following which, his master conferred the title of Martial Marquis and plotted in the dark to barely block Fan Lingyue. "How is the current Beimeng compared to the past?" Ningxi said coldly. "Apart from not having that advisor, there isn't much difference. Xiaoqi replied. Beimeng is different from Great Xia. You won't see a city in 1,000 miles, and it's all grasslands. Even if Beimeng doesn't have Fanlingyue, Great Xia doesn't have a Jiming Marquis either. How do you think the Great Xia army that entered Beimeng without a city barrier can block the Beimeng cavalry? Ning Shi scolded. Chapter 543. In the eastern wilderness, knowing destiny and heavenly mansion star venerables were fighting. The aftermath of the battle destroyed thousands of feet of land. It was a complete mess. One star venerables were the strongest beings in the human world who had surpassed the great perfection. The saintess of the heavenly mansion's spiritual sense was able to increase her power rapidly. Her strength was comparable to that of a sovereign. Ning Chun held a mo kuang in his hand. His sword will reach the peak. Every move he made was filled with sword will. Heaven and earth trembled. The battle was white-hot, and the sky was collapsing and the earth was falling. This was a battle between peak supremes that was not inferior to supremes. This caused the heavenly mansion star venerate's eyes to grow more and more surprised. She had no idea when the heavenly mansion star had such a strong swordsman. Nirvana appeared again. Sword wills gathered from all directions. A beautiful sword current appeared in the air, destroying everything in its path. The heavenly mansion star venerables turned his palm. The space around him twisted and broke the sword. Sizzle! The sword will pass through. Blood was spilled. The spiritual sense of the heavenly mansion star venerables couldn't use its power. It was instantly injured. Worried about his disciple's safety, the heavenly mansion star venerables didn't dare to drag the battle. He gathered the essence of heaven and earth in his palm. Frost fell from the sky like waves. He used the heavenly mansion's secret technique. Heavenly clear snow following the waves. Extreme power appeared. Heaven and earth froze quickly. Rolling waves of snow spread. The shocking power turned everything within thousands of feet into a world of extreme winter. Sword technique, 9 suns burning the sky. Seeing that the ultimate move was so powerful, Ning Chun condensed his phoenix spirit and used his sword to guide the wind and clouds. The sword form and the tomes of arcane flowed at the same time. The 9 sword suns spiraled into the sky and immediately turned into 9 divine swords that fell down and crashed into the raging snow wave. The extreme cold and the extreme yang collided. The space that was full of holes was destroyed again. Blood splashed everywhere. The two retreated dozens of feet at the same time. They were both injured. Sword returning to truth. Blood flowed into the ground. Knowing destiny didn't feel it. He raised his sword again. The shadow of a phoenix appeared out of nowhere. The strongest sword, returning to truth, was infinitely close to the only sword. It was fast, accurate, and focused. Heaven and earth froze. When they looked back, blood had already filled the sky. The sword that pierced through Shimujin's chest didn't show any mercy. Shimujin's body was immediately injured. The heavenly mansion's star venerate's expression changed. His spiritual sense condensed into stars, and he used all his strength to attack the young man in red. Ning Chun pulled out his sword and parried the star venerable's palm power. With a thud, he retreated more than 100 feet, and the corners of his mouth turned red. As his soul consciousness left his body, Shimujin's body fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from his chest and dyed his clothes red. Hibiscus. Seeing that his disciple was seriously injured, the heavenly mansion's star venerate could not hide the anger in his eyes. With a low roar, he forcefully borrowed the power of his main body from thousands of miles away to gather his strongest move. Eternal Banishment. A 1-star venerable unleashed a move in anger. In an instant it surpassed the limits of the mortal supremes. The space within a radius of 10 miles instantly turned into nothingness. Turbulence engulfed everything within it. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His figure dissipated and turned into a phoenix. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. "Can you escape?" The heavenly mansion star venerate moved and stood in front of Yi Futian. His slender hand pressed down, and with a loud bang, the 9 heavens collapsed. The phoenix appeared, and his red robes were dyed red. As he fell, his eyes opened, and his sword will shot up into the 9 heavens, instantly piercing through the woman's soul. The heavenly mansion star venerate groaned. His aura became unstable, and he was about to dissipate. Bang! The red robes landed on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. He was seriously injured, but he had won this intense battle. Heavenly mansion star venerate, I won't see you off, Ning Chen said coldly as he stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If anything happens to Hibiscus, there will be no place for you in the heavenly mansion star. With that, the heavenly mansion star venerate's soul dissipated, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated between heaven and earth. Ning Chen ignored him and walked over to the seriously injured Shimujin. He used his fingers to seal her major acupoints. Then, a phoenix figure appeared and swallowed her into his stomach. A day later, on the 32nd level of the Pill Pagoda, a shattered divine robe was delivered to Venerable Zhen Yang. When the Pill Pagoda Prime saw it, he was shocked. He had actually succeeded? In less than 5 days, it seemed that he had to re-evaluate this person's value. Thousands of miles east of the Pill Pagoda, Ning Chen returned in front of a large waterfall. When the Alcade King saw him, he frowned and asked, "You're injured?" "I fought with a wisp of the heavenly mansion star venerate's soul and got injured," Ning Chen said with a tired expression. "Someone who has surpassed the consummate realm," the Alcade King said slowly after a moment of silence. He was very clear about the strength of the young man in front of him. Just a wisp of his soul could injure him to this extent. There was no doubt that this young man was someone who had surpassed the Supremes. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Elder Alcade, you." Before he finished speaking, the heavens and earth rumbled. In the distant void, 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin up into the sky. They were about to leave this world. "Elder, I'm leaving. Do you want to come with me?" Ning Chen's expression changed. He had no choice but to swallow all the words he wanted to say. The Alcade King looked at the palanquin in the distance. After a while, he sighed softly and said, "No, you should leave quickly. I will block the next obstacle for you. Remember, the path to immortality is difficult and endless. If you really can't find an immortal, you can become one yourself." Seeing that the Alcade King had made up his mind, Ning Chen did not force him. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your advice, Elder Alcade." Then, he turned into a phoenix. With a shocking cry, he turned into a ray of light and chased after the palanquin. "That is? A phoenix?" The figure of a phoenix appeared in the sky. On the Tianfu planet, peak experts opened their eyes and exclaimed in shock. In the 7 Murders Palace, Yen Yuntian's expression sank. He waved the Oblivion God halberd in his hand, and divine light shot into the sky. At the same time, in the Tianfu sacred ground, the Tianfu star venerate, who was refining star soul iron, had a cold look in his eyes. He pulled out a part of his soul and condensed Yuan Qi into a palm. From 2 directions, one after the other, light shot towards the phoenix in the sky. At this moment of crisis, a white-robed figure appeared in the sky. He waved his hand and a sword flew out. With a slash of the sword, 10,000 zhang of the void suddenly split open. An instant later, the 2 attacks collapsed and disappeared. After 100 years, the white-robed Alcade King once again showed his shocking peak ability. Tianfu sacred ground was shocked. An extraordinary opponent. On the Tianfu sacred ground, a black-robed figure walked out. It was the Tianfu sacred ground's sword venerate. Thousands of li away, he looked at the figure in the sky with battle intent rising in his eyes. In the shattering army palace, Lu Chengyi, who felt the movement in the sky, walked out. When she saw the phoenix soaring into the sky, a strange look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Was he leaving? Life was a passer-by, and it was a pity that she did not know if she would meet this eccentric peak swordsman again in the future. It seemed that she would not be able to get her reincarnation mirror back. Thinking of this, the heavenly slash appeared. A green blade of light shot into the sky, sending off knowing destiny. The blade of light did not have any killing intent. The Alcade King did not stop it and let it soar into the sky. In the sky, the green blade of light passed by without any enmity. It was just sending off the fate of knowing each other. Miss Lu, goodbye. A familiar voice came from the sky, bidding farewell to this short period of life. I hope that when we meet again in the future, we will be friends and not enemies, Luchingi replied. Of course. After the phoenix's last words, the phoenix disappeared with the celestial pride. Not a trace of it could be seen. In the pill tower, Reverend Zhen Yang looked at the phoenix in silence. He had actually left. It was a pity for Mo Kuang, and even more a pity for this young and sharp sword. Tianxiang, he left. In the north of the Sacred Land, on the way back to the Tianxiang dynasty, Fan Xinghong softly said. Perhaps he never belonged here. Xiao Bieli sighed. Let's go. I have a feeling that we will meet again. However, whether we will be friends or foes at that time will be hard to predict. The path to the stars was dangerous. Even human sovereigns could get lost. This person was not afraid of danger and had stepped on this path. Without a doubt, he had a determination that surpassed life and death. Outside Tianfu planet, in the vast starry sky, 3 dragons opened the path. The palanquin moved forward as if it had never changed. The only difference was that there was now a phoenix chasing after it. He had never dared to stop and rest his entire life. In less than half a year, knowing destiny left once again. The path to becoming an immortal was never smooth. In the southwest of Zhongzhou, outside Tianhua City, a beautiful woman looked around in boredom. Behind her, Amethyst followed closely. Amethyst, where do you think he is right now? Mingyue pouted. I don't know. Amethyst shook her head. The Central Plains was too big. It would be difficult for them to find him if they were to aimlessly search. The best method would be to ask the sect. However, that was too risky. She was the only one by Her Majesty's side. She couldn't take the risk. Of course, there was another method, but she couldn't use it so easily. Back in Beimeng Imperial Palace, knowing destiny Marquis had left a portion of his spiritual sense on her. However, that was something he had given to Her Majesty to protect her life. If she used it, not only her, but even knowing destiny Marquis would have to bear a great risk. Just as the two of them were hurrying along, a white-robed Buddhist walked over. His half-black, half-white hair fluttered in the wind. Bodhi had gradually entered the Devil Dao. He was neither human nor ghost. A terrifying pressure could be felt from him even from a distance. As the three of them passed by each other, Amethyst stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at Bodhi. A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. What is it? Asked Mingyue. He has a trace of knowing destiny Marquis' aura. Amethyst said truthfully. Mingyue narrowed her eyes and said, Let's follow him and see where he's going. Amethyst hesitated and nodded. She reminded softly, We have to be careful. This person's cultivation is too terrifying. He might be at the same level as the woman who came to the divine prefecture. Once we attract his attention, the consequences will be unpredictable. Human sovereign? Mingyue was surprised. Yes. Amethyst nodded. Then let's follow him. Mingyue looked ahead and said. As the two of them moved, 2 more women walked over from the west. One of them was wearing a flawless Buddhist robe. Her face was delicate, and her long hair was tied behind her back. She wasn't stunning, but she gave off an indescribable sense of peace. The other woman's appearance was even more outstanding. She wore a green dress, and she also spoke very little as she quietly hurried along. They were the eldest senior sister, Bai Lingling and Qing Ning, who came down the mountain for the first time. Chapter 544. Bodhi was heading south, his half-black and half-white hair dancing in the wind. His demonic state was becoming more and more alarming. Behind him, bright moon and purple crystal followed quietly, not daring to get too close. Bodhi entered the primordial lands, his Buddhist and demonic auras clashing. His benevolent heart of the past was covered in dust. In the academy, I Chingqiu sensed the abnormally powerful Buddhist and demonic auras and frowned. What was going on? Within the primordial lands, Bodhi suddenly stopped. His body was surrounded by demonic aura and Buddhist light. His mind was hazy, and he could no longer tell whether he was a Buddha or a demon. After a short pause, the Buddhist and demonic auras returned to his body. Bodhi continued forward. When a Buddha became a demon, his only memory was to get rid of the demon sovereigns who had returned to the primordial lands to prevent demons from wreaking havoc. At the same time that Bodhi entered, two powerful auras awakened in the depths of the primordial lands. They stared at the approaching auras, and their expressions gradually became serious. White Flood Dragon, who is this? Do you know him? Yao Qilua asked. Supreme Bodhi, peak human sovereign, the White Flood Dragon slowly said from within the white mist. He's going too far. We haven't even descended into the human world, but a human sovereign has taken the initiative to come to the primordial lands. Is he trying to provoke the anger of the primordial lands? Yao Qilua said coldly. This person's strength is extraordinary. Be careful, the White Flood Dragon warned. If we work together, do we still need to fear a human sovereign? Yao Qilua snorted. Amit Ba. Just as the two demon sovereigns were talking, Buddhist rain fell from the sky. The black aura within the golden color was clearly visible. It was hard to tell if it was Buddhist rain or demonic rain. Human who is neither Buddhist nor demon, provoking the primordial lands is your greatest mistake. As she spoke, Yao Qilua's body moved. Her white clothes flashed as she condensed demon essence in her palm and slammed it towards Bodhi. Buddha is merciful. Bodhi waved the prayer beads in his hand and blocked the demon sovereign's palm. His Buddha essence shook and pushed her away. Yao Qilua landed on the ground and took half a step back. Her expression was cold. What a powerful bald donkey! At the side, the White Flood Dragon saw this and waved his hand. The water vapor in the sky condensed, and a sword with water ripples appeared. In an instant, his demon body moved, and with a slash of the sword, raging waves attacked the Buddha. Bodhi did not dodge. Instead, he gently twisted his fingers and the true essence around him surged. The aura of Buddha and demon turned into a spiraling swastika that slammed into the raging waves. The Buddha and devil collided with the demonic primordial energy. Amidst the world-shaking sounds, the primitive land began to tremble. Giant rocks flew down, and countless ancient trees collapsed. The aftermath of the battle extended out over 100 li. In the distance, purple crystal flipped his palm to block the gradually weakening aftershock, but he was still forced back a few steps, his qi and blood churning. Are you all right? Mingyu hurriedly supported him and asked worriedly. It's fine, Your Majesty. Let's stay further away so that we won't be affected, Amethyst said softly. Okay. Mingyu nodded and replied softly. The two of them retreated another 1,000 feet. Amethyst looked at the battle in the distance with a serious expression. The power of a human sovereign was actually so terrifying. It was truly beyond the realm of mortals. In the depths of the primitive land, the battle between the three sovereigns was becoming more and more intense. The White Flood Dragon's water ripples soared combined hardness and gentleness to negate Bodhi's shocking palm strike to the greatest extent. With Yao Qilua's help, they barely evened out the battle. Bodhi's heart meditation, boundless Dharma. Bodhi's anger rose. He gently twisted his fingers, and the swastika spread rapidly. Amidst the surging demonic primordial energy, Buddhist light spread, and a golden Buddha world appeared. Seeing this, the White Flood Dragon flipped his hand, and the water ripples around him surged. The waves roared endlessly, and the water vapor within hundreds of li converged, forming a huge waterfall that turned the surrounding 1,000 feet into a vast ocean. The three sovereigns clashed again, and the auras of Buddha, demon, and demon clashed. With a bang, the three of them retreated, covered in blood. Bodhi's thought pardoned sins. After stabilizing his body, Bodhi raised the prayer beads in his hand. Buddha and demonic primordial energy surged, and the power of the saint and demon converged, slashing toward the two sovereigns. Demonic calamity strikes the heavens. Yao Qilua's expression sank. She flipped her palm, and demonic primordial energy surged. A huge rock collapsed and flew into the surging demonic primordial energy, crashing toward the Buddhists. The two techniques collided, and a waterfall of blood gushed out. Yao Qilua's white clothes were dyed red, and she was sent flying. Flying waterfall! On the other side, the white flood dragon flipped its palm to catch Yao Qilua, and at the same time, it stabbed its water sword into the ground. In an instant, a huge waterfall soared into the sky, and its terrifying might shook the world. Bodhi spread his hands, and Buddha and demon primordial energy swept out, calming the demonic waterfall and stabilizing the shaking heaven and earth. White Flood Dragon, I will create an opportunity for you. You don't have to worry about me. Just do your best, said Yao Qilua as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Be careful, warned the White Flood Dragon. If anyone dies, it will be this bald donkey who dies first. As she spoke, Yao Qilua took a step forward and leaped into the air. With a long howl, blood mist surged from her 7 acupoints. Demonic primordial energy continued to gather within 100 li of her, covering the sky and causing everything within 100 li to darken. The next moment, Yao Qilua moved like a falling meteor, rapidly crashing into the demonic Buddha of the Buddhist world. The demonic venerate went all out, and the prayer beads in Bodhi's hand swayed. Sanskrit chants resounded throughout the world, and one of the prayer beads changed color. It was the Buddha announcing the end of the demons. The demonic venerate and the Buddha clashed, and the three forces exploded. The demonic venerate was heavily injured, and its chest was pierced through by the prayer beads. Blood sprayed out like rain. Enter Seamless. Bodhi flipped his palm and slapped towards the demonic venerate's head. He was ruthless, and no longer had the benevolence of the Buddha. At that moment, a water sword appeared and pierced towards Bodhi's chest. Naive. Bodhi turned around and reached out to grab the sword's edge. However, the sword suddenly scattered, and the White Flood Dragon's palm struck the Buddha's chest. Ugh! A pool of blood appeared, and the Buddha's eyes turned misty. Hatred, such hatred. He hated the endless demons in the world, and hated the Buddha for eliminating evil. Ha! A gloomy and hateful laughter rang out in the primitive lands. It was so crazy, so abnormal. An indescribable pressure erupted from the Buddha's body, and the cold and evil aura shocked the entire central plains. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens, and heavy rain poured down. Within the surging devil waves, Bodhi's white hair rapidly turned black, and the white Buddhist robes he wore were dyed black. Bodhi had demonized, and the heavens cried. The 2 demonic venerates had no time to react to the sudden change. They were sent flying by the surging devil energy, and they vomited vermilion blood. You all deserve to die. Bodhi took a step forward, and the devil waves surged around him. The Buddha world instantly collapsed, and what replaced it was a boundless bloody hell filled with sin. 6 calamities of demonic birth, hell of blood sin. Hell appeared in the world, and the 108 prayer beads in Bodhi's hand instantly turned into 108 skeletons. They no longer had a trace of Buddhist heart, and the Buddha had completely demonized. There was only killing, anger, and hatred in his eyes. The might of this devil move was shocking. The 2 demonic venerates worked together to block the devil waves, but with a bang they were forced back several steps, and their bodies were dyed red. White Flood Dragon, I'll block him. Hurry up and leave. Yao Qilua knew that if this continued, the 2 of them would definitely die. She scattered her Dantian's sea of qi with a palm strike. She forcefully endured the pain and re-entered the battle. The ruthless and merciless demonic venerates had brought disaster to the world countless times over the past thousands of years. However, for the sake of her companion's safety, she had resolutely chosen to give up her own life to fight for a chance to survive. Yao Qilua, the white flood dragon's body trembled, and she staggered back several steps. Blood splattered everywhere. Yao Qilua was bathed in blood, and every move she made was focused on attacking without defending. She risked her life to open up a path of survival and protect the few remaining bloodlines of the demonic venerate. You want to leave? Difficult. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Bodhi flipped his palm to block the demonic venerate. The skull prayer beads flew into the sky and continuously expanded, turning into a cage that blocked off all paths of retreat. Then let's go to hell together. The furious white flood dragon rushed out of her body, and the white mist around her dissipated. Her hair danced in the wind, and she wore a blue and white dress. She had a perfect face. She was the woman who had appeared in front of Knowing Destiny on the Qingxi Bridge, by Yunlian. In the pouring rain, a waterfall revolved around the woman. The water ripple sword was in her hand once more. This time, it condensed demonic blood, turning into a beautiful blood-red color. The sword guided the waterfall, and her demonic essence gathered heavenly might. Her strongest move crashed into Bodhi, who was indistinguishable between a human and a ghost. 6 calamities of demonic birth, burning the city walls. When Bodhi saw this, he flipped his palm and gathered an endless amount of demonic energy. Within the black brilliance, world-destroying flames surged out, meeting the waterfall that fell from the sky. Buddha and evil could not coexist, and water and fire could not coexist. The two extremes clashed, and blood dissipated in the fire and water. Bai Yunlian flew back several dozen feet, her blue and white dress dyed scarlet. Ugh! Bodhi was also hit by the aftershock. He retreated several steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 108 skull prayer beads dimmed, and the cage of heaven and earth was on the verge of collapse. It could collapse at any moment. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Demonic aura invaded, and Bodhi's divine sense was in great pain. He barely managed to stabilize his body. The killing intent in his eyes was so crazy that it made one's heart tremble. Demonic 6 calamities, divine seal and spirit devour. The ghost was enraged. Demonic aura rose, and a huge skull appeared in the sky. A terrifying suction force spread rapidly, swallowing everything in its path. The 2 demonic venerables, who were closest to it, staggered. Their soul consciousnesses became unstable, and they were about to leave their bodies. 100 miles away, Mingyu was also affected by the suction force of the skull. Her soul consciousness was in great pain, and her body was constantly being sucked toward the center of the battle. Purple Crystal's expression changed drastically. She reached out and grabbed Mingyu. Her true essence entered her body, and she kept stabilizing her soul consciousness that was about to leave her body at any moment. Ugh! Mingyu groaned. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, and the pain in her soul consciousness intensified. At this critical moment, Purple Crystal could not consider anything else. She shouted softly and activated the soul consciousness imprint that Knowing Destiny had left in her body. She wanted to forcefully borrow the power of Knowing Destiny from a distance. However, no matter how much Purple Crystal activated, the soul consciousness imprint in her body was dead silent. Of the 3 incarnations, the main body was crippled, the demon body was far away in the demonic wheel sea, and the strange power of dragon burial blocked all power. The phoenix body had followed the palanquin and disappeared. In the most dangerous situation, Mingyu's soul consciousness became more and more unstable. Drops of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, dyeing her clothes red. Die! In the battle, Ghost Bodhi activated his demonic aura again. In the sky, the suction force of the huge skull increased by 30%. Within 100 miles there was no more life. It was deathly silent. Knowing destiny, Marquis, come quickly. Purple crystal's true essence continued to enter Mingyu's body as she shouted anxiously. At this moment, the 9 heavens phoenix cried. A monstrous roar sounded in the sky, and the entire primitive land trembled. Supreme Bodhi, you dare to hurt her! Chapter 545. The phoenix's cry reached the 9 heavens, and the sword light soared into the sky. Knowing destiny, who had returned in anger, slashed the universe with his sword, splitting the entire primitive land into 2. In front of the 2, red clothes appeared. Looking at the heavily injured bright moon, the killing intent in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Phoenix essence entered and stabilized Bright Moon's injuries. Ningchen glanced at the woman beside Bright Moon and said, "Purple Crystal, take Bright Moon and leave first." Yes. Purple Crystal suppressed the throbbing in her heart and nodded. She then took Bright Moon and quickly retreated out of Primitive Land. In the depths of Primitive Land, the giant skull's demonic aura was getting stronger and stronger. Its endless suction force continued to devour the soul consciousness of the surrounding living beings. The Primitive Land, which was full of life before, had turned into a land of death. Shattered bones and blood were everywhere. The heavily injured Yao Qilua had blood dripping from her chest. It was getting harder and harder for her to hold on. Yao Qilua, hold on. Bai Yunlian resisted the soul-devouring ability of the demonic aura while trying his best to stabilize the soul consciousness that was about to leave her body. White Flood Dragon, live on! Yao Qilua pushed the former away with a palm strike. She then leaped forward like a moth to a flame, rushing towards the giant skull in the sky. Bald Donkey, come with me to hell! As he spoke, streams of white flames soared into the sky, turning into a heavenly net that trapped the 2 of them within. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and earth rang out. The heavenly net trapped them, and the repercussions still gushed out for hundreds of li, completely razing the primitive land to the ground. In the aftermath, Bodhi was pushed back dozens of feet. His body was covered in blood. He had actually survived the Prime's self-destruction. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword light flashed past. It was so fast that no one could see it. When Bodhi turned around, he was already facing a calamity of death. The sword entered his body and he retreated a few steps. Blood dripped from the corner of Bodhi's mouth. Looking at the most familiar figure in front of him, his demonized Buddha face flashed with anger. He flipped his palm and formed a seal, slamming it towards the latter. Clang! A huge vibration rang out. The Buddha's palm struck the green cauldron. A huge force was transmitted, and knowing destiny was sent flying. Bald Donkey, pay with your life for Yao Qilua. Bai Yunlian leaped forward. His blood-stained sword light flashed past, and killing intent filled the sky. Bodhi waved his hand and took back the skull prayer beads. He spread out his arms to block the demon venerable killer move. The scattered sword light condensed once more at Bodhi's chest. After piercing half an inch in, it could no longer advance any further. The rosary beads wrapped around his arm. The white clouds were not strong enough. He could neither advance nor retreat. Subhudi's killing intent condensed, and he sent out a palm strike towards the former's chest. At this moment, a green cauldron came crashing down between the 2 of them. Bang! The Buddha's palm slapped on the green cauldron. Bai Yunlian flew out together with the green cauldron and landed on the ground, vomiting blood. The abnormally powerful Subhudi's palm force was unparalleled. The green cauldron blocked the killing intent, but it couldn't block the remnant force that passed through. The instant Bai Yunlian flew out, Mo Kuang's sword arrived once again. His sword was extremely fast, and his body was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Mo Kuang once again pierced into the previous sword wound. The sword pierced into Subhudi's body once more. The heavily wounded Subhudi's injuries worsened and his blood energy shook. He endured the pain in his chest and gathered demonic essence in his palm to counterattack. Waterfall. Mo Kuang's demonic palm arrived, and a waterfall surged from the ground. It directly shook knowing destiny away. Bai Yunlian then passed by, and the water-light sword turned into 100-feet-long waterfall that locked onto Subhuti. 6 calamities of demons, wind weapon calamity. In the face of danger, Subhuti used his demonic technique again. The wind roared and circled around him. The water-light waterfall was immediately restrained and couldn't get close. Sword form, 9 suns burning the heavens. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped into the air and used his sword form and heavenly book parallel flow again. 9 sword suns circled around, and the wind helped the fire. The power of the 9 suns rose rapidly. In the next moment, the sword suns fell from the sky and slashed towards the Buddha in the hurricane. Useless technique. With a furious roar, the skull rosary beads in Subhuti's hand shone with an evil light. They spun rapidly in the air, and turned into a sky screen, blocking the 9 falling suns. White Flood Dragon! Ning Chen shouted. Bai Yunlian understood and slashed with his water-wave sword. Waterfalls rose from the ground and attacked Subhuti, who had lost the protection of the rosary beads. Naive. Subhuti's expression turned cold. The demonic essence around him surged and turned into a demonic cocoon to protect his demonic body. Demons and evil, the source of calamity. Enter the void. In an instant, demonic power spread out violently, destroying the 9 suns and swallowing the waterfall. The destructive power made all living beings outside the primitive land feel the fear of doomsday. In the center of the storm, Ning Chen summoned the green cauldron to block the demonic power, but he was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. On the other side, Bai Yunlian wasn't faring much better. Although he had the waterfall to block the demonic power, he couldn't dispel it. He was forced back dozens of steps, blood staining his dress. The completely demonized Subhuti's strength had reached a shocking level. Even though Yao Qilua didn't hesitate to blow herself up to injure him, he was still not an ordinary sovereign. Even with Bai Yunlian and knowing destiny working together, they were still at a disadvantage. White Flood Dragon, leave first, Ning Chen said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. No, Bai Yunlian replied directly. If you don't leave, I won't be able to use my full strength. Don't worry, I won't die. You won't be able to take revenge even if you stay here, Ning Chen said seriously. Bai Yunlian narrowed his eyes and said, You're not lying to me? I never lie, Ning Chen said seriously. Bai Yunlian was silent. After a while, he nodded and said, Come out alive. Have you finished discussing? If you're done, I can send you to hell together. Subhuti walked out from the sandstorm. The prayer beads formed by 108 skulls in his hand were surrounded by demonic energy. His body was covered in a strange black aura. Under his fluttering black hair, his Buddha face was no longer as calm as before. All that was left was coldness and killing intent. Go! With a shout, Hong Yi moved again. Fast as a flash of a sword, he slashed out rays of killing light from all directions, aiming at Subhuti's major acupoints. How can a demon run rampant in front of Subhuti? Ghost Subhuti snorted. Demonic energy erupted from his body, and the rays of sword light disappeared. The moment the two clashed, Bai Yunlian no longer hesitated. He slashed out with his sword, sweeping away the surrounding demonic energy, and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Ghost Subhuti took a step forward, and his figure flashed, wanting to stop the demon venerable. However, Mo Kuang's sword flashed behind him and slashed at his back. Subhuti turned around to block the attack. In that instant, Bai Yunlian had already disappeared into the distance. Venerable Subhuti, it's finally just the two of us left. Ning Chen pulled out his sword and retreated, looking at the demonized Subhuti in front of him. With just you, idiot! Ghost Subhuti snorted and mocked. Of course, I'm not enough by myself. But what if I add them? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's phoenix chi soared to the peak. The red phoenix fire soared into the sky. The heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Tribulation of the four symbols. Subhudi's expression changed. Looking at the huge commotion in the sky, his black eyes flashed with coldness. In the next moment, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise descended from the sky. The pressure of the four symbols could be felt from thousands of miles away. He's back. In the Zhao family in the north, a purple-robed girl opened her eyes and looked toward the southwest of Zhongzhou. There was no mistake, only his heavenly tribulation could be so terrifying. In the Taibai prefecture, the Taibai prefecture lord with disheveled hair was staring into the distance in a daze. He was still alive. In the depths of the primitive land, the four symbols gods descended. The power of the heavenly tribulation sealed off 100 miles. There was no way to escape. Bodhi and knowing destiny. One of them had monstrous devil chi while the other was full of sin. The four symbols' divine tribulations were unprecedentedly terrifying and descended upon the land. The flattened primitive land collapsed once again. Heaven and earth shook and lava spewed out. The scene of doomsday frightened the students of the distant academies. Venerable Subhudi, the real battle between us is coming. Among the four symbols gods, Ning Chen spun Mo Kuang in his hand and said coldly, "You want to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill me?" Difficult. Subhudi spun the skull prayer beads. Demonic chi surged out of the beads and filled the sky, forming a terrifying demonic saber. The skull prayer beads wrapped around his hand and the saber's hilt. Endless demonic chi poured into the saber. Let the slaughter begin. With a shout, Bodhi's body moved, and the devil saber slashed out. Instantly, space began to crumble, and everything within 100 kilometers collapsed. Ning Chen stepped forward and his figure flashed, dodging the saber. Immediately, Mo Kuang gathered the heroic chi of the 8 directions sword and slashed at the former. At the same time, the four symbols gods rushed toward the two people in the heavenly tribulation. The azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger trapped knowing destiny. The azure dragon's breath dissipated the demonic chi. The black tortoise blocked the demonic chi. On the other side, the vermilion bird's divine flames burned the sky. The white tiger attacked quickly. They were divided into two sides, but they still couldn't stop the two's killing intent. Their saber and sword left blood on their opponent's body. According to the laws of heaven and earth, the strength of the heavenly tribulation was different for each person. The two people affected by the four symbols' heavenly tribulation had to divide their attention. They had to deal with the tribulation while looking for opportunities to deal with it. The power of the four symbols' heavenly tribulation was astonishing. In less than 15 minutes, the two were injured. Their hands were stained red, but they didn't stop holding their weapons. Fighting against the mortal supremes again, knowing destiny's fighting spirit rose to an unprecedented level. The blood of the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise hovered in his body. Yama created the world and evolved the four symbols. Scenes of the past reappeared in front of his eyes. The essence of the four symbols, the gods in charge of the four directions, gold, wood, water, and fire, were the foundation of creation. That's why there's Tai Chi. It's because of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give birth to the four symbols: wood, fire, metal, and water. Tai Chi is one. It's called the four symbols' divine seal. Knowing destiny used the opportunity of the four symbols' heavenly tribulation as a guide in the immortal palace, and with the help of the four symbols' heavenly tribulation's blood, a drop of phoenix blood flew out. It turned into a phoenix and soared into the sky. It converged with the four symbols' heavenly tribulation and temporarily filled the gap of the white tiger. The 4 drops of heavenly tribulation's blood continued to absorb the power of the 4 symbols' heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the world became solemn. The 4 symbols' divine seal sword appeared. It pierced through the white tiger and vermilion bird and slashed toward Bodhi. Surrounded by the azure dragon and black tortoise, Bodhi's demonic blade slashed and the gods scattered. However, at this moment, a sword light that even the world lost its color swept over. Before he could react, the sword light had penetrated his body, bringing with it blood. Chapter 546. In the primitive land, the knowing destiny sword technique appeared for the first time in the human world. It absorbed the power of the four symbols tribulations, and its power was raised to the extreme. It heavily injured Bodhi. Blood splattered between heaven and earth. The collapsed four symbols deities continued to reform. In the blink of an eye, the four symbols reappeared with heavenly power. Bodhi was dyed red and his body staggered. His demonic body was heavily injured and the Buddhist power rebounded. The Buddha and the demon clashed violently. With the protection of the Buddhist energy, Bodhi temporarily regained his consciousness. The indestructible body of the Vajra healed his injuries, and the wound of the god-sealing sword gradually disappeared. After a while, Bodhi opened his eyes and looked at the four symbols and the knowing destiny sword technique. He sighed softly and did not say a word. He took advantage of the temporary clarity and walked away. Bodhi, who had recovered his pure heart, was immune to all tribulations. The four symbols deities did not stop him and allowed him to leave. Ning Chen could not stop him in the middle of the tribulation. Mo Kuang's sword radiance soared as he fought the four symbols. The sky was filled with the sounds of battle. The azure dragon breathed, the vermilion bird spread its wings, the white tiger split the sky, and the black tortoise shook the earth. Even though the four symbols deities had died, the world was still imprinted with the images of the four symbols. Every time a martial artist went through a tribulation, the images would descend. The first disaster of the three disasters stage was the fire of karma. The second disaster was the disaster of the four symbols. This was the path to perfection. Only by overcoming it could one be closer to perfection. The attacks of the four symbols deities became fiercer and fiercer. The knowing destiny sword technique in the middle of the battle was activated to the extreme. He only attacked and did not defend. Blood splattered everywhere, but his sword did not waver. All the supremes in the central state looked at the knowing destiny sword technique in the primitive land with complicated expressions. Perhaps the second legend of Xia Kingdom would appear in the human world soon. The spring and autumn sword technique was famous all over the world. Outside the primitive land, Bai Yunlian stood quietly. A pair of star-like eyes looked at the figure in the tribulation. Rays of brilliance flashed continuously. Compared to the demon race with long lifespans, although the human race's life was short, the speed of improvement was shocking. She remembered when she first met this young man. He was so weak in her eyes. She did not expect him to catch up to her in just a few years. If she wanted to defeat him now, she would have to pay an unimaginable price. Amethyst, he's leaving so quickly. Not far away, Bright Moon, who had just woken up, looked at the figure in the sky and said softly, "From the beginning to the end, Marquis Jiming has always been in front of everyone. He is the military counselor's only enemy, but also the military counselor's only friend," Purple Crystal said calmly. Ever since Jiming carried the battered Great Xia on his shoulders, he probably never stopped to rest. Today, with the 5 regions merged, the top cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were obviously weaker than those of the other 4 regions. However, Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia was still not weaker than anyone else. She had a feeling that one day, none of them would be able to keep up with the Marquis. In the sky above the primitive land, the battle between the 4 symbols and the knowing destiny state had reached its climax. Each of the 4 symbols controlled the origin of heaven and earth, leaving wounds on the knowing destiny state. However, the sword of the knowing destiny state was becoming more and more perfect. Returning to the void and entering the chaos, it was gradually approaching the only state. First form. The moment the sword was formed, a crack appeared on the space barrier of the only state. The first form of the four symbols deity sword technique was finally completed. One sword gathered the four symbols and the sword waves swept past. The catastrophe of the four symbols was broken. Outside the primitive land, Mingyu saw that the four symbols deities in the sky had dissipated. She was delighted, but immediately felt a little scared. She subconsciously hid behind the purple crystal. She had snuck out. Would the bad guys scold her? Purple crystal saw the fear in Mingyu's eyes and felt helpless. Maybe in this world, only the Marquis Jiming could make His Majesty afraid. After a while, outside the primitive land, the red light gathered and Ningchen appeared. He glanced at Bai Yunlian, who was waiting quietly, and nodded slightly to greet him. It turned out that the pair of eyes that he had felt familiar with was from the white flood dragon at the burial stream. He had not recognized Bai Yunlian and the white flood dragon. He was really stupid. White flood dragon, you may not be able to kill me now, Ningchen said with a smile. He had angered the white flood dragon at the burial stream and made the half-year agreement. He had wanted to delay as much as possible, but he did not expect that it would be delayed for 4 years. Where are you going? Bai Yunlian did not reply and changed the topic. Home, to the East Divine Prefecture, Ningchen said softly. I'll go with you, Bai Yunlian said directly without any embarrassment. Demons had their demons and were simple and direct. Although he had entered the human world before, he could not learn how to live in the human world. Why? Ningchen narrowed his eyes and asked. Bai Yunlian looked at the completely destroyed primitive land, and a trace of sadness flashed across his face. He said lightly, In the human world, I only know you. Ningchen did not say anything more and walked to the other side. Let's go. Bai Yunlian heard this and restrained his emotions and followed. Not far away, Mingyu saw Jiming walking over and lowered her head so much that she almost hid behind Purple Crystal. Marquis, Purple Crystal said respectfully. Next time, don't let her fool around, Ningchen said calmly. Yes, Purple Crystal nodded. Mingyu, come here. Ningchen looked at the girl behind Purple Crystal and said. Mingyu heard this and walked out slowly. She lowered her head and said softly, I won't do it next time. You've grown up. Ningchen reached out and rubbed the little girl's hair. He did not lecture her anymore. He had already taught her what needed to be said. The current era belonged to her and Cheer. He would not interfere anymore. Bad guy, you're not angry with me, right? Mingyu secretly raised her head and asked softly. Ningchen smiled and said, Let's go. I'll take you home. Hearing this, Mingyu's eyebrows curved as she nodded vigorously. Daughter? Bai Yunlian looked puzzled. Something like that. Ningchen replied and did not explain further. Perhaps time had passed too quickly. He felt that the 7 or 8 years old girl had not grown up yet. Bad guy, you don't know. That Xiaoqi always wants to take my territory. Along the way, Mingyu hugged Ningchen's arm and chattered nonstop. She told him everything that had happened in the past few years, big and small. Naturally, she did not forget to complain about Xiaoqi. Ningchen listened quietly. Big and small matters, he listened to them one by one. There was not a trace of impatience on his face. As she spoke, Mingyu's eyes reddened and tears fell unconsciously. She reached out and wiped her tears. She only showed her weak side to the young man beside her, but she did not want him to see it. Ningchen raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on the little girl's face. He was careful and gentle. It was not a fortunate thing to be born as an emperor, especially when she had to carefully hide her identity as a woman. Perhaps only she knew the hardships involved. Chapter 547. Eastern Divine Prefecture, Great Xia Dynasty, 100 miles away from the imperial city. The four of them parted ways. Mingyu's eyes were filled with tears, full of reluctance. In the end, Mingyu and Zijing continued to head north. As an emperor, how could she be as willful as she was when she was young? Ningchen quietly watched Mingyu disappear from his sight. After a long time, he continued to walk towards the imperial city with Bai Yunlian. In the imperial palace, a guard ran in and knelt down to report. Xiaqi, who was correcting memorials, immediately got up and walked out of the main hall. In the imperial city, the imperial guards were constantly mobilized. The people were shocked, not knowing what had happened. In the distance, Red walked over. After 10 years, it was the first time he had returned. The imperial guards who had been waiting for a long time knelt down and said respectfully, "Welcome, Marquis. Welcome, Marquis. Welcome, Marquis." Batch after batch of soldiers knelt down and used their own methods to welcome Marquis' return. When the people in the city heard this earth-shattering voice, they all looked at the red-clothed young man walking over. Many of the older people recognized the Marquis from back then. Their expressions changed, and they immediately knelt down. Jiming Marquis, the most controversial Marquis in Great Xia. However, no one could deny that in the most difficult days of Great Xia, it was this handsome and calm young man who held up the entire Great Xia. "Grandpa, who is this brother?" A child who was not even 10 years old looked at the kneeling figure and asked curiously. "Marquis of Great Xia." Beside the child, the old man said softly. When the child heard this, his eyes flashed with envy and worship. He said, "When I grow up, I also want to be a marquis." The elder did not praise or blame him. He only said softly, "Wu ho in Xia, what you represent is not power or glory, but responsibility and sacrifice. Without a will as firm as a rock, you will not be able to bear this heavy burden." In the 1,000 years of Great Xia, marquis after marquis, those who died of old age were few and far between. After the peace of Great Xia, it was the blood of many marquis. For 1,000 years, no one retreated. In the Battle of Gods, many marquis of Great Xia were killed, and became the most painful day in Great Xia. It was because of this that the lords of the 9 cities had the courage to rebel. Fortunately, Jiming Marquis was still alive and had single-handedly suppressed all the rebellions. In the imperial city, after kneeling, there was an unprecedented silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the sound of footsteps clearly fell into everyone's hearts. "Get up." Hong Yi stopped 10 steps away. "Yes." The kneeling commoners and imperial army soldiers received their orders and stood up. At this moment, the sound of carriages came from behind the group. Dragon guards quickly followed them over. Ning Chen shifted his gaze and looked forward. A gentle look flashed across his calm face. "Master!" When the carriage stopped, Xiaqi pushed away the people who were supporting him and walked forward. Unconsciously, tears welled up in his eyes. Men do not easily shed tears, even more so for emperors. Ning Chen patted the former's shoulder and said gently. Turned out that they had really grown up. Xiaqi nodded and put away his excitement. He said, "Master, come back to the palace with me. Today I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you in the palace." "No need." Ning Chen smiled and shook his head. "I don't have much time left. I just want to spend more time with your imperial grandmother. As for the welcoming dinner, there's no need." When Xiaqi heard this, he wanted to persuade him again, but in the end, he did not say anything. "Let's go. It's getting late. Also, let the soldiers return to their positions," Ning Chen said gently. Xiaqi nodded. He turned around and gave the order for the generals to leave. Not long after, the imperial army soldiers left. Ning Chen and Xiaqi walked away. On the road, the two of them walked in front. The imperial guards all followed behind them. They were very clear that with the martial marquis present, no one in the world could hurt his majesty. When they approached the palace, Ning Chen stopped and looked at Xiaqi, who was as tall as him. He said softly, "Go back. Don't delay the matters of the court." Xiaqi was reluctant, but he knew his master's temperament. He could only return to the palace for now. Ning Chen watched Xiaqi enter the palace, then turned and walked towards the imperial mausoleum. When he passed by the manor of the Marquis of Jiming, Ning Chen paused for a moment. In the end, he did not enter and continued walking. In the imperial mausoleum, in front of the Zhangsun mausoleum, Red Clothes walked over. At this moment, he returned to being ordinary. He was no longer Jiming, no longer the world-famous sword art peak. He was just a wanderer who had left home for many years and returned alone. Empress, I'm back. Looking at the mausoleum in front of him, Ning Chen knelt down and said softly. The bleak autumn wind blew a faint chill. His tired heart temporarily calmed down. At the same time, in the homeland of West Buddha, on the desolate great wilderness, the celestial pride disappeared in a flash. The celestial corpse that brought Jiming back from the heavens beyond heaven was patrolling west. The phoenix that had been chasing after it was gone. Between the safety of Ming Yu and the whereabouts of the celestial palanquin, Ning Chen had to make a choice. He went to the primitive land first to save Ming Yu's life. On the Tianfu planet, on the third day after Jiming left, the Palace of Seven Kills rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It also walked on the starry sky road. No one knew where it was headed. After Yen Yuntian left, the younger generation on planet Tianfu all let out a sigh of relief. That huge mountain had been pressing down on them, blocking out the light of everyone else. The word, heavenly genius, could only dance for one person. In the Tianxiang dynasty, Xiao Libi took away all the ancient books on mechanisms and formations. He left a few simple words for the emperor of the Tianxiang dynasty and left again. 10 days later, after handing over 30% of the star soul iron, the Pill Pagoda finally met its most terrifying opponent. The honorable swordsman of the Tianfu Holy Land came personally. His seemingly ordinary sword became the Pill Pagoda's most terrifying nightmare. The honorable swordsman attacked and cut the Pill Pagoda in half. Honorable Zhen Yang was furious and fought with him. The result was without a doubt. Honorable Zhen Yang lost miserably. Honorable Dong Sun came later, but was also defeated by the only sword in the Tianfu Holy Land. Just as the Pill Pagoda was forced into a corner, the Grand Pagoda Master, who rarely showed himself, finally appeared and barely managed to stop the honorable swordsman. The battle between the two alarmed the entire Tianfu planet. While they were amazed by the Grand Pagoda Master's shocking cultivation, they were even more shocked by the honorable swordsman's strength. The battle reached its climax. In the destructive airflow, a fairy-like figure appeared and blocked the two. The Tianfu Holy Land's star venerate Chao Tianxi appeared. This godlike woman was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone on the Tianfu planet. She was truly above the honorable realm. She was an absolute existence that transcended the boundaries of the mortal world. In the face of such an opponent, the Pill Pagoda had no choice but to submit and hand over all the star soul iron. After this display of power, no one in the world dared to resist. They all took the initiative to send the star soul iron to the Tianfu Holy Land. Xiao Libi returned to the Tianfu Holy Land again, and continued to read all the ancient books on formations and mechanisms in the Tianxiang dynasty and the Tianfu Holy Land. In the Star Soul Life Sea, the unfamiliar planet was getting closer and closer to the Tianfu Holy Land. This meant that there was less and less time left for them. Destruction and rebirth all depended on the final battle. After Chao Tianxi returned to the Tianfu Holy Land, he didn't leave. He stood in the depths of the Tianfu Holy Land day and night, refining the blazing star soul iron gathered from the entire Tianfu Holy Land. Tian Xiang carved the formations he found in the ancient books onto the star soul iron. He did it again and again, day and night without stopping. On the Tianfu Holy Land, from the nobles to the commoners, everyone still lived as usual. They didn't know that the Tianfu Holy Land's calamity was right in front of them. Tian Xiang and Chao Tianxi concealed the news that the planet was about to collide with the Tianfu Holy Land. People's hearts were hard to predict. This kind of thing couldn't be made public. If it was denied, the entire Tianfu Holy Land would fall into chaos. Before the apocalypse, rules and etiquette would be completely abandoned by the fearful people. If someone pushed it in the dark, the Tianfu Holy Land would be finished before the planet even descended. At the same time, in the homeland of West Buddha, Chongling, knowing destiny's main body, woke up. He had lost his cultivation and had just recovered from his injuries. His body was still weak, but his consciousness was much clearer. Seeing this, the noblewoman breathed a sigh of relief. If her negligence caused knowing destiny's main body to never wake up, then she would regret it for the rest of her life. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him with the same face but completely different aura. After a short pause, he understood. Chong Yu? Ning Chen asked. My name is Chong Yu, the noblewoman of Chongling. Chong Yu is just a name my avatar came up with for convenience, the noblewoman replied. I didn't expect the noblewoman to also cultivate the art of 2 transformations. Ning Chen sighed softly. The 5 regions were originally one world. Although the Eastern Divine Land separated from the 5 regions 30,000 years ago, many cultivation methods were not lost. My current body has reached the peak of perfection. I cultivated my avatar because I wanted to break free from the shackles of the Dragon's Gate when my 2 bodies merge again. I wanted to break free from the shackles of the Dragon's Gate and reach the legendary realm above supremacy, the noblewoman explained. Did you succeed? Ning Chen asked. My avatar has reached perfection and is stabilizing its realm. With the help of the life scroll, when my 2 bodies merge, there shouldn't be any rejection. I have a 30% chance of reaching the realm above supremacy, the noblewoman replied. 30%. Ning Chen murmured softly. It's not low anymore. The noblewoman nodded. It was indeed not low. In the entire world, for tens of thousands of years, no one had taken this important step. One could imagine how difficult this step was. If the noblewoman has any other needs, just say it. I only hope that if the noblewoman really takes this step one day, you can tell me if the realm above supremacy can bring people back from the dead, Ning Chen said. Hearing this, the noblewoman sighed inwardly. Her expression was very serious. If there really is a way to bring people back from the dead, as long as the noblewoman can do it, even if I have to give up all of Chongling, I will help you once. Many thanks, Ning Chen replied. Ji Ming, I have trapped you for nearly 20 years. Now, the promise between you and me has been fulfilled. It is up to you to decide whether to leave or stay. However, at this point, the noblewoman hesitated slightly and continued, Your current body has lost its cultivation. It is too dangerous to leave now. The phoenix body is already searching for a way to bring people back from the dead. You have the 4 scrolls of the heavenly books and the merit of saving the world. If you can put aside everything and focus on cultivation, your progress will not lose to anyone. The path to immortality is hard to find. Rather than placing your hopes on immortality, why not try to ascend to immortality yourself? Chapter 548. In the northwest of the imperial city, in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Hong Yi had been kneeling for 3 days. On the 3rd day, autumn rain fell from the sky, covering the lonely imperial mausoleum and drenching Ji Ming's clothes. A wanderer who had left home could only return to the side of his elders. Only then could his tired heart find temporary peace. Ji Ming did not know his own fate. He had walked for too long and was covered in hardship. In the distance, a beautiful figure appeared. Her starry eyes flashed with a strange light. In her eyes, he was a despicable, shameless, stubborn, persistent human who never knew how to give up. This was the first time she had seen him like this. It turned out that he also had a weak side. After 3 days and 3 nights, everyone in the imperial city had returned. However, no one dared to disturb him. Xia Qi came several times and looked at his master kneeling in front of the tomb. In the end, he did not go forward. However, there was one exception. On the 3rd day, when the sun was about to set, she slowly walked over. Xia Xinyu, the most beautiful woman in the great Xia 10 years ago. 10 years later, she was still the same. You're back. The gentle words were like the most ordinary greetings between friends. The two of them had gone through countless trials and tribulations. They had gained a lot, but lost even more. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Xia Xinyu stepped forward and gently wiped away the autumn dust on the tomb. Then she asked calmly, "When are you leaving?" "Tonight." Ning Chen replied. "Take care. If you're tired, come back." Xia Xinyu said softly. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded once again and agreed. "I won't disturb you. Accompany Mother well. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." After that, Xia Xinyu did not stay any longer and walked away. The two of them passed by each other. It was like a portrayal of their lives. If they missed each other, it would be difficult to make up for it. The sun set and the moon rose. Stars filled the sky. The person under the moon slowly stood up. Outside the imperial mausoleum, the 6 marquises had returned. They gathered together and waited quietly. In front, Xiaoqi looked at Hong Yi, who stood up in front of the tomb. Marquis Kong Yu, Marquis Anling, Zhangsun Yunxian, and the 3 new marquises all bowed respectfully. Of the previous generation of Marquis of Great Xia, only Ji Ming was left. He was the only protector of Great Xia after the war of sending off the gods. He deserved their respect. Now is your era. The future of the Grand Xia will depend on you to protect it. Don't disgrace the glory of the Marquis, said Ningchen calmly. Yes, the 6 replied respectfully. Master. Xia Qi stepped forward, his eyes filled with reluctance. Ning Chen looked at the little prince who had already grown up and said with a calm expression, Qi as the emperor, your every word and action is related to the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. You have grown up and have to learn to take responsibility. Everyone has their own path. Master has done his duty in the Xia dynasty. In the future, you can only rely on your own efforts. Remember, don't go against your original intentions and treat the world well. Xia Qi silently memorized every word in his heart. A moment later, he said softly, Master, is it right or wrong to start a war for Great Xia? Ning Chen sighed softly and said, Do you think it was right or wrong for Fan Lingyue to attack Xia in order to bring northern Meng out of the barren north? Wrong, said Xia Qi quietly. Right and wrong, most of the time, it depends on one's standpoint and one's heart. Fan Lingyue has always hoped for peace and prosperity in the world. I once asked her if her world included Grand Xia, and she said of course. I have never doubted her words. Even before she said those words, millions of people in Yangue City had just been slaughtered. Speaking up to here, Ning Chen looked at the 6 marquis and calmly said, Ideals, methods, and reality, how to balance them is your problem. War is definitely wrong, regardless of the reason, victory or defeat, the people will always suffer. However, in this world, war has never stopped. Northern Meng was defeated, and Fan Lingyue used her life to pay for the sins of the world. If you really think it is necessary to start a war, then you must have the courage to bear all the consequences and not just put the consequences on others. Thank you for your advice. The 6 bowed again and said respectfully, Qi Master is leaving. We will meet again someday. After saying this, Ning Chen walked out of the imperial tomb and headed west. He was dressed in red under the night, but his footsteps never wavered. Where are you going? Bai Yunlian appeared and asked calmly. The homeland of Western Buddha, Ning Chen answered. Okay, Bai Yunlian answered softly and didn't say anything else. In the heavenly province planet, Chao Tianxi, who had been refining star soul iron day and night, didn't rest anymore. He was a 1-star venerable, and he was willing to do everything for the future of the heavenly province. The vitality and spiritual energy of the heavenly province sacred land had started to dry up, and it was still spreading in all directions. Countless people panicked and looked in the direction of the heavenly province sacred land. They didn't know what the godlike star venerable was planning. In front of the star soul life sea, the sword venerable stood quietly, looking at the restrictions set up by the Nether King. This was the heavenly province's last chance. They could only succeed and not fail. The collapsed celestial realm was the only weak point of the Nether King's barrier, and it was also their only hope. As long as they could forge the star soul flowing fire, even if the entire heavenly province Sacred Land was destroyed, it would be worth it. Time passed day after day. In the heavenly province Sacred Land sealed by Chao Tianxi, a giant creature appeared. It looked like a phoenix, but it wasn't a phoenix, and it looked like a beast, but it wasn't a head. Its huge body occupied more than half of the heavenly province Sacred Land. Its whole body was black, and there were formations engraved all over it. Its unparalleled pressure was shocking. The star soul flowing fire, which was made by gathering the resources of the one-star star, gradually took shape. On the heavenly province planet, many human supremes felt the terrifying pressure from the heavenly province Sacred Land. They all came to the heavenly province Sacred Land, hoping to get an explanation. However, only the Sword of the Sword Venerable welcomed them. Before the restriction of the heavenly province Sacred Land was truly opened, the news that the heavenly province Sacred Land would be hit by a life-great star couldn't be leaked. Sword Venerable, do you think you can stop everyone by yourself? Venerable Zhen Yang of the Pill Tower stepped forward and asked coldly. Why not? The Sword Venerable said calmly. How arrogant! Another human supremacy stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Just as the two sides were about to fight, starlight gathered in the void, and an illusory figure appeared, blocking the two sides. Star Venerable. Everyone bowed respectfully, not daring to act rashly. I know your doubts, but this is a serious matter, and it's impossible for everyone to know. You can choose 3 representatives to enter the heavenly province Sacred Land, Chao Tianxi said calmly. When the human supremes heard this, they fell silent for a while. They knew very well that they couldn't really barge into the heavenly province Sacred Land with a star Venerable guarding it. Moreover, there was also the ruthless Sword Venerable here. Although it was difficult to kill him at the Great Completeness Realm, it didn't mean that he couldn't be killed. It wasn't difficult to choose 3 representatives. The Pill Tower, Tiandu Mountain, and a top sect each sent one person to follow the Sword Venerable into the heavenly province Sacred Land. The rest of the human supremes waited quietly outside, looking at the mountain-like giant in the heavenly province Sacred Land from time to time. They couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. Not long after, the human supremes of the Pill Tower, Tiandu Mountain, and another sect walked out. They looked at the crowd and sighed. Go back. You will know the answer in a few days. The 3 of us have to stay to help the Star Venerable complete the Star Soul Flowing Fire, so we won't go with you. Chapter 549. In the homeland of West Buddha, knowing destiny had appeared. In the past 4 years, he had been forced into the sea of demonic wheel by various sects in Central State. He had chased the palanquin into the Immortal Palace, then went to Outer Sky, and finally returned to Central State. The palanquin had gone through a cycle, and knowing destiny had followed along for several seasons. Ning Chen was very sure that the woman in the palanquin was Ghost Girl, but he still didn't understand why. Immortal corpses had existed since ancient times, but Ghost Girl hadn't lived for more than 100 years. Ning Chen wanted an answer. There couldn't be 2 Ghost Girls in the world. There must be a reason that he didn't know. West Buddha was the holy land of Buddhism in the 5 regions. The Light Supreme of Tianfu Mountain, the West Jade Lord of West Jade Mountain, and the Supreme Bodhi of the Central State of the East were all peak human supremes. Including the Demon Buddha of the Demon Temple, there were 4 known Supreme Buddhas in the entire homeland of West Buddha. There was no doubt that West Buddha had fewer human supremes than Central State, but the surviving supremes were almost all at the peak. Their combat power was extremely terrifying, and the difference in strength between the 2 regions was even. In a sense, the homeland of West Buddha was perhaps the most prosperous cultivation ground in the 5 regions. Bai Yunlian didn't like this place because she hated all the bald donkeys. Not long after they arrived in West Buddha, they were lucky enough to meet someone they knew. Or rather, they were unlucky enough to meet someone they knew. Falling star. Unlike last time, the person being chased this time was the opposite. It was young Master Luo who was in a sorry state. It seemed that he had fled for countless days and thousands of miles. The person chasing after him was a woman in a green shirt. She had a pretty face and a cultivation of the half-martial highness realm. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if they could spit out flames. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately turned and walked in the opposite direction. Friends were meant to be tricked. He liked tricking others, but he didn't like it when others tricked him. He knew Falling Star's talent and strength better than anyone else. When they were still in the 5 calamities, this guy was already in the 3rd calamity. Now that more than a decade had passed, his cultivation was probably at the peak of the 3rd calamity, or even demigod. With the Starstreak bow in hand, the woman couldn't have chased him to such a sorry state. The only explanation was that this guy had done something guilty and didn't dare to fight back. Knowing destiny? Just as Ning Chen was about to turn and leave, Luo Xingchen's eyes lit up and he called out. Ning Chen heard this and walked even faster. You know each other? Bai Yunlian asked in confusion. I'm not familiar with him. Just pretend you didn't hear him. Let's hurry up and leave, Ning Chen replied. White Cloud nodded doubtfully and stepped forward to follow him. Ji Ming, you ungrateful guy. Have you forgotten who helped you out in Zhongzhou province? Luo Xingchen shouted at the top of his lungs as he dodged the attacks of the woman behind him. This time, no matter how thick-skinned Ning Chen was, he could not pretend that he did not hear anything. He turned around and looked at Luo Xingchen, who was beaten up to the point that he did not dare to fight back. He did not hide the gloating in his eyes as he said, Luo Xingchen? What a coincidence. I didn't see you just now. I'm sorry. Why are you still in a daze? Help me! Luo Xingchen shouted as he retreated dozens of meters. When the green-robed woman saw that Luo Xingchen's helpers had arrived, she immediately became vigilant. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the 2 people not far away. She was unusually alert. Miss, I'm not familiar with him. I'm just passing by. You can continue, Ning Chen said without any regard for friendship. Fuck you. Luo Xingchen cursed anxiously. He knew that this guy was unreliable, but he did not expect that he did not even have the intention to pretend. When the green-robed woman heard this, she really believed it. Hence, she started fighting with Luo Xingchen again. 2 weirdos. Ning Chen was delighted. Luo Xingchen was definitely not a good person. Now that there was someone who could restrain him, it was really a great blessing in the world. Ji Ming, weren't you forced into the demonic we'll see? Why did you come out? Luo Xingchen dodged the woman's palm power and turned his head to ask curiously. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. But you, why are you being hunted down every day? Ning Chen asked casually. It's a long story. If you don't help me, you'll have to collect my corpse, Luo Xingchen said as he dodged the palm power again by a hair's breadth. Don't worry. I'll help you find a good place to bury it, Ning Chen replied, unmoved. I've made a bad friend. Luo Xingchen smiled bitterly. These guys from the Divine Prefecture would not shirk away from big things, but would not do small things. Why was it so difficult to find someone to help him? Let me ask you something. Is there any news about immortal corpses patrolling the Western Buddha homeland? Ning Chen asked. No. Why are you asking about this? Luo Xingchen was confused. This legend was so ancient that it scared people to death. There probably weren't many people who knew about it anymore. I've seen the woman in the palanquin. She looks exactly like the ghost woman, Ning Chen said seriously. When Luo Xingchen heard this, his expression froze. He raised his hand to stop the green-clothed woman's attack and said, Miss Luo, I have something important to discuss with my friend. Can we put aside the grudge between us for a while? We've already fought for so many days. A little while won't make a difference, right? Luo Fu frowned. After thinking for a bit, she nodded in agreement. When Ning Chen saw this, He helplessly shook his head. This is? Luo Xingqian walked up and looked at the woman beside the former. By Yunlian, a friend, Ning Chen introduced. Luo Xingqian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. His expression became serious as he said, "Tell me more about the palanquin and the ghost woman." Ning Chen recounted his experiences from Immortal Palace to the Heavenly Manor planet. The only thing he felt was that everything was a mess. He couldn't find the source. Could it be that the ghost woman is the same as you and also cultivates a body dual transformation technique? Luo Xingqian frowned. No, the ghost woman's 3 souls are complete. It can't be a clone, replied Ning Chen. Luo Xingqian sighed. This matter really was bizarre. It wasn't just this matter. From Immortal Palace to Sky Beyond Heaven, there was nothing normal about this brat. If you can't figure it out, then go find the answer yourself. Right, give me some of your source immortal jades, said Luo Xingqian. What are they for? Ning Chen's expression immediately became vigilant. He only had a few pieces, and they were obtained after exhausting himself. This entire time, he hadn't even been willing to use them. What else can they be used for? Of course they're for cultivation. Do you think they can be used for food? Said Luo Xingqian unhappily. You still haven't reached the consummate realm, so what are you using immortal jades for? That's too wasteful. Ning Chen's face was full of unwillingness. I'm stuck at the peak of the 3 calamities, so I wasn't in a rush. But recently I've taken a fancy to something. Taking it like this is a bit dangerous. Once I reach the half-step Exalt realm, it'll be much more reliable, said Luo Xingqian honestly. How many pieces do you want? Asked Ning Chen. 1,000. Luo Xingqian didn't even think about it. Scram. Why don't you want 10,000? Cursed Ning Chen. 800. I can't go any lower. If I can't break through to the half-step Exalt realm and something unexpected happens, you really will have to collect my corpse, said Luo Xingqian. 600. Take it or leave it. Ning Chen clenched his teeth. Deal. Luo Xingqian decisively nodded. Ning Chen waved his hand, handing over the mountain of immortal jades with a pained expression. Use it sparingly. If there's anything left, return it to me, said Ning Chen. Don't worry, I'll definitely return the rest. Luo Xingqian waved his hand and put away the immortal jades. Return it? Dream on. One more thing. In these 4 years, have you seen Sword 2, Mu Qianshang, and the others? Asked Ning Chen. I coincidentally saw Sword 2 once. But that guy's brain is fried. He said something about helping his senior sect brother finish his unfinished path. As for the others, I don't know where they ran off to. After the 5 regions merged, these people's martial arts progress was fiercer than the last. A group of madmen, Luo Xingqian said in displeasure. Back then, he had been the one with the highest cultivation. While cultivation and battle power were not equal, the cultivation he was most proud of might not even have an advantage. How could he feel comfortable? The divine lands were restricted too severely back then. It was difficult to even enter the Khanate realm. Now that they are no longer restricted, how can these martial arts geniuses not be excited? Ning Chen said helplessly. Forget about them. I almost forgot. Isn't your main body in the Chongling ancient land? Why don't you ask that Chongling female supreme? She should know more about the homeland of West Buddha, suggested Luo Xingqian. Makes sense. Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at the woman in green who was still waiting nearby and said, Miss, we have finished discussing our matters. You can continue. Hearing this, Luo Xingqian's expression changed. He did not even say goodbye. He gave the former a middle finger and ran away. Seeing this, the woman in green immediately chased after him. Ning Chen looked at the 2's departing figures and gave a blissful smile. Those friends who had entrusted their lives to him back then had all walked their own path. Luo Xingqian's experience was also bumpy, but he was the most carefree one. He could see that the woman in green he met this time was a simple and kind person. He hoped that he would cherish this hard-won fate. He hoped that all lovers in the world would find their way together. After standing for a long time and waiting for the two figures to disappear, Ning Chen looked at Bai Yunlian and said, "Miss Bai, let's continue on our way." Bai Yunlian nodded. He remembered the young man from before. So they were really friends. The emotions between humans were really complicated and difficult to distinguish. "Why did you not help him?" Bai Yunlian asked softly. "That girl cannot hurt him. Also, he will solve the trouble he caused himself." "If I help him, I will be helping the evildoer," Ning Chen answered. "Are you not friends?" Bai Yunlian asked in puzzlement. "Friends are used to block blades, not to block trouble. If the one in trouble today was me, that guy may run faster," Ning Chen answered. "I do not understand." Bai Yunlian shook his head and said, "You have stayed in the world for a long time and will slowly understand. In this world, everyone will encounter all kinds of people and matters. Some will add flowers to brocade, some will send charcoal in snowy weather, and some will hit someone when they are down. Like that guy just now. If there is trouble, I will not find him because he will hide faster than anyone else. But if there is a day when my life is in danger, the first to save me will be him, and vice versa," Ning Chen said calmly. Chapter 550. In the homeland of West Buddha, in an area where few dared to enter, two figures appeared and walked over. Humans, Buddhas, and demons were not allowed to enter the Forbidden Land. Those who trespassed would die. Chongling was the top sect in this Forbidden Land. It had existed since ancient times and was one of the most mysterious inheritances in the homeland of West Buddha. For hundreds of years, the female supreme rarely appeared in the world. People of Chongling rarely stepped out of the Forbidden Land. For such a mysterious and powerful inheritance, no sect in the homeland of West Buddha was willing to provoke it. Ning Chen and Bai Yunlian walked into the Forbidden Land and immediately felt an unusual presence. The death restriction was activated. Undercurrents rose. Killing lights flashed past and threatened to kill the two. The Forbidden Land lives up to its name. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He formed a sword with his fingers. Supported by phoenix energy, he swung his sword and scattered the undercurrent. Trespassing the Forbidden Land. You will not live. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. A powerful presence descended. In an instant, gray air currents filled the area. The oppressive presence was so heavy that people could not breathe. Supreme. Ning Chen frowned slightly. They were really unlucky. Mo Kuang appeared. His sword was extremely sharp after the second calamity. Mo Kuang met the palm that fell from the sky. With an earth-shaking tremor, Hong Yi took half a step back. His left hand formed a sword and broke through the air. Jili Zun flipped his palm and shook the sword finger. The two sides collided. The undercurrents surged endlessly and the dust rose hundreds of feet. Not bad. Jili Zun had a strange expression. He retreated and gathered the undercurrents. Just as he was about to start the battle again, light gathered in the void. An illusory figure appeared and stopped the battle. Jili, these are my guests. Please let them pass. HM? Jili Zun made a sound of surprise. He waved his hand to disperse the undercurrents. He looked at the woman who appeared in the void and said calmly, "Female Chong, when did Chongling interact with the Yao? There is no need for Jili Zun to worry about Chongling. Come with me," the female supreme said softly. Ning Chen nodded and followed along with Bai Yunlian. Jili Zun did not stop her. Looking at the two words, light flashed through his eyes. A top swordsman of the world, a supreme of the Yao, and the Chongling female supreme. How much had she hidden? In the ancient lands of Chongling, the noble woman came with two people. In a chaotic hall, she sat cross-legged in plain clothes. Formation scripts appeared around her and sped up the passage of time. Did he say anything? Ning Chen asked as he gazed at the main body before him. He was able to discern that the main body had entered into closed-door cultivation, and it would be impossible for the main body to emerge in a short period of time. He said that he will no longer care about the affairs of the mortal world. He will continue to cultivate until he reaches the immortal realm. As for the matter of finding a way to revive the dead, he will leave it to you, the female supreme said softly. Sure. Ning Chen nodded. His demonic body had already stepped onto the demonic path, and his main body was doing his best to ascend to immortality. As for his main body, he would continue on his own path. As long as he could revive the ghost girl, he would try any method. In addition, Miss Ruoshi has begun to cultivate, the female sovereign said. Ning Chen frowned. How was that possible? Ruoshi's talent was not as good as his, and she had already missed her best years. It would be difficult for her to embark on the path of cultivation again. It is not an ordinary martial path. Even if she succeeds in learning it, she will not be too strong. However, Miss Ruoshi does not like fighting. This method suits her. When we meet in the future, it will definitely give you a surprise, the female supreme said calmly. Thank you, female supreme, Ning Chen said seriously. No need. As they spoke, a familiar figure walked in from outside the chaotic hall. Her powerful aura had already reached perfection. Chong Yu, Ning Chen said in surprise. Wrong, it is the female supreme. The female supreme and the female supreme walked together. For the first time in 100 years they were one again. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. So, Chong Yu and the Chongling female supreme were the same as him. Ji Ming, how did you get out of the demon we'll see? The female supreme asked in confusion. I chased after the palanquin. Ning Chen briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. Originally, he did not plan to return so quickly. There were existences above the supremes in the sky beyond heaven. They might be of help to him in reviving the ghost girl. However, the truth of the immortal corpses was something he urgently wanted to find out. If he missed it, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Female Supreme, you are cultivating 2 bodies. Are you preparing to break through to the Supremes? Ning Chen asked seriously. Yes. The female Supreme nodded. Ning Chen was silent. With a wave of his hand, Mo Kuang appeared. In the outer heavens, I fought briefly with the heavenly mansion Star Venerate, who was above the supremacy level. I managed to remember some of the laws of heaven and earth. I can't help you much, so I'll use this battle as a reward for your help, Ning Chen said. Hearing this, the female Supreme's eyes flashed with a strange light. She slowly said, Thank you. The 2 walked out of the chaotic hall. Ning Chen looked at Bai Yunlian, who was quietly waiting not far away, and said softly, Miss Bai, please help me. Bai Yunlian thought for a moment. With a flip of her hand, a white bead slowly rose from her dantian and flew out of her mouth. Return it to me after the battle. Bai Yunlian waved her hand and sent the inner core out. Seeing this, Ning Chen and the female Supreme's expressions froze. The inner core of a demon venerable. Humans cultivated the sea of energy, while demons cultivated the inner core. Although they were different in form, their essence was the same. Losing it would destroy their cultivation. The female Supreme sighed inwardly. For tens of thousands of years, the demon race had been declining day by day. It was not without reason. Compared to the unpredictable humans, the hearts of the demon race were much purer. Ning Chen was silent and did not say anything. He originally only wanted to borrow a portion of his demon essence. He did not expect Bai Yunlian to give away her inner core. In the next moment, a phoenix cry sounded. The figure of a phoenix appeared and swallowed the inner core. It spread its wings and its aura rose rapidly. Thunder roared in the sky, but it was disturbed by Chongling's array formation and could not descend. Ning Chen stepped forward. The phoenix essence around him merged with the white dragon's demon essence. He raised his hand and the surrounding void collapsed. He had actually reproduced the move of the Heavenly Palace Star Sovereign. Void destruction. Once the words were spoken, the world would cry out in grief. The power was different, but they had similar characteristics. Expanse after expanse of space collapsed, reaching 100 zhang away. In the void of destruction, the female supreme stood still like a mountain. She was seriously experiencing the power of the move. Prison circle. The moment the void was repaired, the laws changed again. Ning Chen used his phoenix essence and demon essence to forcefully control the laws of space and reproduced the prison circle move. The female supreme took a step forward. At this moment, she was trapped in a cage and could not move. 2 moves had passed. Just as Ning Chen was about to activate the last move, he suddenly stumbled. Blood flowed out. The cold aura exploded and attacked the phoenix body. The female supreme's expression changed. She stepped forward and sent her vital essence in to disperse the cold aura. The phoenix body belongs to the fire element and clashes with the cold aura. It cannot be forced. Also, such laws are useless to me. It does not matter if I look or not, the female supreme said softly. Ning Chen nodded tiredly and said, "This is all I can do. Female supreme, I hope you can step on the path to immortality as soon as possible." "Many thanks," the female supreme earnestly said. Due to the limitations of her realm, knowing destiny's laws were still very immature. But to her, it was still a great help. After all, she had already cultivated to the peak of perfection and could see things that knowing destiny could not. It had to be said that although this young man's cultivation talent could not be considered top-notch, his intelligence and comprehension ability were extremely terrifying. Even if he didn't understand, he could still clearly remember everything. Knowing destiny, I haven't heard any news about the immortal corpses you spoke of. However, according to ancient legends, the immortal palanquin once appeared in the westernmost part of the Western Buddha's homeland. "You can go take a look," said the female supreme calmly. Ning Chen nodded in agreement. At the same time, the heavenly mansion planet had been affected by the flowing flame star. The entire sacred land had been turned into a land of death. The once boundless heavenly mansion sacred land was now covered in withered trees. It was desolate and desolate. Above the sacred land, the mountain-like object's aura became more and more shocking. The celestial body had set up a formation, and runes were engraved on it to increase the power of the divine artifact. Not far away, the sword venerate looked at the flowing flame star that was gradually taking shape. The battle intent in his calm eyes became harder and harder to hide. He knew that once this object was completed, the war would begin. The resources of one star were limited, so the experts of the inner realm wouldn't welcome them. Of course, they were the same. In order to obtain more resources for the heavenly mansion, this war was inevitable. Now, it all depended on whether the star venerate could break the underworld king's boundary between the inner and outer realms. Celestial body, how much longer? Chao Tianxi walked over with a serious expression. 3 months, said Xiaobieli calmly. Chao Tianxi nodded and looked at the black-clothed man. He slowly said, "Sword venerate, the war is about to begin. You are the sword of the heavenly mansion and the war god of the heavenly mansion. Remember, no matter what, you can't lose." "I understand." The sword venerate nodded. "Star venerate." At this moment, the void stirred and the human sovereigns of the 3 large sects appeared. They respectfully bowed. "How did it go?" Chao Tianxi turned around and asked. "Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the flowing flame star to be completed." Venerable Dong Sun stepped forward and answered. "Thank you for your hard work," said Chao Tianxi softly. "This matter concerns the rise and fall of the heavenly mansion. We're just doing our part," said the human sovereign of the heavenly capital mountain. "Venerable Dong Sun, does the pill tower have pills that can help people temporarily improve their cultivation?" Chao Tianxi looked over and asked. Venerable Dong Sun frowned and said, "With your cultivation as a star venerable and the help of the flowing flame star, you should have at least a 90% chance of breaking the underworld king's boundary in the celestial region. Why should you take the risk of a backlash and use pills to improve your cultivation? When it comes to the Underworld King, we can't be too careful. This is the Heavenly Mansion's only chance. We can't let any accidents happen. Chao Tianxi sighed softly. The Pill Tower has a fallen immortal pill, which was left behind by the Pill Tower's first Tower Master. It can help a human sovereign reach the superior sovereign realm in a short time. However, the side effects are equally terrifying. After 1 hour, the person who consumes it will be crippled. Star venerates are already superior sovereigns. I don't know whether it will cripple their cultivation, but they will at least be severely injured. Please reconsider, Venerable Dong Sun said seriously. Chao Tianxi was silent. After a moment, he slowly said, as long as we can break the Underworld King's boundary, it's worth it. Chapter 551. In the West Buddha's homeland, knowing destiny had appeared. This was truly the end of the world. Just like the east of the Divine Prefecture, everything was desolate. The 5 regions were different from the other planet. This was a world created by the Nether King, and it was surrounded by a sea of chaos. After searching for several days, Ning Chen walked to the end of the world and looked down at the endless chaos. A moment later, he took a step forward. Miss Bai, you should stay. There's no need to take this risk with me, said Ning Chen when he saw that the white flood dragon was about to follow. If there's danger, I'll leave, said Bai Yunlian calmly. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He stomped his foot and charged down. In the primal chaos, waves of fog rolled. The lower one went, the lower the visibility, and the more difficult it was to go down. After walking for a long time, a 10-meter-tall divine tree appeared in front of them. Chaos gathered around it, and it was sparkling and translucent. It was dark gray and extraordinary. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the divine tree in front of him. A trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. When chaos gathered, everything was possible. Back then, Mu Bai had come to the end of the world to wait for a sword. He had sat there for countless days and nights. Fortunately, Mu Bai had managed to wait until the end, and in the battle with the Nether King, he had obtained his sword. Ning Chen walked forward and waved his hand. Mo Kuang appeared. Just as he was about to disperse the divine tree, a weak consciousness came from the divine tree. It was full of pleading. Oh! Ning Chen felt the fluctuations from the divine tree's consciousness, and his eyes narrowed. The divine tree had its own consciousness? Let it go, said Bai Yunlian softly. Bai Yunlian said softly. It was even more difficult for a soulless object to gain sentience than the demons. This divine tree had lived for at least tens of thousands of years to reach its current state. Ning Chen nodded and waved his hand to put away Mo Kuang. Since it had gained consciousness, he would let it go. Everything had the right to live, and there was no need to kill it. The two of them continued forward, and before long, they disappeared into the chaos. From that day onwards, no one knew the whereabouts of Knowing Destiny and the White Flood Dragon. The 5 regions were still as calm as ever, with turbulent undercurrents. In the homeland of West Buddha, in the Celestial Palace and the Demon Temple, the 2 strongest supreme beings of the mortal world had completely disappeared after being defeated by the legend of Xia Kingdom. In order to avenge their humiliation, they tried their best to break through to the Supreme Being realm. In the ancient land of Chongling, New Chong joined together and sealed off Chongling. She started to charge for the legendary path of treading immortals. On the Tianfu star, 3 months had passed. The astral soul-flowing flame had finally been completed. The sound of war was close at hand. Star Venerable. On the Holy Land, 5 figures half knelt down to see the Star Venerables off. Tian Xiang, Sword Sovereign, starting today, the future of the heavenly manors is in your hands. No matter what, you have to fight for a peaceful place for the people of the heavenly manors, said Chao Tianxi calmly as he looked down at the 2 of them. Yes. Xiao Bieli and Honorable Sword replied respectfully. Venerable Dongshuan, Venerable Tiandu, and Venerable Arcane, thank you for your help over the past few days. However, this is only the beginning. For the future of heaven's sanctum, please let go of all past grievances and gather all your strength for the upcoming war, said Chao Tianxi seriously. Yes, the three supremes replied. Everyone, I hope there will be a day when we meet again. As he spoke, Chao Tianxi flipped his palm and activated the Holy Land's secret formation. Instantly, the entire heavenly manors shook violently. Countless formation runes rose, and a strange light shone, illuminating thousands of miles. In the next moment, the mountain-like astral soul flowing light rose like a koan pring, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. The blazing flowing light flashed through the starry sky and quickly flew towards the broken celestial domain. The celestial domain was less than 10,000 miles away. Chao Tianxi took out the fallen immortal pill given to him by the pill tower and consumed it without hesitation. Ha! With a shout, Chao Tianxi dissolved the medicinal power in his body. His body shone with red light on the starry sky path. He had reached the peak of supremacy. In the blink of an eye, the 5 regions were right in front of him. The peaceful land looked so beautiful under the starry sky. Knowing that his actions would cause the people of the inner realm to suffer, Chao Tianxi's eyes flashed with an apologetic look. However, the future of the heavenly manors was in his hands. There was no turning back. I'm sorry. Under the starry sky, no one heard the inaudible apology. A moment later, Chao Tianxi's expression became firm again. His body was refined to the extreme. Countless formation runes awakened on his astral soul flowing fire. The red light was extremely bright. His 2 bodies flowed together, turning into a divine sun that crashed into the Netherworld King's barrier above the 5 regions. In the broken celestial domain, in the only weak point of the Netherworld King's barrier, a red divine sun fell from the sky. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. The entire world quickly fell apart. In the inner realm, the moment the divine sun fell, everyone was terrified. They all looked at the sky, not understanding what was happening. After a moment, the most terrifying scene occurred. The divine sun crashed into the Netherworld King's barrier. The 5 regions shook violently. Mountain floods erupted and tsunamis struck the sky. Huge ravines spread across the 5 regions. Mountains rose from the ground and mountains fell into the sea. In the central region, the southern tomb, the eastern region, the western lands, and the northern plains, countless pairs of eyes opened. The experts of the mortal realm looked at the divine sun that was falling from the sky with unconcealable shock in their eyes. Above, honorable. The terrifying pressure was as if the king of hell had come again. In the divine prefecture of the eastern region, tens of millions of people looked at the sky and trembled in fear. The apocalyptic divine tribulation from more than 10 years ago was still vivid in their mind. Could it be that the king of hell had come again? Jiming Marquis, King Haowu, where did you go? The human world is in trouble again. At this moment, everyone in the eastern region knelt on the ground and trembled in prayer. They prayed for the return of Jiming Marquis, and that the heroes who sent the gods away in the past would appear again. In the northwest of the imperial city of Xia, in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, Xia Xinyu gently wiped the dust off the tombstone and remained silent. Mother has passed away. Will you still care about the rise and fall of this world? In the heavenly mandate palace, Xia Qi suppressed the shock in his heart and looked to the west. Master, will you come back? At the same time, in the 4 extremes that had long been sealed, under the influence of the terrifying collision, disasters occurred. Luan Fengchen, Meng Xuanji, Wang Yu, and the others looked to the sky with a flash of worry. It had only been more than 10 years since the catastrophe of the Netherworld King. Was there another catastrophe in the divine prefecture? Are all my old friends still doing well? Above the 5 regions, the divine sun fell and drowned the celestial realm. The star soul flowing fire collapsed and was completely destroyed in this terrifying collision. Streaks of fire fell from the sky like meteors at the end of the world. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The celestial realm dissipated, and the Netherworld King's enchantment also collapsed under this terrifying attack. It turned into starlight and disappeared in the starry sky. The brief moment of brilliance changed everything. Above the 9 heavens, the Netherworld King's enchantment that had protected the world for countless years completely collapsed and became a thing of the past forever. In the Divine Prefecture, in front of the Star Soul Life Sea, Xiaobieli looked at the scene that changed the fate of the 2 stars. After a long time, he said slowly, "Honorable swordsman, activate the Divine Prefecture's resources. Also, tell the world the truth. Prepare to go to war." "Understood." Honorable swordsman nodded and turned to leave. 10 days later, the news that the Divine Prefecture was about to be destroyed spread through the various sects. For a time, the world was shocked. The Pill Tower, Heavenly Capital Mountain, and Supreme Mystery Palace, the 3 strongest inheritances of the mortal realm, confirmed this news. There was no longer any doubt, and the entire Divine Prefecture fell into a state of panic. The Divine Prefecture issued an order to the world. 4 human sovereigns appeared, and in addition to the martial god of the Divine Prefecture, the Divine Prefecture's sword sovereign quietly observed the attitude of the various sections. The Pill Tower, Heavenly Capital Mountain, and Supreme Mystery Palace expressed their willingness to obey the Divine Prefecture's orders. The Tianxiang dynasty also expressed their stance. Then, the 7-Sword Mountain, Nightfall Palace, and more inheritances chose to submit. In front of the general situation, no one dared to resist. 10 days later, the human sovereigns of the various sects came to the Divine Prefecture once more and bowed their heads. In the Divine Prefecture, the Tianxiang dynasty set up a formation. The number 1 human sovereign displayed a shocking ability. He used the world as a layout to scale the heavens. "Everyone, let's go. Let's go greet the experts of the Divine Prefecture," said Xiaobieli calmly as he walked into the formation. Yes. The human sovereigns accepted the order and walked into the formation. In the next moment, the formation flickered and the dozen human sovereigns disappeared. They left the Divine Prefecture. In the central continent of the inner realm, one figure after another appeared in the sky. Each of them was a human sovereign. Their terrifying auras merged together, causing the entire central continent to tremble. The Zhao family, Grand White Mansion, Whitefoot Academy, and the other 3 sects all looked up at the sky in shock. "Sword Sovereign," said Xiaobieli indifferently. When Mu Changa heard this, he stepped forward. He waved his hand and an ordinary sword appeared. However, the moment the sword appeared, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. Thunder rumbled and filled the sky. A world-shocking sword slashed out, accompanied by wind and thunder. The most terrifying sword slashed through the land for thousands of miles, flattening hundreds of rivers. After that sword, Mu Changa put away his sword and turned around. "Friends of the inner realm, cherish your last moments. In 3 days, the war will officially begin." With that, Xiaobieli revealed a smile. Light spread out from his body and he disappeared with everyone. The first wave hasn't even subsided when another wave rises. In Whitefoot Academy, Yi Qingqiu sighed. This time, it was a real war. These people were probably just the vanguard. However, even these people were a disaster. Was there anyone in the central continent who could stop that terrifying swordsman? What worried her the most was whether or not that human sovereign was still alive. If he hadn't died in the collision just now, then the 5 regions would truly be in danger. Legend had it that above the human sovereign was the immortal realm. An existence that was half a step into the immortal realm might be very close to the Nether King. The legend of the Grand Xia had entered the sea of demonic wheel. The Marquis Jiming, who had once saved the human realm, had most of his cultivation crippled. Now, would a miracle happen in the human realm? At the same time, in the Zhao family's east wing, the young woman in purple looked at the sky in silence. She couldn't stop these people. Perhaps he could in the past, but it was very difficult now. Moreover, she and the other sects had forced him to enter the sea of demonic wheel. Even if he had come out alive, how could he help the human realm that had betrayed him? Chapter 552. Heaven's sanctum had descended, and the 5 regions were in great danger. Sword Venerable Mu Changa's sword had shocked the world, and all the supremes were shocked. In Zhongzhou, as the leader of the various sects, the Zhao family, Zhao Liusu, sent a letter to the 3 sects, Bailu Academy, Taibai Mansion, and other major sects, inviting the supremes of the world to discuss the matter of resisting the foreign enemies. The supremes of the 3 sects, I Qingqiu, and other human supremes arrived as promised. Half a day later, the Taibai Mansion Lord also arrived, holding a pot of wine in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and he looked very dispirited. During the Battle of Guihong Sky Moon Peak, Taibai Prime was utterly defeated, and his Taoist heart was broken. His Taoist sword had never been unsheathed since then. The supremes of the various sects looked at the Taibai Mansion Lord's current appearance and sighed in their hearts. They had all witnessed the battle back then. It was not that Taibai Prime was too weak, but that the legends of the swordsmen of the eastern region were too amazing. That kind of sword was not a sword of the human world. Zhao Liusu glanced at the people in front of her and said calmly, "Everyone, Tianji City has sent news that those people from yesterday are indeed from outer heaven. Moreover, the barrier above the 5 regions has been broken, and there is no longer any barrier between the 5 regions and outer heaven." Hearing this, the supremes of the various sects fell silent. They could not say whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that the barrier of the 5 regions had been broken, and their freedom was no longer restricted, and they could leave at any time. However, this also indicated that the strong cultivators of outer heaven could come to the 5 regions at any time. The war is about to begin. "Everyone, I need you to make a clear statement," Zhao Liusu said seriously. "Have the supremes of the other 4 regions responded?" Bu Chuanxiu, the leader of the 3 sects, asked. "The supremes of Nanling, Beiyuan, and Shitu have already stated that they will rush over as soon as possible. However, after the divine prefecture of the eastern region went through the great tribulation of Hades, the number of strong cultivators has decreased greatly, and it is very likely that they will not be able to participate this time," Zhao Liusu replied. "There is no problem with the alliance, but who will be at the helm?" Another supremacy of the 3 sects, Li Xiaoran, asked the question. "Everyone, please choose," Zhao Liusu said lightly. "It's not that simple. This time, not only Zhongzhou but also the other regions will have supremes. It will be difficult to choose a leader who will be trusted by everyone," I Qingqiu said calmly. "The strong are respected," the lord of Taibai Prefecture, who had been silent all this time, said in a hoarse voice after taking a sip of wine. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This was the simplest reason, but it was also the most convincing method. Among everyone present, Miss Liusu and the Manor Lord are the strongest. I don't think anyone can deny this. Before the experts from the other 4 regions arrive, the position of alliance head should be chosen from one of the 2, said I Qingqiu calmly. Alliance master? The Taibai Prefecture Lord drank the wine in the pot, stood up, and walked outside. He said, "I'm going to get some wine. I'll come back later." After the chief of Taibai Prefecture left, everyone shifted their gazes to Zhao Liusu. It was undeniable that although this woman was young, her strength had already reached the pinnacle of the human world. She was the most suitable person to be the representative of the central state. "Does anyone have any objections to Miss Liusu temporarily acting as the alliance leader?" I Qingqiu asked. "No," said Bu Chuanxiu, the leader of the 3 sections. Ji Chuyu and Li Xiaoran also voiced their agreement. Whitefoot Academy's 3 sects expressed their stance, and the other sects' supreme beings didn't hesitate either, agreeing to this result. "I won't decline the position of alliance head, but there's one more thing." As she spoke, Zhao Liusu looked at everyone present and said slowly, "War is not something that can be decided by simple force. Judging the timing, scheduling, and arranging the troops are also the key. Everyone, is there anyone who would recommend the military counselor? Hearing this, I Chingqiu and the others fell silent again. In terms of combat strength, they were the strongest in the human world, but arranging troops, and scheming were not their strength. We can choose a military advisor from the human world's imperial court who is good at this, suggested Li Xiaoran. No, experience and knowledge determine one's height. We can't give such an important position to an ordinary person who doesn't even understand the combat strength of a supreme being, said Bu Chuanqiu flatly. Venerable Chuanqiu's words are reasonable. If we make a wrong assessment of combat strength, it's very likely that we'll be doomed eternally. This person must be chosen carefully, said a supreme being from a great sect seriously. Since we can't choose one, let's put this matter aside for now. There's one more thing. Who can stop that swordsman from sky beyond heaven? Asked Zhao Liusu. Everyone fell silent. Right now, this was the most worrying matter. Absolute strength could change the direction of the war. If they couldn't stop that swordsman, they would be in a very passive position. I'll do it. As he spoke, a white-robed Buddha walked over from the distance. After a few steps, he was in front of everyone. His black and white hair was dazzling, and he was both a Buddha and a devil. Supreme Bodhi. Everyone present recognized the Buddha walking over. While they were surprised, they could not help but feel shocked. Could the Buddha in front of them still be called a Buddha? Venerable, are you confident? Asked I Chingqiu worriedly. Amitba. I'll do my best, replied Bodhi. Zhao Liusu thought for a moment, then said, the first battle can only be won. It'll be difficult for the master to stop that swordsman alone. Venerable Chuanqiu, work with the master to stop him. All right. Bu Chuanqiu nodded. Also, that blue-robed man from yesterday is clearly their leader. Once the battle begins, kill him with all your might, said Zhao Liusu. Understood. The crowd acknowledged the order. While the Central Plains sects were discussing how to resist the enemy, in the far west of the West Plains, two figures were constantly moving forward, searching for traces of the palanquin. Something might have happened in the human world, said Bai Yunlian softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and replied indifferently, yet his footsteps didn't stop in the slightest as he continued forward. Bai Yunlian didn't say anything else. She knew a bit about his past. Now, it seemed that he really wouldn't interfere this time. After walking for an unknown number of days, their surroundings still hadn't changed. As far as the eye could see, all they could see was a gray, chaotic fog. Behind them, the continent was gradually disappearing. The 5 regions, which were different from ordinary planets, seemed to have been lifted up by the chaos and floated in the starry sky. Seeing the young man's stubborn yet calm face, Bai Yunlian was even more confused. Don't you regret giving up your life? This is my life, said Ningchen calmly. Human emotions are really complicated and difficult to understand. Bai Yunlian sighed. Miss Bai, you've been cultivating for thousands of years. What's the result? Asked Ningchen. Becoming an immortal. Bai Yunlian nodded. Why? Asked Ningchen again. Bai Yunlian was startled. No reason. This is your life. You and I just chose different paths. Actually, it's not that complicated, right? Said Ningchen with a smile. Bai Yunlian nodded thoughtfully. Maybe she was thinking too much. After walking for another half a day, Ningchen suddenly stopped. He looked at something blurry in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Miss Bai, can you see what that is? Asked Ningchen. It seems to be a green coffin, said Bai Yunlian softly with a strange light in her eyes. Hearing this, Ningchen moved his feet and quickly rushed forward. Bai Yunlian followed behind. She didn't understand why there was a coffin here. Ningchen arrived in front of the green coffin. Suddenly, the surrounding ghostly qi surged. An immortal palanquin flew out of the primal chaos. The ghostly woman appeared and struck out with her palm. Ningchen hastily retreated and summoned the green cauldron to block. With a loud bang, the primal chaos scattered and blood dyed the green cauldron red. Bai Yunlian was startled. She immediately brought Ning Chen 1,000 feet away from the green coffin. "How are you?" asked Bai Yunlian solemnly. "I'm fine." Ning Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and looked at the green coffin in front of him. A threatening light flashed in his eyes. The truth should be in that coffin. This wasn't the first time he had come into contact with the immortal palanquin. They had met several times, but the ghostly woman had never attacked him. Only this time, before he even touched the coffin, the ghostly woman had displayed shocking killing intent. His cauldron! In front of the green coffin, the ghostly woman looked at the green cauldron and took a step forward. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flickered and he quickly put away the green cauldron. "Who are you?" Ghost Girl looked at the person before her and asked softly. "Ning Chen," said Ning Chen. "Ning Chen," muttered the ghostly woman. She shook her head and said, "No, it's not him." The immortal palanquin rang, and ghostly chi filled the air. The green coffin and the palanquin disappeared at the same time. Ning Chen's expression became anxious, and he immediately went forward to chase after them. However, he once again lost the direction. "It's not him," the voice echoed in the primal chaos. No one knew what it meant, and it was puzzling. In the boundless primal chaos, only Hong Yi remained. She stood there, feeling very lonely. In the distance, Bai Yunlian looked at the figure in the primal chaos and sighed. Was there really an end to the path he was walking? In front of the life sea of the heavenly sanctum, Xiao Bieli looked at the 5 regions in the distance. He stood there for 2 days and 2 nights. Mu Chang'e walked over and asked, "Tianxiang, have you found any traces of the Star Venerate?" "No, but with the Star Venerate's ability, it won't be so easy for something to happen. We just need to quickly win this war and wait for the Star Venerate to return," said Xiao Bieli calmly. "According to my last observation, the number of sovereigns in the inner realm is about the same as the heavenly sanctum. Without the Star Venerate, this war won't be easy," said Mu Chang'e seriously. "A comparison of strength on paper is the most useless." "That sword strike I had you use wasn't just a greeting," said Xiao Bieli slowly. Mu Chang'e frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "Throwing a brick to destroy jade," replied Xiao Bieli. Mu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and said, "Tianxiang wants to use me as bait to lure the sovereigns of the inner realm into a trap? However, this matter isn't simple. The sovereigns of the inner realm are definitely strong." "Strong? How strong are they?" Xiao Bieli smiled coldly. "Are they stronger than Tianxiang?" Mu Chang'e fell silent and didn't ask any more questions. Wasn't the reason they dared to start this war because of Tianxiang's existence? The Heavenly Sanctum's minister might not be as strong as Xiao Bieli, but on the Heavenly Sanctum planet, aside from the Star Venerate, the person that the various factions feared the most was Tianxiang, not martial god. Chapter 553. Central Continent, Guihong Sky Moon Peak, the place where the Eastern Region swordsman had fought the Tai Bai School's chief. Today, a figure walked out of the void. This person was the current leader of the Tianfu planet, the Minister of Heaven, Xiao Bieli. First formation, Sword Sovereign opens the path and slaughters the world. A yellow scroll appeared in Xiao Bieli's hand. The moment he opened it, a black figure descended from the sky. Sword Sovereign had appeared in the 5 regions. "He's here." In Central Continent, many pairs of eyes looked at the sky. 3 days had passed, and the thing they didn't want to happen the most had finally happened. Amit Ba. A Buddhist chant was heard, and rain fell. Bodhi in a white robe walked into the sky and blocked the Tianfu Sword Sovereign. At the same time, a halberd shot into the sky like a dragon. The 3 leaders of the 3 sects, Chuanqiu and the Buddhists, blocked the path of the swordsman. "Just the 2 of you?" Mu Chang'e waved his hand and an ancient mottled sword came out of its sheath. In an instant, wind and thunder filled the sky. "As expected, the swordsman is the opponent I hate the most." Bu Chuanqiu snorted coldly. He took a step forward and his halberd met the swordsman's attack. Too weak. Mu Changa waved his sword and lightning gathered. The moment the sword and halberd clashed, endless lightning surged and engulfed the halberd. With a bang, Buchuanchio retreated a few steps. His mouth was red. Just one move had injured him. Buddha is merciful. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Bodhi raised his prayer beads. Buddhist light shone brightly, and the Buddhist world opened. First sword, Buddha. With the Buddha world trapped, Mu Changa's expression didn't change in the slightest. He took a step forward and the momentum of the heavenly fault sword in his hand changed. A pagoda appeared behind him, and 100-story pagoda broke through the clouds. The phenomenon of the sword shook the world. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth were destroyed. The Buddhist world shattered, and a Buddhist palm shook the heavens. Blood splattered and dyed the Buddhist robe red. Bodhi heart meditation, complete tomorrow's chant. After losing, Bodhi gathered his Buddhist energy again. Immediately, rain fell, and Buddhist chants filled the sky. The swordsman's divine might was trapped. How can a half-demonized Buddha block me, third sword, and yellow springs? Mu Changa took a step forward, and the aura of the yellow springs surged out from his body. Raging waves of the yellow springs rose from his sword, and in an instant, the yellow springs fell into the world, drowning out the sound of Buddha. As the aura of the yellow springs entered his body, Bodhi let out a muffled groan. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The Buddhist and demonic powers were in a balance, making it difficult for him to gather his full strength. Clang! The halberd arrived again. Buchunchyo tried his best to help, but Mu Changa used Ting Tian Ke again and again to slash at the halberd. Too weak, too weak. Is this all you have? Or is this the only strength the inner realm has? Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he was unable to. Mu Changa grew more and more disappointed. The swordsman's sword danced faster and faster, becoming colder and colder. Pung! Buchunchyo's sword broke the halberd, and a terrifying wound appeared on his left arm. Blood splashed everywhere. It was a beautiful scene. When Bodhi saw this, he suppressed his injuries and stepped forward. He blocked the swordsman's sword with a flip of his palm, barely saving Reverend Chunchyo. Ji Chuyu, Li Shaoran, the two of you go and help them, said Zhao Liusu from afar. Yes. The two martial highnesses accepted the order and dashed into the battlefield in a flash. The four of them had joined forces to stop the Tianfu war god. On the grand sky moon peak, Xiao Libi's lips curled into a cold smile. The bait had worked. The second formation, the 5 sovereigns, luring the tiger away from the mountain. The scroll was opened again. In the distant battlefield, the void swirled and 5 powerful auras appeared again. They didn't help the Tianfu warlord but dashed toward the sects outside the battlefield. Oh! On the other side of the battlefield, Zhao Liusu narrowed her eyes. Were the people of Sky Beyond Heaven really that confident in the swordsman? This was the inner realm. They wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of the number of sovereigns. Xianzhen, Mu Hua, Qi Yuxing, Qingyu, it's your turn. Zhao Liusu calmly looked at the 5 sovereigns from the other 3 regions. Yes. The 5 sovereigns received the order and chased after the heavenly palace's sovereigns. Thousands of miles away, the 2 sovereigns clashed once more. The shockwaves shook heaven and earth. Even thousands of miles away they could clearly feel it. The 2 battles began at the same time. The intense confrontation represented the 2 sovereigns' will to fight. The third formation, Dong Sun, Tian Du, and Tai Xian, Huang Quan. Gui Hong Tian, Yu Feng, and Xiao Bieli spoke for the 3rd time. Instantly, in the distant battlefield, Dong Sun, Tian Du, and Tai Xian appeared. The tripartite formation that had been prepared for a long time was activated. An endless torrent of energy spiraled up around Subhuti and the others, completely separating them from the battlefield. Bailey, Lishan, Hong Lu, you 3 go break the formation, said Zhao Liusu. Yes. The 3 sovereigns of the central continent accepted the order and stepped into the battlefield. 12 sovereigns. Within the tripartite formation, Mu Changa fought 4 sovereigns with 1 sword. At the same time, he watched the situation change. 12 sovereigns had appeared in the inner realm. They were about to reach their limit. The 4th formation used Tianxiang as bait. Split up and lure the enemy. Guihong Tian's tripartite formation rose again. Tianxiang's aura erupted like a firefly in the night. It was so dazzling. Found it. At the back of the battlefield, gazes looked at Guihong Tian's tripartite formation. To capture bandits, capture the leader. This was the eternal law of war. Taibai Prefecture Lord, it's your turn. Zhao Liusu glanced at Taibai Prefecture Lord, who was drinking silently beside her. Lord Alliance Lord, look at me now. Can I still fight? Taibai Prefecture Lord drank a mouthful of wine and said casually. So what if you lose once? Who can remain undefeated for their entire life? As a sovereign, can't you even overcome this little setback? Said Zhao Liusu coldly. Taibai Prefecture Lord was silent. After a moment, he sighed and said, I'll try my best. However, you don't have to put too much hope in me. I'm not much stronger than a cripple right now. After saying that, Taibai Prefecture Lord's figure disappeared. He quickly flew towards Guihong Tian's tripartite formation. On the scattered battlefield, there were many opportunities. The most crucial one was Guihong Tian's tripartite formation. Taibai Prefecture Lord appeared and slapped his palm down. It's just you? Xiao Bieli flipped his palm and blocked the attack. I didn't expect the leader of Sky Beyond Heaven to be so ordinary. Taibai Prefecture Lord retreated 10 steps and drank another mouthful of wine. Is that so? Xiao Bieli sneered. He waved his hand, and a purple sword fell from the sky. In the next moment, his body moved and his sword slashed out. Taibai Prefecture Lord used Yuan Qi to block the attack. With a bang, he retreated 10 steps. A drop of blood dripped from his palm. A drunkard who has lost his martial soul. It seems like the inner world's forces are really exhausted, said Xiao Bieli calmly. Perhaps. Taibai Prefecture Lord didn't care. Then he rushed forward again and attacked Xiao Bieli with a palm. Xiao Bieli waved his sword and blocked the palm. His battle strength was ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Just at this moment, Zhao Liusu drew her dark moon bow. In an instant, dark waves gathered from all directions. A black arrow pierced through the sky and shot towards Guihong Tian's tripartite formation. Just now I was wondering how you could kill me since you've exhausted your forces. Now I know that you've lost this round. Xiao Bieli stabbed his sword into the ground. Immediately, an endless stream of swords soared into the sky. The terrifying might shocked everyone. 4th sword, River of Forgetfulness. At the same time, the two sides used the same sword move. Tianxiang and Sword Sovereign both used the River of Forgetfulness. The formation activated, and Tianxiang disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside Sword Sovereign. The same sword roared out. The 3 sovereigns and Bodhi were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't escape. The sword flowed through the cracks. The 4 supreme beings blocked the attack, but they only saw residual red light that filled the sky. 2 supreme beings fell, their souls scattered. Qiuyu, Xiao Ran, and Buchuanxiu was filled with grief. He let out a muffled groan as the sword pierced through his body. Blood spurted out. In this moment of crisis, Bodhi no longer suppressed his devilish qi. He pushed his Buddhist qi to the limit and used another Buddhist holy move. Bodhi heart meditation, Bodhi with a thought. The swastika spread and Buddhist light illuminated the world. The tripartite formation was immediately shaken, and a flaw appeared. Bodhi quickly brought the heavily injured Buchuanxiu out of the battlefield. Sword Sovereign, their leader has appeared. In the final round, we'll capture the leader, said Xiao Bieli indifferently. Yes. Mu Changa accepted the order and shot towards where the arrow had come from. Within the tripartite formation, Bai Li, Li Shan, and Hong Lu's roles changed. The Tianfu stars Dongxuan, Tiandu, and Taixuan sovereigns blocked them. At the back of the battlefield, Zhao Liusu's arrow missed. She immediately prepared to move, but it was already too late. Sword Sovereign's sword descended from the sky. This shocking sword was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Zhao Liusu gathered the soul energy of 9 generations of Chosen, and the 9 wheels appeared once more. The imperial heavenly sword slashed through the 9 wheels. Zhao Liusu was forced back several steps, blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. The sword was the only one unrivaled in the world. The 5 regions' miserable defeat was close at hand. Just at this moment of crisis, a silver divine spear appeared in the distance. Boundless Buddhist energy was no weaker than a Chosen's. Mu Changa frowned and waved his sword to knock aside the divine spear. 2 women appeared in front of him. One wore Buddhist robes and was as calm as water. The other wore azure robes and was as beautiful as a painting. Friends from the outer heavens, rashly starting a war will only cause misery and suffering. Please retreat, said Bai Lingling softly. To the side, Qing Ning walked over to the divine spear and pulled it out. Regretfully, her master's Buddhist energy could only be used once. But to save one person, it was worth it. If you want to negotiate, you need to have the appropriate strength. The 2 of you are too weak. The void rippled, and Tian Xiang walked out. If they aren't enough, then what if you add me? As he spoke, the winds and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Boundless sword currents fell like rain, slashing apart many battles. White clothes descended from the sky. His extraordinarily cold face was covered in the hardships of time. The Yaoguang dynasty's century-old sword god descended once more. It's you. Mu Changa narrowed his eyes. The Alcade King glanced at his juniors, and a trace of gratification flashed through his eyes. He calmly said, "You've already done well. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 554. The situation was dangerous. The Alcade monarch had returned, and the Alcade dynasty's sword god had appeared. One was the Tianfu war god, and the other was the Central Continent sword god. Both of their swords were unique. Sword intent rose, shaking heaven and earth. Monarchs met monarchs, the peak was unique, and they couldn't coexist. Shocking sword intent soared into the heavens. "One move will end today's battle," said Mu Changa calmly. "Please." The Alcade monarch turned to the side. Xiao Bieli, Zhao Liusu, and the others immediately retreated a few hundred meters, leaving the battlefield to the 2 of them. Sword 5. Mu Changa's fingers swiped across his sword, and a dark sword current revolved around him. Boundless sword intent pierced through the heavens, shaking heaven and earth. This shocking battle began in the mortal realm. Inexorable. The sword's path to the Yellow Springs, the bridge of inexorable. The most terrifying sword slashed open hell, and the surging sword pressure destroyed everything in the surroundings. The ground within 100 miles collapsed and collapsed. Facing the same sword technique, the Alcade monarch's expression became even calmer. He clenched his hand, and an ordinary sword flew over. Sword tribulation endless. 10,000 sword tribulations, endless and endless. The ordinary sword dissipated, transforming into a wave of swords that defied the heavens. Within the endless darkness, it formed its own pattern. A sword that had reached the peak of perfection, a sword that had returned to its original state. This was the first time they met. In an instant, a shocking collision occurred. Dust and sand roared, and everyone outside the battle was forced back several meters. They barely managed to stabilize themselves. After one sword, the bridge of inexorable broke, and the sword tribulation dissipated. The dual moves were actually evenly matched. No victor could be decided. Retreat. When Tian Xiang saw this, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately gave the order to retreat. The heavenly sanctum's sovereigns immediately withdrew, no longer fighting. Their figures faded and disappeared from the world. The Alcade monarch didn't stop them. After today's battle, the 5 regions' decline was irreversible. Continuing to fight would only increase the number of casualties. "Retreat," said the Alcade monarch as he looked at the purple-robed girl. Zhao Liusu nodded and ordered the sovereigns to retreat. "Your disciples of the Western Jade Mountain?" asked the Alcade monarch as he looked at Bai Lingling and Qing Ning. "Yes." Bai Lingling nodded. "Is your master doing well?" The Alcade king's eyes flashed with emotion as he asked. "I'm well, master," Bai Lingling replied. The Alcade king didn't ask any more questions. He calmly said, "These people are from the heavenly palace Star of the Outer Heavens. I can help you block the Sword Saint, but do you have a sage who can contend against the celestial phenomenon?" Zhao Liusu was silent. After a long time she said, "There is one person, but the grudge is too deep. He won't be coming." "Who?" Alcade king asked. "Great Xia Jiming Marquis," Zhao Liusu said honestly. The Alcade king narrowed his eyes and said, "He's back?" "Yes." Zhao Liusu nodded and said, "I've been back for a long time." "Where is he now?" Alcade king asked seriously. "I don't know, but if we ask Tianji City for help, we should be able to find it," replied Zhao Liusu. "Send someone to invite him as soon as possible," said the Alcade king. "It's useless." At this moment, Qing Ning, who had been silent all this while, spoke softly. "The only person in this world who can change his mind has already passed away. Now, it's futile no matter who tries to invite him." "Miss knows him?" asked the Alcade king. "Family," said Qing Ning calmly. The Alcade king looked at her for a long time and sighed. "Send someone to invite him. Say that I'm about to enter the sovereign realm. Invite him to come watch the ceremony." On the heavenly palace Star, the various sovereigns had returned. Fan Xinghong, who had been waiting, immediately went up when she saw the celestial phenomenon return. "Celestial phenomenon, what was the result of the battle?" "Our goal has been achieved," Xiao Bieli indifferently said. "The first round is over. Next will be the true invasion." In this battle, 2 of the inner realm's human sovereigns had died and 1 was crippled. It was a pity that they weren't able to defeat the inner realm's sovereigns in one fell swoop. However, through this battle, he was able to determine the bottom line of the inner realm's military strength and the depth of their leader's strategy. This was already enough. The law of war was to know yourself and know your enemy. Heaven's Mansion had obtained the result they wanted. That white-robed swordsman would be a big hindrance, but he would only be a hindrance. "Sword Saint, you are the heavenly palace's war god. No matter what, you can't lose to anyone," said Xiaobieli calmly. "I understand." Mu Chang'e nodded and replied. "Xinghong, inform the various sects to gather their forces. In 15 days, we'll gather at the sacred land." Xiaobieli looked at the girl beside him and ordered. "Yes." Fan Xinghong respectfully accepted the order. After giving the order, Xiaobieli walked towards the astral soul life sea in the depths of the sacred land. The star venerate hadn't returned yet, so he must have been heavily injured. He needed to find the star venerate's whereabouts as soon as possible. Once the star venerate returned, this battle would be over. Central Continent, Alcade Dynasty, Sunset Divine City. The Alcade king's return shook the dynasty. In the city, the white-robed Alcade king stood quietly and looked into the distance. In 10 days, he would enter the sovereign realm and become a knowing destiny state. It was up to him whether he would come or not. In Tianji City, 7 youths divine day and night, constantly searching for traces of knowing destiny state. Not far away, many human sovereigns stood quietly with complicated looks in their eyes. The 5 regions had already lost the first round of this battle. Apart from the powerful sword venerate, their biggest threat was the Heaven Minister. Now, they were in urgent need of a strategist who was good at commanding troops. The Alliance Venerate, Dean Bai Lu, and even the Alcade King had expressed that this person would be none other than the Eastern region's Jiming Marquis. However, would he come? "I saw it," At this moment, one of the youths spoke softly. In the far west of the Western Buddha's homeland. Hearing this, Zhao Liusu immediately ordered, Mu Huazuan, you're the most familiar with the Western Buddha's homeland. Please go back and invite the Jiming Marquis. Remember, don't mention anything about the heavens beyond heavens. Just say that the Alcade King is about to ascend to the position of sovereign and invite him to attend the ceremony. Yes. Mu Huazuan accepted the order and turned around, walking into the Dragon Gate and disappearing. In the far west of the western region, Ning Chen and Bai Jiao walked out of the chaotic fog sea and looked at the changes in the world. The barrier is broken. Bai Yunlian's eyes shone as he said softly. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. If that was the case, then the tremor a few days ago was because something had broken the Underworld King's barrier. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen said, Let's go to the demonic we'll see. Why are we going there? Asked Bai Yunlian. There are some things that can't be found in the inner world. One of us needs to go to the heavens beyond heavens, said Ning Chen calmly. Your demonic body? Asked Bai Yunlian with a frown. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. The demonic body is gloomy and changeable. Do you trust him? Asked Bai Yunlian. I don't trust other things, but when it comes to reviving the ghost girl, there's no doubt about it. Have you decided whether you want to go or him? Asked Bai Yunlian. No. The demonic body swallowed Xian Luo's cultivation body. I don't know if it has completely refined it. If he can't leave the underground palace, then I'll go to the heavens beyond heavens, said Ning Chen calmly. The Jiming Marquis. Just as the two of them were talking, the Dragon Gate appeared in the sky. A powerful aura walked out. It was actually a human sovereign. Bai Yunlian's expression became serious. He secretly gathered his beast essence, ready to attack at any moment. Miss Bai, don't worry. This sovereign shouldn't have any bad intentions. Ning Chen took a step forward and blocked Bai Yunlian's path. The Grand Xia's knowledge Marquis is truly extraordinary, said Mu Huazuan seriously. You're too polite. May I ask why you've come? Asked Ning Chen with a smile. In 9 days, King Yao Guang will become a human sovereign in the Sunset Divine City. He specially invited you to come and watch the ceremony, said Mu Huazuan. Oh? Senior Yao Guang has returned? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he asked. He's been back for a few days, replied Mu Huazuan. Please go back and tell Senior Yao Guang that Knowledge Destiny will definitely be there on time, said Ning Chen calmly. We respectfully await your arrival. Mu Huazuan turned and walked into the Dragon Gate. Be careful of traps, warned Bai Yunlian. Heh. Ning Chen smiled and said, Miss Bai, you've been in the human realm for a long time. You seem to be more familiar with human nature. Is there really a problem? Asked Bai Yunlian. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and smiled. That person's attitude is too polite. Sovereigns have their pride. There are only 2 possibilities for today's situation. First, he has a favor to ask of me in the future. Second, he has bad intentions. Simply put, he's hiding a knife behind a smile. Just like what you're doing now? Asked Bai Yunlian indifferently. Heh. Ning Chen smiled again and said, Wrong. It's just a habit of mine. Smiling is always the best way to make people let down their guard. If you wear a mask for too long, you'll need time to take it off. Where are we going now? Asked Bai Yunlian. He didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. The plan remains the same. First, we'll go to the demonic we'll see and then the Sunset Divine City. There's no rush, said Ning Chen. The two went on their way again. They sped up a lot and soon disappeared without a trace. 2 people appeared in front of the demonic we'll see in the southwest of the central continent. Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said seriously, Miss Bai, you can stay here. The demonic we'll see is too dangerous. Moreover, the demonic body is unpredictable. I can't guarantee that he won't attack you when we meet. Bai Yunlian frowned and said, Then be careful. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He walked towards the demonic wheel sea. In an instant, a black light rose and covered the red-clothed man. After a few breaths, no trace of him could be seen anymore. In the depths of the demonic wheel sea, in an ancient and majestic palace, a black-clothed and black-haired figure sat cross-legged. Demonic chi surged around him. Drops of blood flowed out from the corners of the demonic body's mouth. His cultivation kept rising. In just a few years, he was already infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Suddenly, the demonic body opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the bluestone in front of him red. Demonic tribulation. The demonic body was facing a tribulation. He was not a human, not a monster, not a celestial body. He had condensed millions of murderous auras and half of Xian Luo's murderous body. However, before reaching the sovereign realm, he couldn't avoid this most terrifying tribulation. Chapter 555. In the underground palace, Sha Ti encountered demonic tribulation. Specks of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips, dyeing his clothes red. In front of the Supreme Being, there was an unavoidable tribulation. Karma was reincarnated, and millions of deaths would eventually be repaid by the knowing destiny state. In the past, in order to save people, knowing destiny, Fan Tingyue combined the moon and light, slaughtering the world. He used the resentment of the masses to suppress the god of hell's art. However, the masses who were sacrificed were not guilty. Fan Lingyue gave up the last of his soul to return to the world. Knowing his destiny, he survived. With the karma of killing on his body, every step he took was arduous. Through thousands of disasters and tribulations, he repaid the lives of all living beings. The dripping blood was the wrath of the heavens for not allowing sinners to move forward. Good and evil had their retribution, so how could the sinner's body be perfect? Demon body. At this moment, a red shadow flashed past and stopped in front of the devil. She turned her palm and condensed her chi. Vigorous phoenix origin continuously flowed into the devil's body to help him suppress his injuries. After a long time, Ning Chen withdrew his hand. He looked at the demonic body in front of him and said with a heavy expression, "You've entered tribulation? It's fine." The demon stood up and lightly said, "Why did you come here? The Nether King realm has been broken, so there is no longer any barrier between the inner realm and outer realm. I came here to discuss with you which one of us will go to outer realm to search for the Jade Lake," Ning Chen replied. "Jade Lake's water? Why?" The demonic body frowned and asked. "I found the undying peach tree in Immortal Palace, but it needs to be watered by the Jade Pool's water to revive it," Ning Chen replied. The demon body's eyes lit up. It said, "Do you have any clues?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I've already searched the Western Buddha, the Eastern Domain, the Central Continent, the Southern Wasteland, and the Heaven's Mansion star in the sky beyond heaven. There's no news about the Jade Lake. I haven't searched the Northern Plains for now. However, if the Jade Lake really exists in this world, then it's most likely in the sky beyond heaven. I need to know the specifics of the situation," said the demon body. "Let's go. Let's leave this place first. You're trapped in the demonic tribulation and your cultivation base is unstable. You might be in danger at any moment. Why don't you leave with me?" Ning Chen suggested. "Yes." The demonic body nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the two bodies merged and the demon phoenix became one. Just like 4 years ago, they came together, and 4 years later, they left together. Outside the demonic wheel sea, Ning Chen walked out. Bai Yunlian stepped forward and asked, "How was it?" "Let's go to the Sunset Divine City. We'll talk about other things on the way," said Ning Chen. Bai Yunlian nodded and followed him. The Alcade Empire was one of the 3 most prosperous empires in the Central Plains. It was as famous as the Xuanji Empire and the Mizar Empire. The current Alcade Emperor was the nephew of the white-robed Alcade King. Although he wasn't as talented as the Alcade King, he could still be considered a great strategist. In the Sunset Divine City, the Alcade Sword God stood quietly. The 10 days were up. The Alcade Sword God, who had given up his position as paragon for a single person, finally decided to reach the peak after 100 years. When the Sword God proved his Tao, people came from all directions. All the sects in the world knew that once the number 1 person in the Central State 100 years ago ascended to the position of the Supreme, he would be the real powerhouse in the world. On the divine platform, the white-robed man stood quietly. Below him, the sect masters and Taishang of various sects waited patiently. There were even mortal supremes who came to witness the birth of a supreme expert. Imperial uncle, it's almost time, reminded the Alcade Emperor. Wait, said the Alcade King calmly. In the distance, Zhao Liusu appeared and looked at the Alcade King on the divine platform. There were many paragons, but it was rare to see a sword god reach the position of paragon. The Alcade King, who hadn't become a paragon, was already the number 1 person in the Central State 100 years ago. Now that he had become a paragon, there was no doubt that he would be invincible on the immortal path. He was also a swordsman, so he shouldn't miss such an opportunity. Qing Ning, will the Jiming Marquis come? Not far away, Bai Lingling looked at her junior sister and asked. Yes, said Qing Ning calmly. He would never go back on his promises. On the other hand, if he didn't want to do something, no one could change it. If you ask him to stay, will he stay? Asked Bai Lingling again. Qing Ning fell silent. After a long time, she said softly, whether he will or not, I can't ask him. He has sacrificed too much for this world. Now I won't interfere with his path. He's here. Just as the two of them were talking, Zhao Liusu's eyes narrowed and she looked to the west. At the same time, the Alcade King on the divine platform also looked over. When he saw the red-clothed figure in the distance, a flash of relief appeared in his eyes. Below the divine platform, the sect leaders and grand elders all had complicated expressions when they saw the red-clothed figure. The past grudges couldn't be put aside so easily. However, in the face of a great enemy, the famous Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia was indeed the best choice. Greetings, Senior Alcade King. Ning Chen ignored the people from the other sects and directly walked forward and bowed politely. It's good that you're here. In a moment, I'll try my best to break through to the Paragon realm. Watch carefully and remember as much as you can, said the Alcade King calmly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. The Alcade King stepped into the air, step by step. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. In an instant, the sky that had been clear a moment ago was filled with thunderclouds. Bolts of lightning more than 10 feet thick descended. The Alcade King waved his hand and a dazzling white sword shot into the sky. When the sword appeared in his hand, the world instantly stopped. Look carefully. You only have one chance. Wuji. The world rumbled as the sword moved. A huge sword wheel appeared behind the Alcade King and turned into a stream of swords that pierced through the sky. It was boundless and limitless as it slashed towards the thunderclouds. The Wuji sword, the Wuji sword. The thunderclouds that fell from the sky were destroyed by the stream of swords and instantly dissipated into nothingness. In an instant, the stream of swords pierced through the tribulation clouds. The sword intent spread out and the tribulation clouds dispersed. In the distance, the eyes of the paragons shrank. One sword? In the next moment, the sky shook and an ancient stone gate appeared. The dragon gate that represented the paragons of the paragons appeared in the world again. The Alcade King walked down and looked at the young man not far away. He said calmly, "Did you see it clearly?" "Yes," replied Ning Chen. The Alcade King nodded in satisfaction and said, "The first thing is done. Next, it's time to seek justice for what happened back then." As soon as he finished speaking, Alcade King glanced at the sovereigns of the various sects and the few human sovereigns floating in the distance. His expression turned cold as he said, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened back then?" The paragons and grand elders looked at each other. After a long time, a grand elder finally walked out and said respectfully, "Alcade King, back then, the scarlet serpent demon caused a calamity. We were just doing justice for the heavens." The Alcade King's gaze turned even colder when he heard that. He said, "Calamity? What kind of calamity? Before you chased after him, did he provoke you? Or rather, did he kill any innocent people?" The paragons fell silent. At this moment, a consecrator of the Xuanji dynasty walked out and said respectfully, "Alcade King, back then, Tianji's instructions clearly pointed out that this person is the source of calamity. The Tianji city's prophecies have never been wrong. This is something that everyone knows. We can't let this demon cause a calamity. Otherwise, once the prophecy comes true, everything will be too late." "Very well." The Alcade King stepped forward and murderous intent exploded from his body. His expression was extremely cold as he said, "Did the Tianji city prophesy that today, I will make all of you stay in Luori Divine City?" Chapter 556. In Luori Divine City, the Alcade realm cultivators were furious. The cultivators of the sects all shut their mouths, not daring to say a word. Amidst the stalemate, the Alcade sword god coldly stared at the great sects of the world. Since he had interfered in this matter, he would definitely want a result. What happened back then wasn't the fault of one sect. If someone needs to suffer, it's Tai-Bai. The chief of Tai-Bai Prefecture showed up and walked towards the young man in red. He said in a hoarse voice, "Jiming Marquis, the last way out was blocked by my people. Today, Tai-Bai Prefecture will pay for what he did back then." He unsheathed his Taoist sword for the first time since the battle on the Guihong Sky Moon Peak. An arm was cut off and blood spurted everywhere. Tai-Bai. Bailey Ji Zun stepped forward and helped the chief of Tai-Bai sect up. He sealed the chief's meridians. "Suffer? Chiu Yu and Tu Li Ji Zun are dead. I'll be the one to suffer." Zhao Liusu appeared and waved her hand. 9 wheels appeared and turned into a divine sword, slashing down. At this moment, red robe flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. With a clang, he clamped the 9-wheeled divine sword between his fingers. "Zhao Liusu, you don't have the right to hurt this body," Ningchen said coldly. Ningchen said coldly. Then, he looked at the Lord of Tai-Bai Mansion who had lost an arm and said indifferently, "Venerable Tai-Bai, since the senior spared your life during the battle at Hong Tian Moon Peak, I won't pursue the matter any further. As for the revenge of the Central Prefecture, you won't be able to taste it. Jiming Marquis, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Since the sects want to resolve what happened back then, please give the world a chance," said Mu Huazuan seriously. "The world doesn't owe me anything. You can't represent the world. I don't have time to care about kindness and hatred. I'm only here today because Senior Alcade invited me." "Your hatred is too light," said Ningchen coldly. Hearing this, Mu Huazuan sighed softly and said, "Jiming Marquis, we will not beat around the bush anymore. Now that Tianfu Star's troops are coming to the 5 regions, the human world is in great danger. Tianfu Star has venerable swordsman and minister of heaven, and we can only stop one of them. Looking at the overall situation is not our strength. For the sake of the human world, we hope that Jiming Marquis can temporarily put aside the grudges of the past and accept the position of military advisor. Jiming Marquis, even if you don't want to help the Central Plains, the war between the Tianfu planet and the 5 regions will not only affect the Central Plains. Once the war starts, the Eastern region, the Divine Prefecture, and even the Great Xia Empire will not be spared. Do you want to watch the human world that you risked your life to protect suffer another catastrophe?" Jiming Marquis' voice echoed. On the platform, the Alcade King didn't say a word. He looked down calmly. Today, all the decisions would be made by the knowing destiny realm. The human world, heh? Ningchen smiled coldly. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked away. Behind the various sects, Qing Ning stood quietly. Looking at the approaching figures, a gentle look appeared on her beautiful face. I thought you didn't see me, Qing Ning said softly. I saw you when I came, Ning Chen said with a smile. If you don't want to agree, then don't agree. The human world can't be destroyed. Even if it is, it doesn't matter, Qing Ning said gently as she stepped forward and brushed the dust off Ning Chen's clothes. Okay. Ning Chen smiled and said, Sister Qing Ning, where have you been all these years? Xiao Mountain, Qing Ning said. Buddhism. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. Sister Qing Ning, are you going to shave your head and become a monk? Qing Ning's hand paused. The gentleness on her face disappeared. She raised her hand and hit Ning Chen's head. What are you thinking? Who said that you have to shave your head and become a monk if you want to cultivate in Buddhism? Ning Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, That's true. It seems that the Buddhists I met recently haven't shaved their heads. Then, Ning Chen looked at the Alcade King on the platform and said, Senior Alcade, Sister Qing Ning and I have something to talk about. We won't disturb you. Thank you for teaching me the sword. Okay, go ahead. The Alcade King nodded and didn't stop him. Qing Ning also looked at Bai Lingling and said, Senior sister, I will come back to look for you later. Go ahead. Bai Lingling nodded. Under the gazes of the various sects, Ning Chen and Qing Ning left. From the beginning to the end, they didn't look at the various sections. Under the platform, the pale-faced Tai Bai Palace chief sighed deeply. He waved his hand and summoned the Dragon Gate. Then, he walked in and left silently. Tai Bai. Sovereign Bailey raised his hand. He didn't have time to follow. He glanced at the white-robed man on the platform and said politely, Alcade King, congratulations on becoming a supremacy. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Please, the Alcade King said calmly. Sovereign Bailey nodded, took a step forward, and disappeared. Knowing Destiny and the two sovereigns left. Zhao Liusu was silent. After a moment, her figure faded and she also left the divine city. Xuanwu, see the guests out, the Alcade King said. Yes. Sovereign Alcade replied. Then, he looked at the various sects in Zhongzhou and said calmly, Everyone, the ceremony is over. Please go back. The sect masters and grand elders couldn't stay any longer. They looked at each other and left with different thoughts in their mind. Sovereign Alcade looked at the person beside him and asked in confusion, Uncle, why do the sects in Zhongzhou have to make the Marquis Jiming their military advisor? There are so many wise people in the world. Do they have to make him their military advisor? The position of a military advisor requires you to look at the overall situation and calculate the details. The tolerance required is not something ordinary people can achieve. Knowledge, experience, strength, wisdom, and methods all determine the height of a wise person. There is no lack of wise people in the world, but only the knowing destiny state can compete with the heaven minister, the Alcade King said calmly. The existence of the knowing destiny state was an anomaly. It was rare to see someone with such strength and wisdom at the same time. Just like there was only one heaven minister in Tianfu, there was only one knowing destiny state in the 5 regions. The Zhao family's sovereign had fused with the soul of 9 generations of sovereigns. Although he had lost his nature, he hadn't lost his most basic rationality. He could see the current situation clearly. If they couldn't invite the knowing destiny state, the 5 regions would be extremely passive in this war. Outside Luri Divine City, a red and a green figure walked side by side. After the death of their eldest grandson, the two of them were the only family members in each other's life. This precious warmth made them reluctant to part with it. Did you go back to see the Empress? Asked Qing Ning softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. I went back not long ago. I'm sorry I couldn't appear by your side when you were in danger, said Qing Ning apologetically. It's all in the past, said Ning Chen with a smile. How is the matter of the ghost girl? I asked Master for you. If you want to bring someone back from the dead, It's impossible to do it with the power of the human world. You have to find power that surpasses the limits of the human world, said Qing Ning. The West Jade Lord is indeed a wise person. I took many detours before I realized that I might have to leave the 5 regions soon and go to sky beyond heaven, said Ning Chen emotionally. Do you have a way? Asked Qing Ning in surprise. Yes. I found the immortal peach tree in the immortal palace. Now I need to find the jade pool's water to revive it, said Ning Chen honestly. Tell me about your experiences over the past few years, said Qing Ning with a sigh. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and slowly told her everything he had experienced over the past few years. She was his only family in this world, so there was no need to hide anything from her. The two of them walked quietly from day to night. Their chaotic hearts were temporarily at peace. The story was very long, and it seemed like it wouldn't be finished even after several days. Qing Ning listened quietly. She didn't interrupt him, nor did she show any impatience. By the time he finished telling the story, the moon was hanging high in the sky. A cold wind blew, and it was late autumn. When Qing Ning finished listening to the story, she stopped and looked at the young man beside her. A smile appeared on her gentle face. Do whatever you want. You don't need to be bound by the matters of the mortal world. Back then, she and the Empress had brought him to Weiyang Palace because the Empress had been kind. She had been afraid that Ning Chen would cause trouble when he had just entered the palace and lose his life. She had never thought that such a hot-headed and reckless youth would eventually grow up to become the strongest Marquis in the Grand Xia, shouldering the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. She and the Empress had bound him for over 10 years. Now, they couldn't let the matters of the mortal world drag him down. As the cold night deepened, Qing Ning left. In the west of Sunset Divine City, Hong Yi stood silently, thinking. Are you worried? Asked a black-robed figure coldly. Demonic chi gathered, and a black-robed figure appeared. As long as they're still in this world, I can't just leave them be, said Ning Chen with a sigh. What happens in the mortal world has nothing to do with me. However, the matter of the ghost woman can't be delayed. If you don't go, then give me your cultivation body. After suppressing the demonic tribulation, I'll go to sky beyond heaven myself, said the devil body indifferently. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he said, How much of your cultivation body can you use? I'm not sure. At my strongest, I can use 100%. At my weakest, for example, right now, I can use less than 30%, replied the devil body. I'll go to sky beyond heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen gazed at the devil by his side and said, However, I'm going alone. You'll only be a burden to me if you follow me. You have to stay behind to overcome the devil tribulation. Moreover, you'll be the safest here. Devils are not tolerated by the world. How can I be safe? Snorted the devil body. Devils are not tolerated by the world, but the military counselor of the 5 regions can. If you replace me, your identity as a military counselor will be your greatest cover, said Ning Chen. Military counselor? Scheming is your forte, not something a devil can do. Also, the various sects in the world aren't fools. How could they not recognize it? Ning Chen waved his hand, and a red robe and a white fan appeared. He handed them to the devil body and said seriously, You and I are one. Your understanding of me is unparalleled. As long as you want to imitate me, no one will be able to see through it. In addition, I'll give you a portion of the phoenix origin to help you suppress the demonic chi in your body. However, you must remember that unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use force. Otherwise, once the phoenix origin's power is exhausted, your identity will be exposed. Ning Chen paused for a moment, then waved his hand, summoning the green coffin and the datura flower seed. He continued, I've already given you the method to use the Yellow Spring's forbidden art. Take the immortal slaying sword and the datura flower seed. Right now, you need them more than I do. As for the responsibility of being a military counselor, Although the devil body isn't good at wisdom, it's only relatively speaking. In this world, other than me, who would dare say that they can definitely defeat you? Chapter 557. Devil Body. You have to remember that a person's heart is hard to predict. It can change at any time. Right now, the various sects need help from knowing destiny, so knowing destiny's identity is the best cover. However, the war between the 5 regions and the heavenly mansion will eventually end. At that time, people will remember the grudges that were once forgotten. A person's heart can be trusted, but it can't be completely trusted. When you judge, emotion, trust, sincerity, and profit are all indispensable. Finally, and also the most important thing, knowing destiny's fate isn't just yours. No matter what, you have to leave a way out for yourself. As long as you can survive, you don't care what price you have to pay. The phoenix body's words echoed in the night sky. After saying all the things that needed to be said, the phoenix soared into the sky. The black robes in the night changed into red robes and replaced the phoenix body's killing body in the 5 regions. Then it turned and left. Before the devil tribulation, he had to do his best to protect himself. This identity would bring him quite a bit of convenience. However, he had to adapt quickly to avoid being seen through. Imitating someone else wasn't easy, even if that other person was the person he understood the most about. On the Heavenly Mansion planet, the various sex experts had gathered. They were all at the Sciention level. In order to obtain more resources and more authority for the Heavenly Mansion, the Celestial Minister had given his orders. After the probing battle, he would officially send his troops to the inner realm. "Sword Sovereign, let's go," said Xiaobieli. "Yes." Mu Changa responded softly and stepped into the array with his sword on his back. In the next moment, the two of them vanished from the Heavenly Mansion. In the inner realm, above the central continent, the void trembled and 2 figures appeared. Soon, thousands of innate realm cultivators walked out one after another. They formed a black cloud that covered the sky. The Heavenly Mansion's army had officially appeared in the 5 regions. Half a day later, 10 cities near the sea on the eastern side of the Central Plains were quickly occupied by the Heavenly Mansion's army. Most of the commoners were expelled, and less than 20% remained. Anyone who resisted was slaughtered. The cruelty of war was evident on the first day. "Celestial Minister, isn't this going too far?" Venerable Dong Sun sighed as he looked at the rivers of blood. "In war, blood will flow at any time. Educating the commoners requires time, and what we lack the most is time." Xiaobieli calmly said. "Although that's the case, won't that cause the commoners to reject the heavenly palaces even more? After all, we'll have to move them here in the end," said Venerable Dongshuan worriedly. "Those who aren't of our race have different hearts. This is not only true for the heavenly palace, but also for the inner realm. Whether or not we expel these commoners, the 5 regions' rejection of the heavenly palace won't change." But, at this point, Xiaobieli paused for a moment, and then his tone turned cold. "So long as we obtain victory in this war, then the authority to enlighten the world will be in the hands of the heavens' sanctum. The hearts of the people will always be the easiest thing to placate and change." There was another thing that Xiaobieli didn't say. Apart from eliminating future troubles, expelling these commoners had another important effect that would soon be revealed. Heavenly Phase. At this moment, Honorable Tiandu walked over and bowed respectfully. "How is it? Have any human exalts appeared?" Xiaobieli asked calmly. "Not yet," Tiandu replied. "Too slow. Since they're not coming, order the army to continue occupying the surrounding areas," said Xiaobieli coldly. "Yes." Honored Tiandu respectfully replied. Xiaobieli's gaze grew colder as he watched them leave. If the Central Plains leader was as ordinary as last time, then the Heavenly Palace would gladly accept the 5 regions. North of the Central Region, the headquarters of the 5 Territory Alliance, Jingfeng City. Zhao Yusu frowned as she listened to the battle reports that were being sent back. What a fast speed! that Tianxiang was attacking so crazily? Did he not think about whether they could defend themselves? This was the inner realm, and the Heavenly Palace's army had penetrated deep into the inner realm. The front line was too high, and their limited forces would be scattered. Alliance Sovereign, is it time to counterattack? Asked Mu Huazuan respectfully. Zhao Liusu thought for a moment and nodded. Mu Huazuan, Bailey Zun, each of you lead an army to take back the occupied cities. Yes. The two human exalts accepted the order and turned to leave. In the eastern part of the Central Plains, the battle between the two sides had finally begun. Mu Huazuan and Bailey Zun appeared at the back of the army and commanded the allied forces to take back the occupied cities. However, the battle wasn't as intense as they had imagined. The cities that the Heavenly Palace had occupied didn't have too many soldiers guarding them. After taking over the cities and driving away the commoners, they continued to move towards the surrounding cities. Every time the various sects took back a city, Heaven's Abode would give up a city and then take back another one. Other than the first 10 cities that they took back, which were guarded by a large number of soldiers and supreme beings, the rest of the cities were easily taken back. The reports were sent back to Vanguard City. Zhao Liusu frowned. She couldn't see what the Heavenly Phase expert from the Heavenly Palace planet was planning. At the same time, the Alcade Monarch was cultivating his sword in the Sunset Divine City. He hadn't left since he stepped into the Sovereign Realm. The Sword God had been cultivating his sword for many days, waiting for the Heavenly Palace Sword Sovereign to make his move. This battle would eventually return to the battle between the top experts. Only then would the true decisive battle begin. In the eastern part of the Central Plains, the battle for the cities had gone on for many days. The cities that the Heavenly Palace had occupied were taken back continuously, but they didn't stop attacking. In the 10 cities, the Heavenly Palace's soldiers were continuously sent over from the Heavenly Palace planet. The Heavenly Phase expert and the Heavenly Sword Sovereign protected the city with all their might to prevent any accidents from happening. Relatively speaking, the various powers of the Central Plains had also sent in more and more soldiers. Almost all the martial artists above the Khanate realm had gathered and were rushing to the eastern battlefield. At the same time, a red-robed figure stood quietly on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from the battlefield. He coldly watched the development of the battle as the mockery in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Stupid! After so many days of fighting, the various powers of the Central Plains were still thinking about the gains and losses of the cities. If this continued, the Central Plains would be defeated before the decisive battle even began. Behind him, Bai Yunlian looked at the figure in front of her. Confusion flashed through her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt that the person in front of her was slightly different from before. However, when she sensed it carefully, she couldn't tell what was wrong. "Miss Bai, let's go to Vanguard City and help out our comrades." After a long time, Ning Qin turned and walked forward with a smile. "Yes." Bai Yunlian suppressed the doubts in his heart and stepped forward to catch up. Red light gathered in front of the majestic Vanguard City, and a figure walked out. The two half-step sovereigns in front of the city were startled when they saw this person. When they came back to their senses, they immediately bowed. At the same time, Zhao Liusu stood up and said in a serious tone, "He's here." Chapter 558. In Peak Competition City, Knowing Destiny appeared with Zhao Liusu at the head. The sovereigns of the various sects personally welcomed him. The War of the 5 Regions forced the two sides to temporarily put aside their grudges and work together against the enemy. "Greetings, advisor." The sovereigns in the hall all bowed. Beside the Alliance Master's seat, there was a seat made of purple gold. A red-robed man sat high up, holding a white fan. He had a gentle and harmless smile on his face. "Sovereigns, there's no need to be so courteous," said Ning Qin. "Advisor, you are able to put aside your personal enmity and disregard the past to help the 5 regions fight against the foreign enemies. Such breadth of mind is truly admirable." Venerable Hong Lu stood up and spoke to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the misunderstandings of the past anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to focus on dealing with Heaven's sanctum. The battle reports from the past few days are here. Advisor, please take a look," said Zhao Liusu as she handed over the battle reports. Ning Chen took the reports and carefully read them one by one. He didn't say a word. The sovereigns were waiting in front of him. The knowing destiny Marquis was only a legend. Until it was proven, they wouldn't be completely convinced. After a long time, Ning Chen put down the reports and calmly asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to take back these cities?" Zhao Liusu frowned and said, "Why? Shouldn't we take back the cities that Heaven's sanctum seized as soon as possible? Are there any important resources around these cities?" Ning Chen asked again. "Other than a few iron mines, there aren't any special resources," said Zhao Liusu. "The Heaven's Sanctum's army has just arrived in the central province. 10 cities are enough for them to use as a base. Zhao Liusu, tell me, how many mistakes have you made in the past few days?" asked Ning Chen calmly. Zhao Liusu thought for a moment and said, 2. First, I wasn't prepared enough for Heaven's Sanctum's arrival. Second, it was difficult to find out the enemy's goal. 10, said Ning Chen slowly. Oh! Zhao Liusu was startled and couldn't react for a moment. Sovereign Xianzhen couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Advisor, even if you have some old grudges with the Alliance Sovereign, there's no need to exaggerate his mistakes." Ning Chen looked at Xianzhen Zun in front of him and said indifferently, "I've already said that the past is the past. We're just discussing this matter." "Then tell me, what are the 10 mistakes that Alliance Venerables made?" Xianzhen Venerables asked in disbelief. Firstly, they weren't prepared for the appearance of the Heaven's Sanctum's army. Of the 4 sides of the central region, the Zhao clan and the Xuanji dynasty are in the north. Even the allied army's main camp is here. Since the Heaven's Sanctum has just arrived, they don't have enough troops. They definitely won't choose this place as their base of operations. Furthermore, as for the other 3 sides, the south borders the southern tomb, while the west borders the guardian Buddhist land. Only the east side of the sea region, is the divine prefecture of the eastern region, which has just experienced the great tribulation of the underworld king. They don't have many experts, so the threat is the smallest. Therefore, it's not difficult to guess where the Heaven's Sanctum's army will arrive. The east side of the central region is the most convenient place to attack and the easiest place to retreat. Secondly, we weren't able to send troops in time. Even if we missed the best time to ambush them, it wouldn't have been too late to send out troops to stop them when the Heaven's Sanctum arrived. Being cautious and hesitant will only make things worse. This is the inner realm. Whether it's the right time, the right place, or the right people, everything is on our side. This is also the time when the Heaven's Sanctum is least likely to set up a trap. What's the point of waiting and watching? Thirdly, there are no priorities. There are only 2 reasons why the Heaven's Sanctum's army is constantly attacking the cities. One is to attract the attention of the inner realm. They need time. Aside from stabilizing their rear lines, their biggest goal is to transfer troops from the Heaven's Sanctum. During this time, the Allied army didn't attack even once. Fourthly, the responsibility of not investigating. After the Heaven's Sanctum occupies a city, the first thing they do is expel the civilians. Do you really think this is just to make it easier to govern? Right now, the civilians hate the Heaven's Sanctum the most. The headquarters of the various religions are here, and these refugees will head north sooner or later. 1 city of refugees is easy to arrange, and 2 cities won't be a problem. But what about 10 cities? What about 20 cities? When millions of refugees head north, and you can't deal with them and can only watch them die, will the people they hate the most still be the Heaven's Sanctum? Fifthly, it's an unclear mistake. What's the point of taking back the occupied cities? The war has already begun, so there's no need to talk about morality. Since these places have already been lost, there's no need to waste troops and energy to take them back. If the Heaven's Sanctum is willing to split up their forces, then let them. What we need to do is not lose new cities and increase the number of refugees. Sixthly, advisor, there's no need to say any more. On the seat of honor, Zhao Liusu stopped the former from continuing. Her pretty face was already pale. She stood up, walked forward, and respectfully bowed. Military advisor, please tell us what to do next. I need military power, absolute military power, said Ning Chen coldly. Zhao Liusu was silent for a moment. A moment later, she took out half a purple jade talisman and handed it over. This talisman contains a trace of the soul imprint of all the chosen in the alliance. Although it has been split in two, no one knows where their soul imprint is. As long as you have this talisman, you have the power to mobilize the Central Plains army. Ning Chen took the jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, he felt several powerful auras. A trace of a soul was very important even to a chosen. Once it was destroyed, although they wouldn't die, they would be heavily injured. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the experts standing at the peak of the human world. He said calmly, "Everyone, the war officially begins now. Exalt Li, immediately send someone to inform Bai Li and Mu Hua that they don't need to fight for the lost cities anymore. They need to focus on cooperating with Exalt Qi Wei to stop the Heavenly Province's army. Exalt Hong Lu, immediately arrange for the refugees. Remember, be careful of those who spread rumors and take advantage of the situation. Once discovered, kill without mercy." Speaking up to here, Ning Chen paused for a moment. He glanced at the three exalts on the right and continued, "Also, Exalt Xianzhen, Exalt Yuxing, and Exalt Qinyu, the three of you will come with me to explore the 10 cities behind the Heavenly Province and find out how they're mobilizing their troops from the Heavenly Province planet." Yes. The 5 exalts respectfully accepted the order. "Is there anything you need me to do?" asked Zhao Liusu on the side. Ning Chen looked away and said calmly, "There is. Alliance Exalt's mission is to protect competitive Peak City. I don't want to return to find that this place has already become a place where the Heavenly Province has ambushed their troops." Zhao Liusu nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, no one from the Heavenly Province planet will be able to step into this city. One last thing. That sword Exalt is quite troublesome. Tell Senior Yaoguang to be prepared to act at any time," reminded Ning Chen. "Don't worry about that. The Yaoguang King has already been cultivating his sword for several days. As long as the Heavenly Province sword Exalt appears, he will immediately act to stop him," said Zhao Liusu. Hearing that, Ning Chen nodded. This was the most unpredictable part. No matter how brilliant a plan was, it still needed a powerful force to support it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Absolute power was always the most effective way to decide the outcome of a war. Up until now, the Heavenly Province Star Exalt that he had been wary of still hadn't appeared. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was heavily injured while destroying the Netherworld King's formation. The most important thing was that this war that seemed to be evenly matched had to end before the Heavenly Province Star Exalt appeared. Otherwise, the 5 regions would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. In the eastern part of the Central Plains, Xiao Bieli stood silently in one of the 10 cities. At this moment, a black-robed Xiantian expert appeared in the distance. He half knelt and said, "Minister of Heaven, the inner world's sects have changed their direction." "Where did they go?" A strange light flashed in Xiao Bieli's eyes. The 2 sovereigns, Bai Li and Mu Hua, who were in charge of taking back the cities we occupied, have already led their troops to the southwest. Their target should be Senior Qi Wei, replied the kneeling Xiantian expert. "Yes, I understand. You can leave for now," said Xiao Bieli calmly. "Yes." The black-robed Xiantian expert accepted the order and vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Bieli glanced back at the formations in the city, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Is it a coincidence, or has the leader of the inner realm finally become enlightened? If it's the latter, then this war probably won't be as boring as it was before. The sun was setting in the west, and a crescent moon was slowly rising in the eastern sky. A cold wind blew across the land that had been eroded by war. Everywhere was desolate and bleak. As the night deepened, 4 figures appeared 100 miles away from the 10 cities. Their auras were completely concealed. The person in the lead was wearing red robes that looked like they were dyed in blood under the night sky. Xianzhen, Yuxing, Qingyu, the 3 sovereigns will each investigate the 3 cities. In 2 hours, gather here. Remember, if you're exposed, don't worry about anything. Immediately retreat, said Ningchen. Understood. The 3 venerables nodded in response, and then their figures flashed as they headed off in different directions. Once the 3 sovereigns left, Ningchen looked at the city in front of him and walked over. Of the 10 cities, the Minister of Heaven was most likely to be in this city. Hopefully, his guess was correct. Heavenly Huan City was covered in dense formations. Lines of formation runes rose into the air, and every part of it was shining with a strange light. Within the formation, there were 4 sovereigns using their bodies as the foundation to maintain the formation's operation. Outside the formation, the Sword Sovereign and the Minister of Heaven were silently standing. Ever since they had arrived at the Heavenly Palace, they hadn't taken half a step away. The forbidden area was heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to approach. Not even the people of the Heavenly Palace were allowed to approach. Minister of Heaven. At this moment, a black-robed Xiantian expert appeared 300 meters away and knelt. What is it? Asked Xiao Bieli. Our scouts have reported that an unfamiliar red-robed youth appeared in Peak Competition City today. He seems to have attracted the attention of the sovereigns of the inner world, reported the black-robed Xiantian expert. Oh! Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up when he heard this. Investigate again. Chapter 559. Red stood outside Tianheng City. Tianxiang stood quietly in Tianheng City. More than a decade ago, Knowing Destiny and Military Counselor confronted each other. Now, the real battle between the wise men had reappeared in the world. There were very few people in the world who could bear the title of a wise man. More than 10 years ago, Fan Lingwei ruled the world and single-handedly brought the Northern Meng imperial court to its peak. He raised the definition of a wise man to an unprecedented height. Since then, the divine prefecture could be called a wise man. That was Fan Lingwei's era. He was like the only moon in the sky, shining on the world. No one could hide his brilliance. Even the 5 most powerful innate masters were overshadowed by him. Later, Luoyue of Luoyue City, Zhong Qianqiu, and Xian Zhi appeared one after another. They seemed to have inherited the title of wise man. However, Knowing Destiny was very clear that after Fan Lingwei, there were no more wise men in the divine land. Even if Qianqiu and Xuanji weren't bad, at most they weren't bad. The reason why Grand Xiao was so tired of dealing with them was because before that, Fan Lingwei had almost crippled the invincible Grand Xia. The biggest difficulty of the chaos of the 4 extremes was the timing of its appearance. The real threat of the Eternal Night sect was the hierarch of the Eternal Night, who seemed to be the most powerful man in the world. In that era, the only person who could fight Mu Bai to a standstill without using his own weapon was the Eternal Night sect master. At that time, Knowing Destiny only took 2 strikes from Mu Bai. After that, Yama, who came to the world, had nothing to do with the word wise man at all. He had absolute power and didn't need any wisdom to serve as a foil. In just 10 years, Knowing Destiny's opponent went from the most wise man in the world, Fan Lingwei, to Yama, who had the power to destroy everything. He had seen the peak. Now that he experienced the same thing again, he gradually calmed down. After heaven's sanctum descended, Ning Chun had seen everything the Celestial had done. Without a doubt, this person was an extraordinary opponent. Every step he took was impeccable, far surpassing the likes of Zhong Qianqiu and Xianji. If Fan Linghua looked at the world and found something strange, then this Tianxiang was careful and didn't leave any flaws. The Minister of the Land of Abundance was not an empty title. Before that star venerable appeared, this man was undoubtedly the biggest enemy of the 5 regions. Outside Heavenly Eternal City, Ning Chen quietly looked at the city in front of him. He didn't take a single step in for 2 whole hours. In Eternal Heaven City, Xiao Bieli was deep in thought. The red-robed young man reminded him of White Jie Jing, a young swordsman whom he admired. However, it was unlikely that these 2 people were the same person. When Bai Yujing left the Heaven's Mansion, the Underworld King's boundary hadn't been broken yet. The people of the Inner Realm couldn't leave, and the people of the Outer Realm couldn't enter. 2 hours later, 50 kilometers away from Eternal Heaven City, Xianzhen, Yu Sheng, and Qin Yu returned. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. 3 sovereigns, please come to Eternal Heaven City. When the 3 venerables heard this, they looked at each other. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, they quickly rushed forward. Outside the city, Ning Chen turned around to glance at the 3 of them and said, "How is it? Did you discover anything?" "Reporting to the military advisor, we didn't find anything special," said the Xuanzhen Reverend. "Military advisor, there's only one city left that we haven't explored," said the Yusheng Reverend. Ning Chen nodded. "Looking at the city," he said, "there's no need to explore it. The Heaven's Mansion's army's source is in this city. Now, it's up to you to destroy it." The 3 of them were surprised. Reverend Xin Yu cautiously asked, "Military advisor, is that sword sovereign in this city?" "He is," said Ningchen calmly. "Military advisor, with that person around, we won't be able to charge through," said the Xuanzhen Reverend. "If the sword sovereign takes action, the Alcade King will also take action," said Ningchen indifferently. The 3 sovereigns were silent. They had all seen how terrifying the Sword Sovereign was. The Alcade King was far away in Sunset Divine City. Whether or not he could stop the Sword Sovereign was unknown. This was undoubtedly a gamble with their lives. Whether you go or not is up to you. I can only tell you that after tonight, it'll be very difficult for you to have another chance, said Ning Chen casually. Any brilliant plan required a powerful force to support it. If the 3 sovereigns couldn't make up their minds to enter the city, then tonight's operation would be meaningless. It was impossible for there to be no Heaven's Mansion spies in competitive Peak City. Once Tianxiang learned that he was the military advisor of the 5 regions, there would be no chance for him to destroy the city. Of course, after tonight, he wouldn't use those who didn't listen to him anymore. Military advisor, let's think about it at length. If the Alcade King can't stop the Heaven's Mansion's Sword Sovereign, not just the 3 of us, but even you will be in danger. The 3 of them hesitated for a moment before Reverend Yu Xing stepped forward. Ning Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He turned and walked north. He didn't have a phoenix body, and he had no feelings for this world. He had already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Then he would take more lives to make up for it. The 3 sovereigns followed and left together. Ning Chen and the 3 sovereigns returned to competitive Peak City. Zhao Liusu immediately went up to greet them. Military advisor, how was it? Did you find the source of the Heaven's Mansion's army? Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Did you destroy it? Asked Zhao Liusu. No, the city is guarded by the Sword Sovereign. The 3 sovereigns were worried about my safety, so they suggested we think about it at length, smiled Ning Chen. Zhao Liusu was stunned when she heard this, and then she swiftly understood what was going on. She glanced at Xianzhen, Yusheng, and Qin Yu before she said in a low voice, "The 3 of you leave first. I have something to discuss with the military advisor." Yes. The 3 of them bowed and left. After the 3 sovereigns left, only Zhao Liusu and Ning Chen remained in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Military advisor, You clearly know the importance of this trip. Why didn't you give the order for the three of them to attack the city? Asked Zhao. It's rare that the Alliance sovereigns don't know what it means to agree on the surface but oppose on the surface. They're already afraid. Once the Sword Sovereign attacks, do you think they'll resist or run? Smiled Ningchen. Zhao Liusu clenched her fists, unable to suppress the fury in her heart. She knew that these sovereigns weren't easy to control, which was why she had suggested using the Jade Talisman to control them. She hadn't expected that it would still be so difficult to command them at such a crucial moment. Is there any other way? Asked Zhao Liusu, raising her head. Ning Chen's lips curved. My mission is just to mobilize the troops to fight against the Heavenly Sanctum's leader. As for how to control them, that's not my responsibility. Alliance Sovereign, you should think about it yourself. Zhao Liusu's heart skipped a beat. She clenched her fists so hard that they turned pale. Taking a deep breath, she said, Is there a chance to salvage the situation tomorrow night? If not, how much of an impact will it have on this battle? The opportunity has already been lost, and there's no way to salvage it. As for the impact, Ning Chen smiled. If we make a mistake, we'll just have to use lives to make up for it. As for how many lives will be needed, you'll know in the future. After waiting for an entire night, I'm sure you're tired. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned and walked out of the hall. Bang! Ning Chen walked out of the main hall. Inside the hall, the sound of something being smashed into pieces could be heard. The entire main hall shook violently. Such a shocking commotion was enough to show how furious the person inside was. In front of the hall, the two guards trembled. Looking at the red-clothed person walking out, they lowered their heads. They didn't understand what the military advisor had said to the Alliance Sovereign to make the Alliance Sovereign so angry. Ning Chen sneered. He didn't care when this battle would end. The only reason he agreed to stay was because he needed this identity as a cover. The Phoenix Body's warning was right. The human heart could be trusted, but it could never be trusted completely. The three sovereigns' temporary retreat would make the entire central continent pay the most painful price. Once the war began, there weren't many opportunities for both sides. Wasting one was one less. Originally, the central continent had the geographical advantage. As long as they destroyed the Heavenly Sanctum's source of soldiers, the inner realm would have the absolute advantage for a short period of time. Even if they didn't use any schemes, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Heavenly Sanctum. However, from today onward, they would no longer have this advantage. Ning Chen. Just as Ning Chen walked 100 steps out of the hall, Qing Ning, who had rushed over after hearing the news, called out to him. Qing Ning. Sister Qing Ning. Ning Chen regained his senses. He paused for a moment and then called out in an unaccustomed manner. When Qing Ning heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed and she said, Follow me. Hearing this, Ning Chen stepped forward and followed. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Qing Ning walked into a quiet side hall. Then, she stopped. Ning Chen also stopped. His eyes were filled with confusion. Qing Ning turned around and said, The current you is the demonic body he spoke of, right? Ning Chen's heart trembled. How could this be? When had he revealed a flaw? There's nothing to be surprised about. Qing Ning walked up and closed the door. She softly said, I picked you up and brought you into the palace. I also watched you grow up step by step. Others might not be able to see your change, but it's impossible to hide it from me. Ning Chen's body stiffened. After a long time, he gradually relaxed. You're not nervous anymore? Qing Ning smiled and walked up to hit his head. Whether you're a human or a demon, you, Qing Ning, will always be your sister Qing Ning. There's no difference. Do you remember? Ning Chen stiffly nodded. When the sun rises, come with me to the sword-casting manor. I heard you injured the sword-casting manor. This matter can't be dragged on. The sword-casting manor has always been upright and has never offended you. Since you injured him, then you have to bear the consequences of your mistake. Qing Ning calmly said. Now that the Empress wasn't here, only she could take care of him. A mistake was a mistake. Whether it was the phoenix body or the demon body, they both had to bear the consequences of their actions. Yes. Ning Chen nodded once more and softly replied. Eternal Heaven City. When the first rays of the morning sun shone down, a black-clothed Xiantian cultivator appeared and respectfully said, Minister of Heaven, the information has been verified. That red-clothed young man is the military advisor of the 5 regions. This is the portrait sent over by the scouts. Xiao Bieli waved his hand and received the portrait. After looking at it, his pupils constricted. It's him. Xiao Bieli waved his hand and destroyed the portrait. He solemnly said, Order Zhenyang, Dong Sun, Tian Du, and Tai Xian to immediately defend Eternal Heaven City. Chapter 560. In the northwest of Zhongzhou, 2 people were walking forward. The woman in the blue dress was beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. Qing Ning, who had followed Zhang Sun since she was a child, had some of Zhang Suan's shadow in her. She was gentle and reserved, but also dignified. Ning Chen followed beside Qing Ning. His eyes were less arrogant and indifferent, but more peaceful and peaceful. In the knowing destiny state, although the devil's body was an anomaly, the 3 bodies were originally one and would eventually affect each other. It was unavoidable. If there were people in the knowing destiny state who could completely trust, Qing Ning would definitely be at the top of the list. The closer they got to the sword-casting villa, the slower Ning Chen walked. The rejection in his heart became more and more obvious. The devil's body was proud and cold. How could it apologize to others easily? If Qing Ning hadn't spoken, he probably wouldn't have stepped into the sword-casting villa in this life. Qing Ning stopped and looked at Ning Chen, who was walking slower and slower. A dangerous smile appeared on her face. She said, Do you need me to drag you along? Ning Chen looked at the beautiful smile on Qing Ning's face. His body trembled subconsciously and he quickened his pace. Qing Ning's smile didn't fade, but became much gentler. As she walked, she asked softly, Ning Chen, do you know why the devil is not accepted by the world? Because the devil won't follow the rules set by humans, Ning Chen answered after a moment of silence. Qing Ning nodded with a smile. She said, You're right. Humans fear the devil because there used to be a devil who harmed the world. The devil who harmed the world didn't follow any rules of the human world. A person's memory is very complicated. Kindness and affection are mostly fleeting. But the fear of the past will be remembered for a lifetime and even passed down for thousands of years. They deserve to die. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with coldness and murderous intent. Jingxin. Qing Ning put her hand in front of Ning Chen's heart and said softly, I don't care about anyone in Zhongzhou. Even if you kill them all, I won't blame you. But killing is a habit. It will slowly make you lose yourself. One day, you will lose yourself and feel that everything can be solved by killing. It's hard to turn back. Do you understand? No. Ning Chen shook his head. Qing Ning put down her hand and looked to the east. She said, You should know why you have this body. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. This is the reason. Qing Ning sighed softly and said, In order to stop the Netherworld King, the Phoenix body and Fan Lingyue sacrificed millions of innocent people in the Divine Prefecture. Fan Lingyue used the last of his soul to repay the world. However, in order to resurrect the ghost girl, he lived on at all costs. As I said just now, if you kill too many people, you will lose yourself. Your existence is because of the negative emotions that he has been suppressing in his heart. Is my appearance a mistake? Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold as he asked. No. Qing Ning shook her head and said, You and he are the same person. It's just that you've separated. In some ways, you're even better than the knowing destiny state. When Ning Chen heard this, the coldness in his eyes dissipated, and a trace of confusion appeared. He asked, Where? Follow your heart. Qing Ning replied softly, the knowing destiny state is a human body. Although he is smarter and more rational than everyone in the world, he can't escape the bondage of love after all. He rushes about because of love and treats the world well because of love. You are a demon and you don't see love as much as he does. Perhaps this little bit of humanity left is only because you are influenced by the other two souls. If you are not trapped by love, your life will not be so tiring. Then you. Sister Qing Ning, why did you bring me here? Apologizing is not something a demon should do. Ning Chen snorted coldly. Responsibility. Qing Ning said calmly, you have to bear the consequences of your own actions. It's a good thing to follow your heart, but you can't act recklessly. I can't control the former devil, but I can't control you. The sects in the central province have wronged you. You can seek revenge on them, but Sword Forging Villa has never wronged you. Therefore, you have to admit this mistake. Whether you're willing or not, there's no room for discussion. I'm your sister, so you have to listen to me. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and didn't quibble anymore. Perhaps he was really influenced by the other two souls. Every time he argued with Qing Ning, it was more difficult than facing a supreme master. Moreover, he didn't seem to reject this little bit of humanity in his heart. Apologize? No matter what, it was easier than facing Qing Ning, who could go crazy at any time. They quickened their pace and got closer to Sword Forging Villa. Although they were still far away, they could vaguely see the frost and flame mountains that had been destroyed in the previous battle. At sunset, they finally arrived at Sword Forging Villa. The once famous sword forging family gradually chose to live in seclusion after the sword master was seriously injured. They no longer interfered with the affairs of the central province. In front of the villa, 2 doormen were guarding. Their cultivation was not bad, almost reaching the Khanate realm. For their age, it was already a good level. Honorable guests, please wait. The villa is not receiving guests now. When the 2 approached, one of the doormen stepped forward and stopped them. We are here to visit the sword master. Please make an exception, Qing Ning said sincerely. Sorry, the sword master is not seeing anyone now. Please go back, the doorman refused again. Seeing that the 2 refused to let them go, Ning Chen frowned. He was about to step forward when Qing Ning glared at him. Brother Bai. Just as Qing Ning was about to speak again, a little girl with braided hair who looked to be about 12 or 13 years old saw the 2 of them and jogged over, beaming with joy. Qing Ning's eyes narrowed and she turned around with a questioning gaze. Ning Chen did not reply. He tried his best to show a bright smile and looked at the little girl. I haven't seen you in 3 or 4 years. You've grown so big. Brother Bai, where's Sister Bai? Ina looked around but did not see Bai Yunlian. She was slightly disappointed. Your sister Bai is busy and did not come. We want to see the sword master. Bring us in, Ning Chen said seriously. You're looking for Grandpa Sword Master? Ina's eyes flashed with a strange light. She thought for a moment and said to the doorman, let them in. They are my friends. Yes, young miss. The 2 doormen said respectfully. After they finished speaking, they stepped aside and no longer blocked the way. Brother Bai, where have you and Sister Bai been all these years? Why haven't you come to see Ina even once? Ina turned around and complained as she led the way. We went on a long trip. As soon as we came back, we came to see you, Ning Chen replied. Qing Ning was helpless. Her ability to spout nonsense had not changed at all. Not long after you and Sister Bai left, Grandpa Sword Master ordered the manor to be sealed. I couldn't go out either. I thought you 2 would never come to see me again, Ina muttered. Aren't we here now? Ning Chen smiled. Brother Bai, when you see Grandpa Sword Master later, can you ask him to take me out to play for a few days? Ina turned around again and asked with a longing look on her face. Ning Chen looked at Qing Ning for help. Qing Ning ignored him. Her attitude was very clear. She had caused the trouble herself, so she had to solve it herself. Ning Chen looked at the little girl unnaturally and tactfully refused. There is still a war outside. It's very dangerous. Wait a few more days. Einer seemed to understand something and nodded. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. It was very faint, but it was clear enough to make one's heart ache. Einer, right? Qing Ning revealed a gentle smile and said, Your brother Bai is just joking with you. There is indeed a war outside. However, he is a military advisor and doesn't need to go to the battlefield. When he sees Grandpa Sword Master later, your brother Bai will plead for you. When Einer heard this, her lonely face immediately brightened up. She nodded vigorously and said, Thank you, sister. Thank you, Bai. Humph. Before she could finish speaking, the little girl snorted. She was clearly angry with someone. Ning Chen looked at Qing Ning in confusion. How could he take a little girl with him now? Grandpa Sword Master, Brother Bai is here. In front of a study room, Einer knocked on the door and said crisply, Come in, Einer. Wait outside. As he spoke, the door creaked open. Inside, an old man in a wheelchair appeared in front of the two of them. Okay. Einer nodded obediently and stopped in front of the door. She did not enter. Ning Chen and Qing Ning walked in. Seeing the old man in the room, Ning Chen politely bowed. Greetings, Grandpa Sword Master. Who is this lady? Master Sword Forger glanced at Ning Chen before shifting his gaze to the woman in the green dress. Qing Ning, Ning Chen's older sister, replied Qing Ning. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Swordsmith's old eyes. The world-famous Jiming Marquis had a sister? May I ask why the two of you have come? Asked Grandpa Sword Master. We came to apologize. Qing Ning said, Back then, there was a problem with my younger brother's cultivation. The demonic body left my body and injured Grandpa Sword Master. Although it wasn't my younger brother's intention, a mistake is a mistake. Today, Qing Ning has brought my younger brother here to apologize to Grandpa Sword Master for what happened back then. Grandpa Sword Master frowned and said, What about the demonic body? The demonic chi that erupted from the demonic wheel ocean was extremely shocking. Suppressing it won't be easy. The demonic body has already been exiled to the outer heavens. It won't be able to return in its lifetime, said Ning Chen calmly. Grandpa Sword Master nodded and sighed emotionally. That's good. As long as the world doesn't suffer from the demonic disaster, my injuries are worth it. Ning Chen was silent. A moment later, he waved his hand and a blood-red sword surrounded by demonic chi appeared and landed in front of Grandpa Sword Master. Grandpa Sword Master, I injured you back then. Today I'll return the favor. This time I won't fight back. After this sword, we'll be even. Forget it, I'm old. If I'm crippled, then so be it. You're still young. As long as you know you're wrong, that's enough. I only hope that you can be a little more forgiving when you face the grudges between the Central Continent's sections. People's hearts are easily tainted. You can't kill all of them. Grandpa Sword Master looked at Qing Ning and said gently, Miss Qing Ning, Jiming Marquis is truly fortunate to have an older sister like you. Chapter 561. The great Xia Jiming Marquis, who had never lowered his head in his entire life, admitted his mistake in front of an elder with crippled legs. Qing Ning stood to the side and watched quietly. No matter what happened in the past or in the future, a mistake was a mistake. The elder sister was like a mother. Her mother was no longer here, so she was the only one who could take care of it. The sword master accepted the bow, but he did not pick up the sword in front of him. Forgiveness was not easy, and it was even harder to repay kindness with evil. As a member of the Central Plains, the sword master showed the temperament of a grandmaster. Crimson Drill is the Crimson Drill demon sword from 4,000 years ago. It has been stained with the blood of countless people, and its resentment is extraordinary. Now I have no strength to guard it. If this sword falls into the hands of evil people, it will become a disaster. Jiming Marquis, since you pulled out this sword, you have the responsibility to guard it and not let it fall into the hands of others. The Sword Master waved his hand and returned the sword. Sword Master, are you not worried that I am the source of the disaster? Ningchen asked slowly. The great Xiaojiming Marquis who once protected the world with his life cannot be the source of the disaster, the Sword Master replied. Hearing this, Ningchen fell silent. After a long while, he said indifferently, I will give the sects of the Central Plains a chance, but only once. It is to repay the Sword Master's kindness today. Thank you. The Sword Master said seriously. Back then, the sects of the Central Plains had gathered all the forces of the world and still could not kill the young man in front of him. Now that he had returned alive, with his intelligence and strength, if he really wanted to take revenge, the entire Central Plains would fall into panic. Seeing that the serious matter was over and the atmosphere was becoming stiff, Qing Ning stepped forward and said politely, Sword Master, it is late. There are still some things to deal with in competitive Peak City. We will return first. The world is chaotic. Be careful, the Sword Master instructed. Okay. Qing Ning nodded. Looking at the people beside her, she turned and walked out of the study. Ningchen followed, but after a few steps, he stopped and said, Sword Master, Ener wants to go out. Hearing this, the Sword Master thought for a moment and said, Sorry to trouble you. Ningchen understood what the Sword Master meant and walked away. On the way back to Competitive Edge City, the group of 2 became 3, with the addition of a little girl with braided hair. She was beaming with joy and chattering non-stop. When dawn broke, the 3 of them returned to Competitive Edge City. Qing Ning returned to her palace while Ener stayed by Ningchen's side. You're lying. You're called Ningchen, not White Jade Jing. Ener pouted unhappily. During that period of time, it was called White Jade Capital, Ningchen casually said. I don't want to be with you. I want to find Big Sister Bai, Ener protested. Your Big Sister Bai isn't here right now. I don't know where she went, Ningchen replied. You're lying to me. Ener no longer trusted him. I'm not lying to you, Ningchen denied. 1 adult and 1 child, 1 human and 1 demon. Strangely, they didn't have any communication barriers. Facing a little girl who wasn't a threat at all, the demon's instinctive wariness decreased a lot. As she drank tea, she thought about things and answered the little girl's questions intermittently. Outside the palace, Qing Ning looked at Wenxian Palace not far away and smiled faintly. It seemed that bringing that little girl here was the right choice. Although the demon's body was trying its best to imitate the phoenix body, it still lacked the warmth and coldness of human nature. It might not be a problem in the short term, but in the long term, it might arouse suspicion. Qing Ning, Master just sent news that your 3rd senior sister has also come down the mountain. Bai Lingling walked up and said, 3rd senior sister? Hearing this, Qing Ning's eyes flashed with surprise. 3rd senior sister was also coming. 3rd senior sister was a true genius among geniuses on the mountain. Perhaps this kind of phrase wasn't enough to describe how terrifying her talent was. The most powerful person on the mountain was undoubtedly Master. The other person was eldest senior sister. She cultivated the clear sky glass art and was between half venerable and human supreme. She wasn't a supreme, but she was even stronger than a supreme. The 3rd person was 3rd senior sister. She was also at the peak of half venerable. However, because of her cultivation, she was slightly weaker than eldest senior sister. Your 3rd senior sister has broken through to the peak stage, Bai Lingling said again. How is that possible? Qing Ning was shocked. After a while, the shock on her face gradually faded. Perhaps nothing was impossible for her 3rd senior sister. Master sent your 3rd senior sister down the mountain. Other than supporting the Central Plains sects, there should be some other mission. However, this girl's actions are too worrisome. Qing Ning, if you have time, keep an eye on her, Bai Lingling said helplessly. Okay. Qing Ning nodded and didn't refuse. Compared to her terrifying talent, she was more famous for her terrifying personality. When she thought up to here, Qing Ning couldn't help but be slightly worried. Presently, the situation in the central prefecture was already so chaotic, so third senior sister's arrival would only add to the chaos. Moreover, this clone of Ning Chen's wasn't easy to deal with as well, so they would definitely fight each other when they encountered each other. Just as the two of them were talking, a guard quickly walked over from outside Wenxian Palace. He half knelt and respectfully said, "Advisor, the Alliance Lord requests to see you." "Understood. You can leave now." "Yes." Not long after, Ning Chen walked out of the palace and walked towards the conference hall on the other side. Behind him, Ener followed him like a little tail. Although she said she didn't want to be with a certain someone, she still followed him. Within the conference hall, Zhao Liusu quietly waited. When she saw the little girl behind Ning Chen, she frowned at first, but she quickly covered it up. "Advisor, there's progress in the battle. Also, the other 3 regions have sent new peak experts over. They should be here in 2 days," said Zhao Liusu. Ning Chen picked up the battle reports from the east and read them one by one. Then, he raised his head and asked, "Who are the experts they sent?" "There's a human sovereign from each of the 3 regions, but," at this point, Zhao Liusu changed the topic. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The sovereign from West Buddha's homeland has just entered the perfection stage. However, there's something wrong with his personality. Now is a crucial time for the 5 Territory Alliance. If these people offend you in any way, I hope that you can forgive them." Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. A newly advanced sovereign was actually able to make Zhao Liusu, the leader of the 5 Territory Alliance, give him special instructions. It seemed that the sovereign from West Buddha's homeland wasn't someone easy to deal with. At the same time, in the west of Zhongzhou, a girl in a green dress appeared. She walked alone in the boundless wilderness. Shiyao Mountain's 3rd senior sister, Shi Piaoxiu. She was the one with the most terrifying talent on the mountain for countless years. She didn't put much effort into cultivation, but it didn't stop her cultivation from progressing much faster than anyone of the same age on the mountain. Everyone on the mountain was a genius, but Shi Piaoxiu was a genius among geniuses. After 100 miles, a mountain blocked her path. However, Shi Piaoxiu didn't stop at all. She broke through every mountain she encountered. Step by step, the entire mountain collapsed. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere as it was split into 2. Chapter 562. In competitive Peak City, the Alliance Venerables and Advisor June were sitting on both sides of the hall. They were discussing how to fight against Heaven's Sanctum. In the first battle of Heaven's Sanctum, Zhongzhou had lost 3 Venerables, including the injured Supreme Bodhi and the half-crippled Palace Lord Tai Bai. The 5 regions' Venerables had suffered a great loss. The 8 Venerables under them all had solemn expressions. Apart from the 8 of them, Venerables Mu Hua, Qi Wei, and Bailey each led an army to stop Heaven's Sanctum from expanding. Venerables Hong Lu had to deal with the refugees and wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. The only good news was that 3 more Venerables from Nanling, Beiyuan, and Shitu had come to support Zhongzhou. Ning Chen quietly listened to the Venerables' discussion. He didn't say a word from start to finish. "Venerablesley, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet?" Zhao Liusu asked from the main seat. "Since the start of the war, Zhongzhou's sects have suffered great losses. It won't be easy to get more reinforcements," Venerablesly replied. "What about the other 3 regions? When will their reinforcements arrive?" Zhao Liusu looked at Venerables Qin Yu and asked. "At least a month," Venerables Qin Yu replied. Bang! Hearing this, Zhao Liusu slapped the armrest and sat up. She said coldly, "A month? How long has it been delayed?" Report. At this moment, a guard ran in from outside the hall and knelt down. "Heaven's Sanctum has sent a letter to Advisor June, send it in," Zhao Liusu said. "Yes." The guard entered the hall and handed over the letter. Ning Chen took the letter and glanced at it. His lips curled up. As expected, they still came. "Advisor, what's the matter?" Zhao Yosu asked. Ning Chen handed the letter to her and said calmly, "Someone wants to see you." Zhao Yosu frowned. After reading the letter, she reminded, "Advisor Jun, be careful. Just catching up. Alliance Venerables, don't worry," Ning Chen smiled and replied. "Let Venerables Li and Hong Lu accompany Advisor Jun," Zhao Yosu said, still worried. "There's no need." Ning Chen stood up and shook his head. "Everyone, please continue your discussion. I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and strode out of the hall. After the military advisor left, the 8 human supremes looked at each other. Venerable Xian Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "Alliance Venerable, does this Marquis Jiming really want to help the Central Region fight against Heaven's Mansion?" These days, he didn't give any suggestions, nor did he express any opinions about our decisions. It's obvious that he still can't let go of the old grudges. "Let go?" Zhao Yosu's tone turned cold. She looked at the person in front of her and said, "Xianjin Zun, I don't know if Jiming Marquis has let go of the past grudges, but the wise man gives his plans, and the martial artist shows his strength. The division of labor is clear. If the order can't be stopped, no matter how good the plan is, it's useless." Hearing this, Xianzhen Reverend's body froze. He couldn't argue any more and fell silent. In Wenxian Palace, Ning Chen walked back. When he didn't see Yin he walked out again. In the city, on the bustling streets, a 12 or 13-year-old girl was strolling by herself. She was already holding a large pile of things in her arms, but she still looked around with interest. Ning Chen appeared and followed far behind. He knew that the phoenix body had once used phoenix blood to cleanse Yin-Er's foundation. In addition, the little girl's talent was not bad. At such a young age, she was already a 5th-stage natal stage expert. He more or less guessed Qing Ning's purpose. He lacked some humanity. Ordinary people might not be able to see it, but he couldn't guarantee that the human sovereign stage experts wouldn't be suspicious. Morning, afternoon, and then dusk. The facts once again proved how terrifying a woman could be when shopping, even if she was only a 12 or 13-year-old girl. As the sun set, there were fewer stalls on the street. Only then did Yin-Er reluctantly carry her pile of things back along the road she came from. "Yin-Er." When the little girl approached, Ning Chen called out. Yin-Er turned her head from behind the small mountain of things in her arms. Seeing the person in front of her, she asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "I'm going to see a friend. Come with me." Ning Chen said. "No." Yin-Er shook her little head vigorously and refused. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. This little girl was not as easy to fool as she was when she was 7 or 8 years old. "Stay here by yourself. No one will take care of you." Ning Chen continued to persuade her. "Sister Qing Ning is here." Yin-Er continued to shake her head. "Your sister Qing Ning went to pick up her senior sister. She's not in the city." Ning Chen said. "I have money. I can take care of myself." Yin-Er looked at her little pouch and refused to give in. "Then I'm leaving. You can stay here by yourself. If anyone bullies you, don't regret it. Don't forget that although some people in the city are very polite to me on the surface, they actually hate me. If I'm not here." After speaking, Ning Chen shook his head and turned to leave the city. When Yin-Er heard this, she immediately jogged 2 steps to catch up. Her eyes curved as she said, "I'm going too." "Don't force yourself," Ning Chen said reasonably. "I won't." Yin-Er smiled. Thus, the two of them left competitive Peak City and headed towards the southeast. 2 days later, in the east of Central Plains, 2 cups of tea were served in front of the battle between the 2 armies. Xiao Bieli waited patiently for Ji Ming to appear. Just as the appointed time was about to arrive, a red-robed figure appeared in the distance. He walked over step by step. When the allied army saw him, they immediately parted to welcome him. "As expected, you came." Xiao Bieli stood up and calmly looked at him. "It would be impolite to refuse an invitation from the heavens." Ning Chen smiled. Please sit. Xiao Bieli extended his hand. Many thanks. Ning Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Now, should I call you Sir Bai or Jiming Marquis? Asked Xiao Bieli. It's just a name. Do as you wish. Xiao Bieli smiled. I never thought that after parting in the heavenly sanctum, we would meet again in such a situation. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Who can predict what will happen in advance? I heard from Reverend Zhen Yang that you like to drink tea. This cup of tea was specially prepared for you. Please try it. Xiao Bieli pushed one of the cups over. Ning Chen took a sip and calmly said, The quality of the tea isn't bad. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't specially invite me to drink it. This tea is tasteless. Xiao Bieli smiled. The Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis not only has a killing sword, but also a mouth sharper than a sword. I'm fully worthy of such praise. Ning Chen put down his cup without the slightest modesty. Knowledge Marquis, practically everyone in the world knows that you were forced into the ocean of Devil Wheel. I'm very curious. With the enmity between you and the various sects of the Central Prefecture, why did you choose to help them? Asked Xiao Libi. The Pill Tower and the Heavenly Sanctum's sacred lands also have enmity with each other. But aren't they following the heavens to conquer the 5 regions? I presume you know the reason even without me saying it, said Ning Chen. It's different. Xiao Bieli shook his head. We're doing it for survival while you're repaying evil with good. Jiming Marquis, if you promise not to interfere in the war between the 2 realms, I can also promise you that I won't let the flames of war spread to the eastern divine plains. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. That promise from the heavens is truly a great temptation. It's just a win-win deal. Jiming Marquis, there's no need for you to take such risks for people who have nothing to do with you or even have enmity with you. You shouldn't care who's in charge of the world, right? Said Xiao Bieli. Ning Chen, you can't be tricked by this scoundrel. Yin'er hastily reminded him when she saw that a certain person was about to switch sides. Don't be rude. Also, call me Big Brother Ning, said Ning Chen softly. Who is this? Asked Xiao Bieli curiously. Yin'er, the descendant of a senior. I've come out to broaden my horizons. It's fine as long as she doesn't exist, said Ning Chen. Your talent isn't bad. Xiao Bieli waved his hand, took out a sheepskin scroll, and handed it over. This is a secret art of the Tianxiang dynasty, the heavenly sword transformation. Since it's our first meeting, consider it a greeting gift from me to this junior. Ning Chen smiled and said, Yin'er, why aren't you thanking Senior Tianxiang for bestowing martial arts upon you? Yin'er took a step forward and received the scroll. She obediently bowed. Many thanks, Senior Tianxiang. Xiao Bieli nodded and then looked back at the young man. Jiming Marquis, what do you think of my suggestion? Compared to the Central Plains sects, the Heavenly Sanctum doesn't have much enmity with you. It shouldn't be difficult to choose who you can trust more. I will seriously consider your suggestion. However, there's something I've been unable to figure out. I hope you can explain it to me, said Ning Chen. Please speak, said Xiao Bieli. I once stayed on the Heavenly Sanctum planet for a period of time, so I have some understanding of the Heavenly Sanctum. With the Heavenly Sanctum's resources, it's more than enough to satisfy the various sections. Why must you pay such a huge price to invade the 5 regions? Asked Ning Chen seriously. Xiao Bieli fell silent. A moment later, he sighed. This matter involves the Heavenly Sanctum's secrets. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. All I can say is that this war is extremely important to the Heavenly Sanctum. We can't back down. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. If the 2 realms stop fighting, what are the Heavenly Sanctum's conditions? The inner realm will completely give up the central region, replied Xiao Bieli. There's no room for discussion? Asked Ning Chen. There's no room for discussion, said Xiao Bieli calmly. I'll tell the Alliance sovereigns about this condition when I return. However, the Central Plains sect's foundations are here. It'll be difficult to make them give up. Ning Chen shook his head regretfully. If they don't give up, then I'll beat them until they give up. Jiming Marquis, you're a smart person, the smartest person in the world. I hope your decision won't disappoint me. A red figure appeared behind Xiaobieli. It was a familiar face and a powerful aura. It was no weaker than a human sovereign. A moment later, the red figure faded and vanished. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, but they returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He slowly said, "As expected, you're not a mortal. I never thought that the vermilion bird divine treasury would be found by you in the end. It was just a pleasant surprise. Jiming Marquis, the reason I revealed so many secrets to you was because I didn't want to see two identical Jiming Marquises one day replace the other," said Xiaobieli indifferently. "Don't worry, Jiming. That day won't come." The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up as he smiled. Chapter 563. At the front of the two armies, Destiny Knowing and Heaven Minister finished their discussion. The armies retreated, and neither of them took the opportunity to attack. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Once the armies left, they both turned and left. The two of them stood with their backs facing each other, each with their own thoughts. The confrontation between the 5 regions and the heavenly sanctum had begun over a cup of tea. "Heaven Minister, why didn't you kill him?" asked Fan Xinghong. She had been waiting for a long time. "I'm not confident. Furthermore, I cherish talent. I don't want to become enemies with him," said Xiaobieli softly. "Will he really agree to Heaven Minister's conditions and not interfere in the war between the two realms?" asked Fan Xinghong. "I don't know. Perhaps he won't," replied Xiaobieli. Hearing this, Fan Xinghong frowned and said, "Since even the celestial phenomenon is not confident, why don't you let me kill him and get rid of future troubles?" "There's no need." Xiaobieli shook his head. "You can't kill him. At least, you can't right now. Wait. If he doesn't let go in 3 days, I'll give you a chance to kill him." On the other side, red clothes fluttered in the wind as the two of them traveled north together. "Big Brother Ning, are you really going to agree to that bastard's conditions?" Iner pouted unhappily. "Why not?" asked Ning Chen. "You're someone from the 5 regions. How can you compromise with the outer realms?" asked Iner. "Do you think I care about such things?" smiled Ning Chen. "You can't agree to it. Otherwise, once the Central Plains falls, I'll have no home to return to." Iner tried to persuade him once more. "The eastern region is vast enough to accommodate a new sword-forging mountain manor." Ning Chen smiled. "I don't want to go to the eastern region." "Big Brother Ning, don't give up on the Central Plains," said Iner. "It's not up to me to decide whether to give up or not. Iner, I promised your grandpa the Sword Master that I would give the Central Plains sex a chance. However, if they don't want this chance, I won't force them," said Ning Chen calmly. In the Jingfeng city in the north of Zhongzhou State, in the main hall where all the venerables were having a discussion, a secret report had recorded the details of the meeting between Knowing Destiny and Tianxiang. When Zhao Liusu saw it, she frowned slightly. "Alliance Senior, what happened?" Below the seats, 2 new faces sat quietly. One of them opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Liusu came back to her senses and smiled faintly. "It's nothing. The spies have reported that the negotiations between the military advisor and the celestial minister have ended. They should be back soon." "Great Xia's Jiming Marquis, I've been looking forward to it for a long time," said Zun Wenyang of Nanling. South of competitive Peak City, 400 miles away, a red coat was heading north. At the same time, a green coat was heading east. As they passed each other, Ning Chen stopped in his tracks. It was at this point that Green Robe turned, smiled, and mercilessly unleashed a palm strike. Ning Chen grabbed Iner. His figure was like an illusion as he quickly retreated dozens of feet. However, the green-clothed woman was unwilling to let him go. Her delicate hand was like the sickle of the Grim Reaper, threatening to take his life. Ning Chen took a strange step and the water light flickered. He avoided the woman's palm power, unwilling to take it head-on. Great Xia Jiming Marquis, where is your sword? The green-clothed woman smiled. She took a step forward and pointed. The sand around her gathered into a sword that tore through the air. Ning Chen frowned slightly. He flipped his palm and sent Yi-Er out of the battle. Then, he waved his hand, and the clear sunly fire appeared. The white fan moved the wind and clouds, blocking the sand swords. Why aren't you fighting back? Are you unwilling or unable? Seeing that the opponent was only dodging and not attacking, the green-clothed woman's attacks became even fiercer. Shi Piaoshu, this is the first time we meet, yet you want to use martial arts to force me. This greeting gift is really hard to accept. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he once again avoided the former's palm power. Jiming Marquis is indeed smart, but just being smart isn't enough to keep you alive. With her identity exposed, Shi Piaoshu's attacks did not stop at all. She flipped her palm, and the dust in the surroundings surged like a tide, sweeping thousands of feet. Her shocking power and killing intent were not hidden at all. A cold light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. He stepped forward, and his white fan became a sword. Sword chi gathered in the surroundings, and he once again formed a peak sword. At this moment, a silver spear tore through the air and crashed toward the woman in the battle. When Shi Piaoshu saw this, she changed the direction of her palm and knocked away the silver spear. Junior apprentice sister, you actually attacked your senior apprentice sister for an outsider. How naughty, smiled Shi Piaoshu. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Lingling appeared. Looking at the battle, her gentle expression hardened, and she softly reprimanded, Piaoshu, don't cause trouble. Qing Ning walked in front of the silver spear and put it away. She looked back and said coldly, Third senior apprentice sister, I don't care if you did it intentionally or not. In this world, anyone who dares to harm him will be my enemy. It's the same for everyone. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. Looking at the two chosen who had also come from the western Jade Mountain, his eyes constantly flashed. A sect with two sovereigns, plus Bai Lingling who wasn't a chosen but was even stronger than a chosen. The western Jade Mountain's foundation was truly shocking. When he had time, he wanted to see just what kind of person this western Jade Mountain master was. She was actually able to raise so many monstrous disciples. Is the fight over? Seeing that there was no movement, Yi-Er ran over and asked. It's over. Let's go back. Ning Chen smiled as he spoke. Soon after, he strode forward. Qing Ning followed by Bai Lingling and Shi Piaoshu. They all had different expressions and thoughts. Piaoshu, you should know that the Jiming Marquis is junior apprentice sister's reverse scale. Don't make such a joke in the future, said Bai Lingling seriously. Who says I'm joking? This time, junior apprentice sister just happened to stop me, smiled Shi Piaoshu. Hearing this, Bai Lingling frowned. Why? With junior apprentice sister's talent, if she doesn't sever her ties with the mortal world, she won't be able to enter the chosen realm in this lifetime. Apart from completing master's task, my main goal was to kill this Jiming Marquis, said Shi Piaoshu indifferently. If you do this, Qing Ning will hate you for the rest of her life, said Bai Lingling. Hate, love, hatred. Human emotions will fade with time. Being a chosen has been a chosen for 800 years. Junior apprentice sister has plenty of time to forget these things. Moreover, Shi Piaoshu suddenly changed the topic. She looked at the red-clothed figure and smiled. In the short exchange just now, I discovered that this Jiming Marquis seemed to be doing his best to avoid using his cultivation. There must be a reason for this. I think that the Jiming Marquis's current body can't easily use martial arts. Bai Lingling was silent. After a moment, she sighed. Piaoshu, don't be rash. Not to mention the Jiming Marquis's position in junior apprentice sister's heart, this is a critical moment in the battle between the two realms. If the 5 regions lose a military advisor who can contend against the heavenly minister, the situation will immediately become unfavorable for the inner realm. It's not the inner realm, but the central region. Although heaven's sanctum is strong, without a chosen above chosen, it's more than enough to conquer the central region. It'll be difficult to conquer the entire 5 regions, said Shi Piaoshu. As the two talked, the group returned to competitive Peak City. Ning Chen entered the meeting hall. Everyone stood up and respectfully welcomed him. Military advisor, how did the meeting go? Asked Zhao Liusu. Ning Chen walked to his seat and sat down. He looked at the 8 Supremes and the 2 unfamiliar Supremes and smiled. These 2 should be Supremes Wenyang and Xinling, right? Wenyang. Xinling. Greetings, military advisor. The 2 of them took half a step forward and politely bowed. No need for formalities. Please sit, said Ning Chen. Thank you, military advisor. The 2 of them bowed once more before returning to their seat. The Heavenly Minister's condition for stopping the war is for the 5 regions to completely give up the central region. You can all think about it, said Ning Chen. Impossible. Supremacy Li suddenly sat up and directly rejected it. His sudden figure seemed very lonely in the hall. Xianzhen, Yuxing, Qingyu, and the other Supremes from the other 3 regions chose to remain silent. A strange atmosphere rose in the hall, making it indescribably oppressive. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Supremacy Li's expression sank. Fellow Supremes, you should all understand that if the central region is lost so easily, the Heavenly Sanctum's ambition will grow infinitely. None of you want to see the flames of war spread to your own regions, right? Supremacy Li is right. Those who aren't of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Heavenly Sanctum paid such a huge price to break open the Netherworld King's barrier, so how could they give up so easily? This condition is just to divide the 5 regions. Zhao Liusu said solemnly. The Supremes fell silent. For a moment no one spoke. Right, there's one more thing. Perhaps it can only be considered a private matter. The Heavenly Minister promised that as long as Grand Destiny withdrew from the war between the 2 realms, he would guarantee that the eastern region wouldn't be affected by the flames of war. Such a tempting condition, I can't even think of an excuse to refuse, said Ning Chen. When Zhao Liusu and the other Supremes heard this, their expressions changed. What a Heavenly Minister! This was a plot to sow discord. He didn't even try to hide it. Military advisor, with your intelligence, there's no way you can't see that this is just a plot by the Heavenly Minister to sow discord. Don't fall for it, said Supremacy Li uneasily. Sow discord. Ning Chen smiled. I know, but aren't you all tempted as well? Perhaps the Heavenly Sanctum will be satisfied if they take over the Central Plains. Of course, even if they aren't satisfied, there's still the Northern Plains, Western Earth, and Nanling. The Heavenly Sanctum's current strength isn't enough to take over the 5 regions. With this promise, the Eastern region will definitely be the safest region. The Central Plains won't be lost. We'll do our best to help the Central Plains stop the Heavenly Sanctum. Please don't give up on this world, said Supremacy Xin Ling and Supremacy Wenyang. In the next moment, Supreme Xianzhen, Yuxing, and Qingyu also stood up and respectfully asked for orders. The 10 Supremes all bowed. The hall was abnormally quiet. Zhao Liusu also stood up and bowed silently. Outside the hall, Shi Piaoshu walked in and smiled. The Grand Xia's Grand Destiny Marquis truly lived up to his name. The Heavenly Minister's plan to sow discord seemed to have backfired. This battle of the wise was truly marvelous to the extreme. Piaoshu, the knowing Destiny Marquis can't die, said Bilingling seriously. The Heavenly Minister was too powerful. With just a few words, he had caused the already unstable alliance of the 5 regions to almost completely collapse. One had to admit that in this world, in addition to absolute strength, absolute wisdom also had an important position. Chapter 564. In competitive Peak City, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In front of Wenxian Palace, Hong Yi stood quietly with thoughts flashing through his eyes. From today's battle with Shi Piaoshu, the demonic calamity's influence on him was more serious than he had imagined. His unstable cultivation body would bring him unpredictable danger at any time. Demon, Ning Chen murmured softly. In this world, other than him, there was only one true demon. Thinking of this, Ning Chen turned and walked into the hall, heading directly to Yin-Er's room. The little girl was hugging a big pillow and sleeping soundly. She did not look like she was outside at all. Yin-Er, wake up! Ning Chen shook the little girl and called out. Sleepy! Yin-Er snorted unhappily. Her eyes were wide open as she pushed the person in front of her away with a frown. She turned around and continued sleeping. I want to go out. Come with me. Ning Chen continued calling out. No go. Yin-Er pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She wrapped herself up and said in a daze. Be good. Sleep on the way. Ning Chen pulled open the blanket and pulled the little girl out from under it and said softly, Didn't you just come back? Why are you going out again? The half-asleep Yin-Er frowned and tried to burrow into the blanket, resisting with all her might. Something came up. Let's go. Ning Chen carried the little girl up forcefully and took the clothes at the side. He helped her put them on as he spoke. Can't you go by yourself? Yin-Er wrapped herself around the former like an octopus. After saying that, she fell asleep again. Ning Chen struggled to put on the clothes and shoes for her. Just as he put her down, the little girl climbed onto the bed and slept soundly without a care for her image. Women are all the same trouble. Ning Chen picked up the little girl and carried her on his back. Then, he strode out of the hall. If not for the fact that he was worried that the bald donkey would sense the lack of human aura on him, he really wanted to throw the little girl out of the window. Outside Swallow Cloud Mountain, Golden Buddha Ancient Temple, under the demon-subduing pagoda, Bodhi sat upright. Swastikas circled around his body, healing the injuries from the previous battle. In the golden light, traces of black demonic chi lingered and clashed with the Buddhist power, causing the Buddha's indestructible golden body to have an irreparable flaw. He used to be the head of the West Earth's Buddhist sects, Three Venerables. Now, he had fallen to a state where it was hard to distinguish between a human and a ghost. Who could say for sure who was at fault? Buddhists were selfless. They were dedicated to all living beings in the world, slaying demons and suppressing demons. They had never had any utilitarian or selfish motive. The Buddha's path was getting harder and harder to traverse day by day. Gradually, he lost track of where he was. Outside the Golden Buddha Temple, a beautiful figure dressed in blue and white stood quietly. It was the demon Venerable Bai Yunlian. He had been waiting for many days to avenge Yao Qilu. At this moment, Red Shirt appeared with the sleeping girl on his back. He stepped onto the stone steps in front of the temple and walked into the temple. As they passed each other, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman beside him. Still waiting? He asked calmly. Yes. Bai Yunlian nodded. The current you can't kill him. Ning Chen spoke the truth. Supreme Bodhi was already at the peak of the human sovereign realm. Even though his cultivation had declined after he demonized and the Buddha and demon clashed, he was still not someone that ordinary sovereigns could compare to. Bai Yunlian was silent. After a moment, he asked, Can you help me? Ning Chen shook his head. The current me can't help you. I'll give you another piece of advice. Revenge isn't urgent. Even if he was injured by the Sword Sovereign, as long as he's still in the Golden Buddha Temple, no one can kill him. The demon-subduing pagoda was extremely helpful to Supreme Bodhi's cultivation. Unless the demon-subduing pagoda was destroyed, the Golden Buddha Temple would be a forbidden land for demons and demons. Then why have you come here? Bai Yunlian was confused. You said before that you worked together with a demon to deal with Supreme Bodhi. I want to know where that person is. Back then, Xia Zi had been heavily injured and had been rescued by two women. White Flood Dragon had just entered the human realm, so he wasn't familiar with the experts of the human realm. However, Supreme Bodhi definitely knew. Xia Zi had walked the path of demonization much longer than him. Perhaps he could get some inspiration from him. That person was struck by Supreme Bodhi's palm. He might not survive, said Bai Yunlian softly. Whether he's dead or alive, we'll only know after we see him. I'll go in first, said Ningchen. If it's not convenient, can stay here with me for now. Bai Yunlian glanced at the little girl on Ningchen's back. No need. Ningchen shook his head as he spoke, and then he flipped his palm and blasted open the door to the temple before striding in. Ningchen walked over to the demon-subduing pagoda. Looking at the golden pagoda, he narrowed his eyes. When he saw this pagoda, he thought of the phoenix body's indestructible turtle shell. If he wanted to destroy this pagoda, it wouldn't be easy. Amitabha, benefactor, it's already too late today. Please come back tomorrow. A little monk continuously went up to stop him. Ningchen waved his hand and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. He handed it to the little monk and calmly said, "Send this talisman into the pagoda." The little monk was puzzled. But when he sensed the powerful pressure coming from the talisman, he understood that he couldn't handle this matter. He took the jade talisman and quickly walked into the pagoda. Within the demon-subduing pagoda, Subhuti was still suppressing his injuries when he sensed someone enter. He opened his eyes and looked at the little monk. He calmly asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the venerable, someone outside sent a disciple to deliver this talisman. The little monk respectfully handed over the jade talisman. Subhuti's eyes lit up. This was the Alliance's commander's seal. "What does the person who sent you look like?" asked Subhuti. "It's a red-robed youth. He's carrying a sleeping girl on his back. Other than that, there's nothing special about him," replied the little monk. "A red-robed youth," Subhuti softly muttered. He now had a better understanding of this person's identity. There could only be one red-robed youth who possessed this talisman, the Grand Xia's wisdom Marquis. Thinking of this, Subhuti stood up and walked outside. Ningchen calmly waited outside the demon-subduing pagoda. When he saw the Buddha walk out, he smiled. "Subhuti, long time no see. How have you been?" "Wisdom Marquis, are you here for revenge?" Subhuti waved his hand and returned the jade talisman. "Wrong. I'm here as the military advisor of the Five-Territory Alliance. I want to ask you something," replied Ningchen as he received the jade talisman. Subhuti's expression didn't change. He calmly asked, "What is it?" "Xia Zi's whereabouts and the identity of the person who saved him." "Don't tell me you don't know?" asked Ningchen indifferently. Subhuti was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, "At that time, there were two people who appeared. I don't know who one of them was. As for the other person, she was far away from the battle and didn't directly attack. However, from her aura, I can vaguely guess that she's very likely Luotian Fei." "Oh, it's her?" Ningchen was startled. It was that mysterious woman again. "What's the background of this person?" Ningchen recovered from his shock and spoke with a serious expression. "Luo Shui God," replied Subhuti truthfully. Ningchen's eyes narrowed. God? These two words weren't commonly used in the human world. Like the four symbols gods, they were strange existences that coexisted with heaven and earth. Of course, without any embellishments, only the two words God referred to the existence that surpassed everything, the king of hell, the seven extremes. Who would have thought that Luotianmi wasn't human? No wonder this woman was able to understand the law of words even though she was only in the half-reverend realm.